candle, and if you fail to put a salt circle around you, then the Midnight Man will cause you to hallucinate. And you'll hallucinate some of your greatest fears, all whilst the Midnight Man pulls out your organs, one by one. And you'll be able to feel everything, but you just won't be able to move. Sounds really fun, guys. Now, to play this game, you write your full name on a sheet of paper and put a drop of blood on that same sheet of paper, and it has to be your blood. Next, shut off every single light in your house and place that sheet of paper in front of the front door. Then light a candle and place it on top of that sheet of paper. Next, go up to the front door and knock 22 times, with the 22nd knock falling at midnight exactly. Open the door, blow out the candle, and then close the door. Then, the Midnight Man will enter your house. When playing the game, you're told to not turn any of your lights on. No flashlights, no lighters. And also don't fall asleep, or the Midnight Man will catch you. Now the game ends at 3:33 a.m., in which point the Midnight Man will leave your house. But it's said after that, he will always be watching you. So watch what you say. Now the next game we're going to be talking about is one that's... for some reason, this is like the creepiest one that I've ever come across, and it's one that I'm curious and I kind of want to try, but at the same time, it just seems too dark and too dangerous in a weird kind of way. And this game is called the Elevator Game. Now, this is a game that apparently takes you to another world, another universe, that many people refer to as the Other World. Now, the directions are extremely complex, and honestly, instead of me just going over all of them, I'm just going to leave a link to them in the description below. And I'm really just going to focus in on what happens if the elevator game works. Now, all you really need for this game are those directions and an elevator that goes up at least 10 floors. Now, if you follow those directions carefully, you'll wind up at the bottom floor heading to the 10th floor. Now, it's said when the elevator is going up, it'll stop on the 5th floor, at which point a woman will enter the elevator. Now, at some point in your ride up, she might ask you, where are you going? What floor are you going to? You cannot answer her, and you cannot even look at her. You have to look away no matter what, because it's said if you do look at her, or if you do speak to her, she will take you. Apparently she's like a demon or something, and either way, let's just say you don't want to mess with her. Now, once you get up to the 10th floor, you'll have a chance to get out and enter this other world, or go back down and exit the building immediately. Now, if you choose to go to this other world, you'll know you're there because A, you're the only person in this other world. B, there will be no lights on. And C, the only thing you'll be able to see out the window is a red glowing cross. Now, the more time that you spend in this other world, the more disoriented you're going to get, and the more tired you're going to get, the more confused, and the more warped your reality will be. You might forget which elevator you got on, or the elevator might appear to be getting further and further away from you. It is important to take the same elevator that you took up back down when trying to enter back into your own world. And when you get back down to the 1st floor, it's definitely important to check around and make sure that everything seems right and that nothing seems off, because there is a chance that you never left that other world. And once you leave that building and you find out that you're still in the other world, at that point, it's too late. Now, the final game that I'm going to be talking about is one that's very similar to the Midnight game, but in my opinion, it's a lot creepier. This game is called One Man Hide and Seek. Now, for this game, you're going to need a doll. What you do with that doll is basically cut it open, take out all the stuffing, and replace it with rice. This rice is supposed to signify the innards of a human. Also, you need to clip some of your fingernails and put them in that doll as well, and sew it back up. It sounded freaky already. Now, with the remaining string that you use to sew the doll back up, you're going to use that to tie the doll up as well. The next thing you do is fill up the bathtub. Now, once this is all set up and ready to go, you are ready to start your ritual, with the first step being naming your doll. So for the sake of this video and for the sake of this example, let's just say the doll's name is Jim. Okay, keep that in mind for the rest of this. So when the clock hits 3 a.m., you're going to say your own name, is it first? So for me, it would be Nick. Nick is it first. Nick is it first. Nick is it first. Then you put your doll inside the filled up bathtub and turn all the lights off in your house. After that, you find a hiding spot, turn on a TV in that room, and count to 10 with your eyes closed. After you count to 10, go back to the bathtub and bring a knife or a pair of scissors with you. Go up to the doll and say, "Jim, I found you," and stab the doll. Then say, "You are next, Jim," or insert whatever name you picked. It doesn't have to be Jim, okay? And take the doll out of the bathtub and put it on the counter. Then run back to your hiding spot and hide. Now, it's said that this ritual will invite a restless spirit into your house that's looking for a body to possess. So at first, it'll take possession of the doll, and then it'll come looking for you. Now, it's said that this spirit can be seen walking throughout your house, but you don't want to look at it, you don't want to make contact with it. You just have to hide. And it can manipulate things on the TV. It can apparently do a lot of really, really creepy and dark stuff. You just have to remain hidden until you're ready to finish the game. When you're done with the game, take a glass of salt water and put some in your mouth and just hold it there. Then you go and find the doll. Now, the doll might not be where you left it. There's a chance that it could be moved on the completely other side of the house. Or there's a chance that it might still be on the counter. You just never know. When you find the doll, pour the rest of the salt water onto the doll and then spit out the salt water in your mouth. And say, "I win," 3 times in a row. And this will signify the end of the ritual. After the ritual, you have to dry the doll off and then burn it and discard it. Get it away from you. This game has to be finished. One quote that I saw pretty much summed it up. Failure to finish this game would result in a disaster. So these are 3 creepy games that I definitely do not recommend anyone out there trying. But there are obviously more than just 3 games. So if you guys enjoyed this, let me know, and I'll definitely make another video just like this. Now, in 1995, a video was released that allegedly showed the US military performing an autopsy on an alien. Now, it was said that this footage was actually from 1947, and that the alien in the video was actually recovered from the Roswell crash site. And the footage was instantly viewed as one of the most compelling pieces of evidence to support the theory that aliens do in fact exist. And just from watching it once, this is an extremely realistic video. I mean, just look how detailed that leg is, and even the whole body of the alien. It just all looks so real. But keep in mind, this was released all the way back in 1995. So by today's standards, it's really good. By standards back then, I mean, it is as realistic as it gets. And it's left me wondering, how would it have been possible for them to create such a realistic looking alien back then, and how much would that have cost them? I mean, to create something like this would have cost a fortune, and whoever created the video probably didn't profit all that much out of it. Now, those that believe that this is a fake would often point to the microphone and the telephone shown in the video, and they would say that these products weren't even available at the time. And for a while, this was the strongest piece of evidence against this video. But then that was later debunked, and it was determined that, well, yes, they actually were available back then. And other than that, there really wasn't too much that pointed to this video being a fake. But that was until the creator of this video came forward and admitted that the whole thing was in fact faked. But even despite him saying this, it was never proven that it was actually a fake, and he never came forward and said why he would have faked this. So this has of course led people to believe that the government made him say this, or maybe the Men in Black made him say this. But either way, it is still just crazy how they were able to pull this off if it was a fake. And there are still people who really don't believe that it would have even been possible back then. And because of this, to this day, this video still remains one of the greatest mysteries surrounding alien life.
A lot of people are talking about a bright light that streaked across Florida this week.
Alright, so this next one is a very recent case that has just taken the media by storm in the past few days. Now, a couple days ago, a bright light was seen shooting across the skies of Tallahassee, Florida. It was so large and so bright that it was basically impossible to miss for anyone in the area. And lucky for us, a lot of people were actually able to record and capture this strange anomaly on camera. Here's just one of those videos. Okay, so that's pretty crazy, but is it a UFO? Also, yes, I do know that UFO doesn't inherently mean alien, but for the sake of this video, I'm just going to use UFO in that context, just to clear the air. So was this a UFO? Well, a lot of people think so. And when I saw the original video on Twitter, I was like, oh yeah, that's a UFO. And I'm not really a big believer in this kind of stuff. And it wasn't just what was seen on the video. People in the area also allegedly claim that a loud boom could be heard as it shot across the sky, and that their houses and their cars rattled as it flew overhead. But it wouldn't take long for NASA to officially put out a response regarding this strange light. And their response simply said that this wasn't a UFO, it was a meteoroid. And it is worth noting that this has not been the first meteoroid that was mistaken for a UFO. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's actually happened a lot recently. And I think the most recent one was the meteoroid that flew overhead of Russia, which that was crazy. And it definitely depicts a similar scene to what we're seeing from these videos out of Florida. And despite there being a reasonable explanation for these strange lights, there are still those that aren't believing that these are actually meteoroids. And here's why. Why didn't NASA give any heads up that a meteoroid was about to enter our atmosphere and fly overhead? I mean, it's hard to believe that they wouldn't know that this thing would be coming. At least I would hope they would. I mean, it's literally hurtling towards our Earth, entering our atmosphere. You think they would have noticed. It just seems like something that they would tell us about, even if it posed no risk to our safety. It's a cool thing to look at, and it gets people interested in science. So I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't put out a heads up about this. Granted, I know nothing about this field, I will be totally honest, so I could be wrong in that assumption. But maybe NASA is just covering something up. Maybe they were covering up the fact that this strange light was actually a UFO. It is extremely unlikely, but not impossible. So while I was doing my research for this video, I watched a ton of news reports about UFOs and I read a ton of articles regarding alien life, and I noticed something a little bit strange. I noticed that at least when it came to the mainstream media, they never seem to take things like UFO sightings or alien abductions seriously at all. They always try and make the story seem like a joke, even when it's actually kind of serious. And this is extremely evident in the clip I'm about to show you. Now, this clip is in reference to the US government admitting that it had spent $22 million in researching UFOs. $22 million for UFO research. That's a ton of money being spent on something that apparently is such a crazy oddball thing. And one would believe that if they're actually investigating this kind of stuff, then there's gotta be something to it. And after this news broke, this is how one mainstream news outlet decided to cover this serious story.
Cue the music. What looks to be a case of real-life X-Files.
They're unidentified, they're flying, and they're objects. And the fact that a secret department in the Pentagon thought they were worth millions of dollars of investigation has many wondering if the truth is out there.
It's like, it's so weird, right? It's like they're trying so hard to discredit this and make this seem like a one big giant joke. They're trying so hard. Why? And it's not just this one news station. I can't tell you how many articles I read from mainstream news outlets that started with, "Get your tinfoil hats ready, you conspiracy dumbasses." Okay, well, they didn't actually say that, but they basically said that. They would just discredit the whole article with the first sentence and make it just seem like one big joke. Why are they doing this? It just seems so obvious to me now that the media is trying to make everything involving aliens and everything involving UFOs out to be a big joke. They're pushing that narrative on all of us. And I realize that they've been doing that my whole life. And I think them pushing this narrative has led the majority of the public to just kind of laugh off alien stories, which I get. Some of them are just totally out there and crazy, but there's gotta be some truth to at least some of these, right? But the media has just turned the topic of aliens into one big punchline. But why? You know what, screw it. Let's go off the deep end here. Many people believe that the mainstream media here in the United States is controlled by the government. The government pushes its narratives through the media. That's what some people believe. It's a conspiracy theory in and of itself. So could it be that the government is telling these news outlets to downplay anything involving aliens and extraterrestrial life so that the public doesn't take it too seriously? I mean, that motive does kind of make sense, because if the majority of people were really taking this seriously, then it would push government to release their secrets regarding aliens. I don't know, guys, it's crazy, and I know I sound like a bit of a conspiracy dumbass, but it had to be said. So when it comes to the topic of aliens, there's one thing that scares me maybe more than anything ever in the world or out of this world. And that is alien abductions. I mean, seriously, that sounds like the most traumatic event you could ever go through as a person. Now, to introduce the idea of alien abductions, I want to first start by reading you some alleged first-hand accounts of those who claim to have been abducted themselves. Alright, let's see what people who actually claim to have been abducted have to say about the whole process of alien abduction. When I woke up, I was in a pitch black room. At first it was silent, and then I heard speaking. A soft and kind voice spoke. "That's very good," the voice said. "Sit down. Stand up, stay in line, no more rules." Those words are still engraved in my mind to this day, but do not haunt like the words that he spoke after. This sounds so freaking weird. I swear this is an alien abduction story, I swear. His kind and soft voice turned loud and angry. "You can't understand. You just can't." The room was still black, but my eyes were starting to adjust to the dark. I couldn't move from the table I was laying on, but I wasn't strapped to anything. I turned my head to the right and saw a white glowing circle. When I looked to the left, I saw a face. No body, no arms, no hair, just a face. He spoke one final time. This time, I'm sure that it was directly to me. "I am the creator. You, the creation. Don't be afraid. Be aware." He spoke all of this without moving his mouth, and the lights came back on and I passed out. When I woke up, I was laying in an open field. The sun was just coming up. What the fuck? That's terrifying. First of all, the encounter itself. Second of all, waking up in an empty field. I don't know what I would do. At about 4 a.m., I drove up to a security gate to go home when a flash of light blinded me. In a split second, I found myself in another place. I was on a mountain, and there was a lake at its foot. Suddenly, a huge spaceship appeared in the sky, while an even brighter light began to emanate from the ground. That's all I remember. Okay, so that's pretty spooky, but what happens next is even spookier. He doesn't think he saw any aliens, but he did end up with weird marks on his right hand. There were 3 of them, and they made a circle. Oh, sorry, triangles. I was like, how do you make a circle with that? And they made a triangle. He said they felt like a burn that wouldn't heal. And ever since this experience, he feels like he's being watched at all times. Now, maybe they put something in him because they were running experiments and these aliens were, are tracking him and watching him some way. But what's crazy about this story is he regained consciousness in his car, driving up to the security gate, and it turns out he had been gone for 3 days. Oh my god, I got the shivers. Alright, here's another one. A young girl was in her room at night about to go to bed when she turned around and instantly it was morning. And that's just that. So she had no idea what happened. All of a sudden it was just instantly morning. What could account for a loss of time? Alien abduction. Not gonna lie, these kind of suck. Why can't I find any really, really good ones? Come on. Okay, here's one. This one might be good. A Brazilian farmer was working at night because it was too hot to work during the day when he saw a red star in the sky. And the light grew larger and larger, started moving towards him, and he tried to run. But as he was doing so, he was tackled and captured by 3 humanoid figures. Now we're getting somewhere. They strapped him, covered him in a weird gel, and then took blood samples. This is where things get weird. A female humanoid creature appeared. And they had sex. I don't know if this is necessarily appropriate, but that doesn't sound too bad. Okay, I'm just messing. So I wasn't really getting anywhere looking for these stories, but I did find a little article that kind of sums up what happens to the majority of people when they get abducted. And it basically says memories of the abduction include being unable to move, hearing buzzing sounds, electrical sensations, and difficulty breathing due to a pressure on the chest. Now aboard the UFO and still immobilized, abductees are subjected to experiments of violent and sexual nature. Abductees might also be told they're special, selected to save the human species by virtue of their experiments, and hybridization by propelling humanity's evolution. Big words, but basically some messed up stuff happens. And I don't know about you, but if I all of a sudden just woke up and some creepy little things with big black eyes were just doing God knows what to my areas, or area in specific, if you catch my drift, I would not be okay with that. Alright, well, I am never sleeping again. Ever. So let's talk about why aliens would abduct humans. Well, the answer seems to be that they are studying us, and that when they abduct us, they do all these tests so that they can better understand human life. And it's also not just humans that they allegedly abduct, it's also livestock and other living animals. So maybe they're testing them too. I mean, they're just testing everything. It's like my professors. Now, one theory out there is that the US government knows of these alien abductions, and they actually have a peace treaty with aliens. And maybe this treaty allows them to abduct a certain amount of humans each year and run their tests on them, in exchange for not destroying our entire civilization. Seems like a fair deal, right? Okay, so let me step out of this darkness for a minute here. There might actually be some real scientific reasons why people believe that they have been abducted, and it has nothing to do with aliens. The reason might actually be sleep paralysis. It's said that those who believe that they have been abducted by aliens really may have just been suffering from a bad case of sleep paralysis. And if you guys have ever had sleep paralysis, you know some messed up stuff happens. I mean, you literally can't move. You see things that aren't actually there. You hear things that aren't actually there. Could we be onto something here? I mean, I'm sure that sleep paralysis can probably account for at least some of the alien abduction stories that I've heard before. But in my opinion, it doesn't account for all of them. Some just sound too traumatic and realistic to ever be dreamed of. I mean, just think about how horrible it would be to actually be abducted by an alien. To make matters worse, you would come back with this traumatic story, only to be faced with constant ridicule by the public if you were to tell anyone. I mean, there's a teacher at my high school that claimed she was abducted by aliens, and everybody laughed at her. Everybody thought she was a nut job. What if she was actually abducted? Think about how horrible what she went through and is going through now must be. And I think that goes back to the perception created by the media or the government. But if you actually have been abducted or have seen a UFO, then public scrutiny is going to be the least of your troubles. And it's not even close.
I can't see how this works. How does this work?
Oh, you got shit. No.
There's no stories that really show what the Men in Black are capable.
Shut the car off and give me your license, registration, and insurance. The reason for yours.
That kid was speeding so fast, he almost hit another kid in a fight.
I know. That's why I stopped him.
You almost hit me too.
Yeah, that's why I'm stopping you for reckless driving, careless driving, speeding, and the lights you ran, okay? You were doing at least 100 on Kennedy Boulevard. All right, man? You almost struck my car because I was making a right turn. All right?
Luis's driving was reckless to say the least, apparently almost striking the officer's car and several others as he sped through town, breaking numerous traffic laws.
About to make the right turn, lights turning yellow, and woof! The next light on 66, red, woof! Probably falling off the girl.
Despite this, Officer Nunez was sympathetic to the pair, as they were young and they were even on their first date. And despite there being grounds for a harsh punishment in a case like this, he made the decision to issue only 3 tickets, assuming that this whole situation would be enough of a learning lesson for Luis to never make the same mistake again, telling him that,
I'm sorry, we're on a first date, me and him.
That's fine, but
Sorry.
almost killing each other is not the way to start on a first date.
Apartment because it just got really carried.
before leaving the couple with some final words of advice.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Get
I
home
appreciate
safe.
you.
Nunez then turns back to his car as the couple drives off to continue their romantic evening elsewhere, hopefully this time in a much safer manner.
16 feet.
Yo, this is the same kid. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
6-1.
At approximately 2:13 that very same morning, Officer John Nunez would be called to the scene of a nearby accident, only to arrive and discover that the car involved in the wreck was the one that he had just let go, only a mere 10 minutes before. In the vehicle, now destroyed past the point of recognition, were Luis and Alexis, whose bodies were so mangled that just by looking from afar, Officer Nunez immediately knew that the crash had been fatal.
We're gonna need a crash team, sir. Crash team, we need a crash team. That's the same car I just had. Fatal. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, that's the same car, bro. Yeah. That's the same car, man. No, bro, I'm gonna shut down 43rd Street.
The realization from the officer is devastating, as over the next 2 hours on the scene, you can hear him try and grapple with the situation, talking to fellow officers and even a paramedic, just trying to make sense of what had happened.
That's the same car I just had, Sarge. What happened? That's the same car I just had, man. What did you have? That I stopped him for speeding. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good, I'm good. It's just, like, bro, I just told you, slow down, man. Like,
just stopped that car?
Yeah, just hit him off with 3. Like,
oh, that was the same car?
Yeah, I told them, like, bro, slow down. They're making me get checked out. But I'm fine, man. It sucks. Like, I just literally stopped them for the same thing. Like, yo, relax, slow down, bro. It's like, no, it's my fault. We're just trying to get home, but it's not your fault. They get into an accident. And I had him stopped a couple minutes before.
For speeding?
Yeah.
Based on the knowledge and news reports that have since been released, another driver had been backing his large semi-truck into a local business to make a delivery when suddenly the couple crashed into his vehicle. And as it turns out, this was far from a freak accident, as despite the warnings from Nunez, it appears that Luis took his words not as a lesson to be learned, but as further fuel for his ego, believing that he could get away with anything on the road. As evident by the fact that just 5 seconds before the crash, it was determined that Luis had been traveling at 124 miles per hour, even faster than before he was pulled over. The entire clip is genuinely heartbreaking, and in the end, this deadly catastrophe serves as an all-too-important reminder to drive safely on the road, as the video has since been shared all across the internet, where it's since found a home here on the dark side of YouTube.
19 feet. 20 feet. Think. Slow down.
Costumes from $1.83 to $3.99.
If the valve was suddenly open and your arm was near.
Skeletons of strange animals litter the surf.
As evidenced by our first clip, the fairly mundane task of driving can quickly become life-altering within just the blink of an eye. 1 minute you're cruising along enjoying your ride, and the next you're encountering something straight out of a nightmare. It's really no wonder why dashcam videos have become so popular throughout the horror space, showcasing horrific accidents, robberies, and all sorts of other disturbing moments. But back in 2019, a clip of a similar nature surfaced that grabbed the attention of the entire internet. Not just based on its concerning imagery, but the seemingly unexplained mystery left behind in its wake. On the 30th of December 2019, a motorist was enjoying a drive on Highway 1 in San Francisco, California. The route took them high above the sea with an open cliff face showing the vast beauty of the ocean. It's one of the most visually stunning routes in the entire country, but on this particular day, for this particular driver, the beauty of the landscape would be shattered by a fleeting glimpse of something utterly terrifying.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
That afternoon, police would receive a 911 call from the driver, stating that they had witnessed what they believed to be a car falling off the edge of the cliff face, which stood hundreds of feet above the water below. It happened in just a split second, almost too fast to fully comprehend, causing the driver to question whether what they saw was real or just a figment of their imagination. A question that would only be answered by the dashcam that just so happened to be rolling at the time of the incident. The clip is concise, but it did in fact confirm the driver's account that a car had gone over the edge, as the footage cuts off almost exactly as the vehicle appears to go airborne, where it would have been met with a tragic drop into the rocky ocean below. And perhaps most disturbing of all is the speed at which the car was traveling, as it appears as if the brakes were never so much as touched. Within just minutes of the call, rescuers were already arriving on scene where they would discover tire tracks in the sandy dirt leading right off the edge of the cliff, perhaps an unsurprising indication that the car had actually gone over. But what was surprising was something that happened to be missing from the scene entirely, as when they looked down into the water below, there was no vehicle. Immediately, crews scoured the scene in rescue boats, combing the area in the hopes that somehow the driver could still be alive, and yet they found nothing. No sign of a driver, and no sign of any vehicle. Despite the area being diligently searched over the following days and weeks, all that would be found were a few car parts that were never even matched to the make and model that appeared to go off the cliff that day. And even stranger, despite that exact type of car being determined from the video, no one came forward to report any friends or family members missing who might have owned the same type of car. And this was a unique vehicle too, a green 2009 Lexus SUV, not really one that you would typically see driving around too often. And yet, despite this video being shared all over the news and across the internet, no one seemed to recognize it, and no missing persons cases were linked to this video, leading to the search being concluded with no definitive proof ever being established that a vehicle had landed in that location, or that anyone had even been involved. It was like it never even happened, as the vehicle had just disappeared as soon as the video ended. The clip immediately became a mystery here on the internet, with theories being thrown all around, ranging from something supernatural having happened, to the car somehow being swept up before investigators had gotten there, perhaps entering the water at the perfect angle to which no debris was left behind. But maybe one of the most compelling theories at the time was the idea that the video itself wasn't even real, with experts even diving into this theory to see if they can find any proof that this was CGI. Yet their investigation found no evidence that this was the case. And despite this footage seemingly making no sense at all, this video was all too real, and was now left completely unexplainable, as the mystery would fall out of headlines and quickly be forgotten. Until the morning of April 29th, 2020. Almost exactly 5 months after this dashcam footage was taken, swimmers at the nearby Montara State Beach would stumble upon an object floating in the distance, and upon further inspection, the realization would set in that this object was actually a body. Her name was Tracy Sinclair, a woman from the area who just so happened to have been missing around the very same time as this infamous clip. And when police would search her auto records, they discovered that she did in fact own a dark green Lexus SUV from the year 2009, giving us at least a better idea of who was in the vehicle at the time it crashed, and the fact that a vehicle had in fact crashed to begin with. However, it's still unknown why Tracy was never connected to the case before her body was found, despite her fitting the profile perfectly. Plus, we still don't know why her car went off the cliff in the way it did. But given the fact that the brakes didn't seem to have been pressed, many seem to have settled on the idea that the crash was, unfortunately, intentional. But perhaps the strangest part of this all is, to this day, that green Lexus has still never been recovered, nor have any of its parts, leading to the mystery lingering for many across the web who are still left unsatisfied by its conclusion. But for the family of Tracy Sinclair, I'm just glad that they can now take some solace in having some measure of closure to their dark, devastating loss.
It's the Great Pumpkin. Your arm would be like trying to...
The passers...
Before we get into our next video, as you guys already know, this channel here is all about the mysterious and the spooky, which is why I am so excited to be joining Mr. Ballin and Ballin Studios, a team who not only understands the world of dark storytelling, but who have taken these strange, dark, and mysterious stories to a whole new level. I've been a huge fan of Mr. Ballin for forever, as he truly understands how to tell these real-life horrific stories in an engaging and creepy way, usually hiding some sort of twist at the very end that I never saw coming at all, and while also doing so in an incredibly respectful and tasteful way. Now, as many of you will already know, Mr. Ballin has been working on his Mr. Ballin podcast for some time now, which has very quickly become my go-to podcast for these real-life haunting accounts. You can feel every emotion and every twist in the audio delivery, as Mr. Ballin is just that good of a storyteller. You can listen to the Amazon-exclusive Mr. Ballin podcast right now by following the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And the best part is, if you're already a Prime member, you already have free access to not only this podcast, but also a whole new world of podcasts. As not only does Amazon Music have a huge selection of true crime podcasts, which obviously I'm sure most of us will prefer, they also have so many other types of podcasts for whatever else you may be into. They got it all over there. So I highly recommend that you go to the link in the description, download Amazon Music, and start listening to the Mr. Ballman podcast today. It is absolutely awesome, and I'm sure you guys are going to love it. Okay, back to the video.
The passers-by are characters from travelers' tales. At the bottom, it's dark and virtually lifeless. Above, there's just empty sky.
Our next case takes us to what would best be described as an environmental anomaly. As hidden within the outskirts of Mitsero, Cyprus, exists a body of water known simply as the Red Lake. As the name would suggest, this small secluded lake consists of red water that varies in shade throughout the year. In some instances it appears bright red, while in others it almost looks blood-like. This anomaly is caused by various blends of minerals found within the soil, as well as runoff from a nearby abandoned mine, which was once used to extract iron ore and gold back in the 50s. Not only did this cause the water to change its shade permanently, but it also turned it highly toxic, and swimming here is strictly prohibited due to the danger that the water poses, with some going as far as to even call it an acid lake. This hasn't stopped curious tourists from visiting the area, however. And as a matter of fact, the dark allure of this deadly lake seems to only drive curiosity, leading it to become a semi-popular location for extreme tourism. And those brave enough to journey out there have gifted us some truly stunning footage. Like this video from YouTuber 2 Wheels 4 Rotors, which shows a stunning overview of this deep red lake from the vantage point of a remote-controlled drone, providing us with a full view of the lake's beauty. But while most choose to view the water from afar, others prefer a closer look, as some have even been brave enough to make the venture down to the shores themselves, with the one video that stands out above the rest belonging to YouTuber Sarah Funk.
So I discovered that there is a red lake called Mitsero. It's about 20 kilometers from Nicosia. Most people don't even know it exists. We're gonna go check it out.
In 2017, the well-known vlogger and her boyfriend traveled to Cyprus with the goal of making it to the water's edge, documenting the entire adventure and showcasing just how remote the area is, and how difficult it is to access, while giving their commentary on the frightening landscape.
This is what like murder episodes are made out of, okay? Because it's always like a young American couple went on vacation to Cyprus. They went to see a red lake where nobody went, but they figured out why. And like it just never see us again.
It smells so bad here. It's like so gross. It just like feels like death. You know what I mean?
Eventually, their trek takes them all the way down to the shoreline, where Sarah stands dangerously close, taking a photo of the deep red water. But though both of these videos are interesting in their own unique ways, it would be a stretch to call them dark. And for years upon their release, they really weren't, as it wouldn't be until 2019 when it would be revealed just how disturbing these videos actually were. In April of that year, Red Lake and its surrounding area were pummeled by relentless rainstorms, leaving much of the region flooded, including the nearby mineshaft. And within that mineshaft, a traveler would discover the decomposed remains of a woman, whose body had been flushed out by the rain, dislodging her corpse from a shallow grave she was placed in. And she wasn't the only one either, as after that discovery, the mine would be searched thoroughly, where yet another woman's body would be found, with both women having passed away due to strangulation, indicating that perhaps this was the work of a serial killer. And so the entire area within and around the mine would be searched from top to bottom, looking for clues or even more bodies. Though it wouldn't be until investigators turned their attention to Red Lake that they would uncover the true extent of the killer's work.
Police in Cyprus investigating a suspected serial killer have uncovered another body close to an abandoned mine where the bodies of 2 other women have already been found. An officer in the Cypriot army has confessed to killing 5 women and the daughters of 2 of his victims.
Within the water, 5 more bodies would be found, 3 of which belonging to adult women that too had been strangled to death, just like the previous 2 found in the mineshaft. Although disturbingly, the final 2 victims were merely children who belonged to 2 separate of the victims. The case was shocking and took Cyprus by storm, as a suspect would quickly come to the forefront and eventually confess to the killing of all 7 victims, admitting that he had buried their bodies in the mineshaft or dumped them within the lake. His name was Nikos Metaxas, a military officer who had used a popular dating app to find women in the area before proceeding to strangle each of them. In his confession, he claimed that 2 of the women were planning on pimping out their daughters, and that he not only had to kill the mothers, but he had to kill the children themselves in order for them to be free. And if these killings couldn't get any more deranged, of the 5 adult victims, all of them were migrant workers who had moved to the area in a desperate attempt to find work, even though this type of work came with limited rights, as the justice system allegedly doesn't treat them the same way as if they were regular citizens. It was evident that Nikos knew this too and chose these victims very carefully, as he knew that their disappearances would never be properly investigated. Which was right, as supposedly law enforcement never even so much as looked into their disappearances. The context of this location makes these travel videos extremely chilling, as these tourists were literally venturing into a serial killer's dumping grounds. Though there is a reason why I chose these 2 videos as prominent examples. You see, Nikos Metaxas didn't just dump his victims' bodies in the water. As for 4 of the victims, he first killed them, then bound them, then stuffed them into suitcases, before throwing them inside the water, as a way to assure that the bodies would be submerged. Though years later, one just so happened to wash up to shore, where we can see it from a distance in 2 wheels, 4 rotors video, as his drone flies directly over top of it. Though this isn't nearly as shocking as Sarah Funk's video. As she crouches by the water's edge, just feet away from it. With neither of these 2 creators having any clue that in these moments they were actually videotaping the trapped remains of a lost soul. By the end of the investigation, all 7 victims were uncovered and finally given a proper burial, with their names being Mary Rose Tiburcio, Arian Palanas Lozano, Asmita Kadaka Bista, Eleno Natalia Buena, Maricar Valdez Ariquila, Livia Florentina Buena, and Sierra Ariquila. The case was officially closed in June of 2019, when Nikos was sentenced to 5 consecutive life terms, and will thankfully never see the outside of a prison again. However, his actions have left a permanent dark stain on the work of unknowing creators all across YouTube.
The other boy, but as the moon rose, he turned into a...
As the cap came free, the rushing water grabbed the diver and...
Hallo und guten Tag aus Berlin.
Ja, wir haben es tatsächlich auf uns genommen und...
It was July 24th, 2010, a day in which seemingly the entire country of Germany was ready to celebrate, as it was time yet again for another long-awaited Love Parade. This music festival had run off and on dating all the way back to 1989, where it's hosted some of the most popular musical acts in all of the world, as well as millions and millions of people. And it had grown to be so popular that during the event in 2008, an unbelievable 1.69 million people had been in attendance for what was essentially one of the largest parties on the entire planet. And the 2010 festival was set to be no different, with event organizers expecting a turnout of millions and millions of people. This amount of people coming together for any event is always going to be a logistical and public safety nightmare. Though despite event organizers and officials from the city it was being hosted in expressing their concerns over the size of the venue and its ability to fit so many people, the event was greenlit anyway, and it was determined that should anything go awry, there were proper channels for guests to evacuate in a quick and safe manner. And so on that July morning, thousands began lining up to experience this one-of-a-kind music festival. To control the crowd flow, the venue offered 2 large entry points that would lead the incoming crowd through a large tunnel which converged into a single main ramp. This ramp would then take the festival goers directly to and from the venue itself, where the party was already getting started. And to help with crowd strain, an additional smaller exit ramp was set up to help manage the high volume of people. And based on the footage found here on YouTube, it seems that at the beginning, people had been flowing in and out of the area with little to no issues, with most enjoying the moment knowing that they were part of history. Though very quickly, a problem would arise, as after just a few hours, the venue itself was supposedly filled to capacity. As a result, law enforcement set up a corridor blocking each of the entrances, as well as a third located on the ramp leading into the venue, in an attempt to stop the crowd from entering the festival. Though this didn't stop the crowd from growing outside the main entrances, as after just minutes, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered, each of whom were desperately trying to get in, pushing their way towards the first and second police corridors. As this was happening, the third corridor was also facing immense strain, as hundreds of thousands of people were attempting to leave the venue through that main ramp, meaning that at all three barricades stood countless patrons, all attempting to go in converging directions. Due to this strain, the first corridor would be dissolved, which was followed by law enforcement's decision to remove the second corridor as well, meaning that in an instant, all of these people were now rushing in directly towards each other. And worst of all, despite being allowed into the tunnel, that third corridor remained closed, leading to those walking through the entrance being met by another police barricade, as well as hundreds of thousands of people who were attempting to go the opposite way. It was the perfect storm. And now, each of these massive crowds were colliding, with everyone trying to force their way through in their own directions, within this hopeless mass of humanity. Across YouTube, you can find various clips showcasing the commotion of that day, some taken from afar, some were taken by those who didn't even know anything was wrong, and some taken by those who were trapped in the crowd themselves. And with the crowd pushing now from all directions, there was just no stopping the force, leading to them being squeezed and slowly suffocated, with the pressure being so great that some had their entire rib cages completely crushed in. The visuals from that day are horrific, with some attempting to climb over the walls, while others had their lifeless bodies lifted above the crowd in a desperate attempt to get them medical attention. But it was helpless, with the terror also being captured by survivors who would give accounts of what they experienced within that massive crush of people. I saw one girl they were trying to resuscitate and she had broken legs. Her boyfriend was near her, but there was nothing he could do. They put a cover over her head in the end. This is the first time I had ever seen people die. I saw 25 people piled on top of one another, a huge heap. The people couldn't get any air. I saw the dead in there. The number of people I saw lying on the floor was ridiculous. They had stamp marks on their faces. It wasn't until I saw people being resuscitated that I understood how serious this was. I don't even know if they were alive or dead. And to me, the power of this crowd is best shown within the CCTV footage that was overlooking the entire entrance ramp, as you can see people being pushed around from all different directions in a disturbingly unnatural manner, almost like waves in an ocean. In the uncontrollable frenzy, 652 people were left injured, with 21 sadly passing away, many of whom had died right there within the sea of people. In a following investigation, claims were made bashing the police on the scene for their response to the disaster, while the then mayor of Duisburg, the city where the event was held, named Adolf Sauerland, received heavy criticism and even death threats for greenlighting the event, with Adolf later going on to be impeached from office and lose his position entirely. And of course, the event organizers themselves faced extreme backlash, especially once it was revealed that the venue wasn't even filled at the time, and could have easily fit hundreds of thousands more inside, making the third barrier which ultimately caused this entire human crush completely unnecessary. Though in the end, no one took responsibility for the tragedy, and no parties were formally convicted of any crimes.
Drink? Oh, it can happen this Halloween. They are the children of the...
No one knew.
As you watch the following recreations of actual Delta P incidents, Ask yourself if you have, on occasion, ventured into situations without being thoroughly prepared.
It was the start of a typical day for Kazim Ali as he dives into the waters off the coast of Trinidad and Tobago, proceeding to swim towards a large structure looming in the murky sea. Kazim was working the unique and highly specialized job of being an underwater welder, tasked with making repairs to a multitude of submerged structures that could only be reached by scuba diving. Kazim was employed by the Pariah Fuel Trading Company, who had tasked him and 4 others to perform maintenance on an inactive oil pipeline. This pipeline was incredibly long, going on for 1,200 feet below the water, with its 2 ends coming up to a 90-degree angle and rising up to the surface, with these vertical pipes being coined as risers. This system was initially created so that ships could park at the furthest riser and transport their oil through the pipe and out of the other riser where it would be collected by Pariah. The area in which Kazim and the 4 other divers would be focusing their work on that day was known as Berth 6, which was capped by a hyperbaric chamber or an airtight enclosure that would allow them to breathe and properly use their welding equipment despite technically being underwater. In the video, Kazim approaches the chamber climbing inside when he's met with his colleagues Faisal Kurban, Rishi Nagasar, Yusuf Henry, and Christopher Boudrim, whom he all considered close friends by this point, sharing a close bond over their unusual profession. Once inside, the crew would remove their scuba gear, as they were now able to breathe the fresh air from the chamber before going on to start their work on the pipe. The plan initially was to remove an inflatable plug from inside the old tube that was placed there to prevent the oil from the pipe from being contaminated by the surrounding water, with that process being briefly shown in the footage. Until suddenly, the footage goes dark. It all happened so quickly that even the camera couldn't capture what had just transpired. One frame we see the inside of the chamber, and the next, it's pitch black, with nothing but the noise of rushing water and the faint sound of muffled screaming. Until finally we hear a voice, revealing in part the extent of the situation that had just unfolded. As the plug was removed from the pipe, in a time less than even a split second, the changing of pressure caused an instant suction in a phenomenon known as delta P, which proceeded to pull all the contents within the chamber inside of the tube, meaning that all the equipment, the air tanks, the tools, and the divers themselves were sucked into the pipe and were now being pulled at an impossible speed through the 1,200-foot-long tube system. Now this pipe was incredibly narrow, at only 36 inches in diameter, and as we hear Kazim being dragged throughout the tunnel, he and the others are repeatedly being struck by their heavy equipment. Yet as they each came to a halt, we hear one of the divers call out to the others, to which, one by one, they all miraculously respond.
Where's my guy? Huh? I ain't satisfied too. I can't to come up. Yeah. Right behind you, man. Who making all that noise? Come on, all I mean, let's figure it out. We gotta go. We gotta start moving.
Not only had the 5 survived the event, but they were all conscious and had managed to stop within an air pocket. meaning that at the right angle they could still breathe. They had somehow survived the nightmare, but had just found themselves in a brand new one. Now lodged deep within the narrow tube, the 5 men were trapped in complete and total darkness. And on top of this, the pipe was filled with old, slippery oil and water, and the group had no way of knowing where exactly they were. Making the situation even more disturbing, all of the divers were badly beaten up by the debris, with some in significantly worse shape than the others, which became evident as the men try and take stock of the situation.
Guys, everything alright with you? No. Any items break? Your leg, alright. 5. Anything up to you? Yeah. Yusuf, anything up to you? Yeah, boy. What happened? Alright.
And this is where the footage would come to an end. Though for the divers, their ordeal was only just beginning. After minutes of trying to get their bearings straight, it was determined that Christopher Boudrim was not only physically in the best shape, seemingly avoiding any significant injury, but also that his head was in what they believed to be the direction of the chamber, where they had entered the tube. With that chamber being their only hope of escape, as had they accidentally gone to the opposite riser at berth 5, they would have been met within a movable inflatable plug. Chris knew that he would have to be the one to lead the group out, and so together the 5 men linked themselves, connecting their feet with the person below them's shoulders, and began to slowly push their way through the darkness, where they would quickly be met with another problem. Despite the group having landed within an air pocket, Christopher could see that the area ahead of him was completely filled with water, and there was no way of knowing just how long that stretch of water could last. It could be just for a few feet, or it could be for hundreds of feet. Though despite the danger, the 2 men in the front, Christopher and Faisal, decided to press on, leaving the other 3 men who were too injured to take the risk behind. So they moved forward, pushing on and now holding their breath, inching into the unknown, not knowing when or if their next breath would occur. After what must have felt like hours, the 2 managed to break through into the next air pocket, where by some miracle they would also find 2 oxygen tanks, which they would both utilize to help push them further and further through long stretches of water and long air pockets, knowing that at some point they had to be approaching the end. Though the closer they seemingly got, the more Faisal's condition seemed to deteriorate, as the stress of it all seemed to finally catch up with him, leading to him stopping and refusing to go any further, falling into a complete panic and yelling at Christopher to stop too. But Christopher refused, yelling back to him and the 4 others who were now hundreds of feet away that he was going to get them help and that he was going to come back for them. And so he kept moving forward, praying that he would reach the end before his oxygen ran out. Until he hit the edge of the pipe. He had made it back to berth 6, though by this point the pressure was so great that he was physically unable to swim up the tube, and so he grabbed a nearby chain and held on for dear life, waiting and praying that a rescuer would look down the riser. And sure enough, he was eventually met with the sight of a rescue diver who swam in and pulled Christopher to the surface. Somehow, Christopher had survived, escaping one of the most claustrophobic and disturbing situations you could ever imagine. And with the rescuers on the scene, knowing that his friends were still alive, this case was headed for the most improbable happy ending possible. Though there was one glaring problem. Despite Pariah having a rescue crew on scene, saving the life of Christopher, they would come to the conclusion that it was too dangerous to send anyone back in the tube, despite knowing that 4 of the other divers were still trapped inside and were very much alive. And so you might be asking, if they weren't going to dive in, then what was their backup plan? Well, there was none. And after just 12 hours of waiting around, Pariah began preparing death notices for all 4 of the workers, with the CEO even sending a message out on WhatsApp to his colleagues, stating that they were alerting the press that the rescue effort was going to be considered a recovery effort from now on, accepting that the divers had perished. But this wasn't actually true, as all the while you could hear the faint sound of banging coming from the pipe, indicating that the divers were not only alive, but were desperately fighting for their lives, hitting the sides of the pipe so that anyone could hear them, but nothing was done to help them. And so, trapped in that tight, claustrophobic, pitch-black, oil-filled pipe, those 4 divers were left to die slowly. All the while, they likely held on hope for a rescue that was never so much as considered. The sounds of their banging were heard all throughout the day and all throughout the night, until eventually 2 full days later, when the pipe fell silent. Their 4 bodies would be fished out 5 days later, with Christopher being the sole survivor of the incident. This whole tragedy is by far one of the most disturbing I've ever encountered, and the sheer terror of this moment when the men were initially sucked in, and the realization that they had been pulled into the pipe, is only made more horrific once you know the fate of these trapped men. The ones who were severely injured never had a chance to begin with, because the company in charge of their safety literally abandoned them. Christopher became so devastated by the lack of action that he himself even attempted to re-enter the pipe in order to rescue his friends. But he was held back and restrained, as it seemed to be Pariah's plan all along to just wait for the men to die. In the end, Pariah did face legal pushback for the incident itself, as well as the apparent lack of effort in saving the men, though eventually they would be cleared of any wrongdoings.
The goal of this video is to make you aware of the potential for differential pressure situations. Because when it's gotcha, it's gotcha.
Candies of every kind. Bubblegum, lollipops.
A time for children. Parties.
Metro system. Once aboard, they opened bags that contained the deadly gas known as sarin gas. The walls of the subway car trapped the gas and the passengers inside the train. Their eyes began to burn, and their breaths got shorter as they desperately tried to escape. It's said that anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 people were injured that day, with 13 dying at the scene and more passing away in the following days. This makes it the deadliest domestic terrorist attack in Japanese history. This attack would bring forth new regulations about public transportation, with most of the focus in the aftermath being on making the subways safer. But the focus was also shared with the Aum Shinrikyo cult responsible for the attack, and this focus revealed the stunning dark history of the group, along with its potential creation of what may very well be the darkest video game ever made. So in order to understand how dark this video game truly is, we have to first understand Aum Shinrikyo, and the story of this cult is wild.
お子さんを今日お迎えしておりますので、どんなためになるお話を伺っていきたいと思います。拍手でお迎えくださいませ。どうぞ。どうも、こんにちは。
Aum Shinrikyo was founded by Shoko Asahara back in 1984. He compiled beliefs from various religions, occult movements, and scientific papers, and mashed them together and called it a religion. His movement was founded on the belief that the world would soon be facing an apocalyptic level event, and that the only way to survive was to join the group, which is a very original premise, if I may add. 10 out of 10 there. But what sounds like your typical crazy cult actually began growing rapidly in the late 80s, and that was mainly because of Asahara. He claimed that he was the reincarnation of Jesus, and that he was here to save people from the impending disaster. This idea, coupled with his interesting charisma and the fact that he was totally blind, made him a strange and interesting figure for a lot of people. For this reason, it's no surprise that many TV networks in Japan wanted him to come on their shows and do interviews. And after some time, he seemingly became a regular staple on Japanese television. Because honestly, he was must-watch TV, even for those who thought he was completely crazy. And with exposure like that, you're sure to at least gain a few followers to your movement. To many, this group was a punchline and viewed as a harmless joke, but behind the scenes, things quickly became incredibly twisted. Asahara began getting more forceful with his supporters around 1988. He would force his members to donate and oftentimes kidnap and hold them captive to get them to do so. He also took exception to those who tried to leave the group and had up to 20 members assassinated because of this. On one occasion, Asahara became suspicious of a lawyer who he thought might be trying to shut them down. The lawyer's name was Susumi Sakamoto, and he had previously spoken to a news station regarding his concern for this new cult. And so Asahara took exception and sent some of his followers to the lawyer's home. There his followers murdered the entire Sakamoto family, including his children. The group was clearly very disturbed, and Asahara was an undeniably evil man, but his plans were much greater than a few murders here and there, and in fact, Asahara wanted to rule the world. Now I know that sounds crazy, but by the 90s, he had actually made some progress. In 1990, the group had 24 members running for Japanese parliament, but upon none of them winning, Asahara knew that force would be his only way into power. He began developing chemical weapons and was even working on nuclear weapons as well. All this was done in order for him to take over Japan by force. Along with this, several Japanese gangs were working for his organization at the time, including the Yakuza, who were producing guns specifically for the cult. By 1995, it was believed that the group had amassed a net worth of nearly $1 billion. So if you really think about it, Asahara had a ton of money, chemical weapons, potential nuclear weapons on the horizon, as well as a reliable stream of firearms. And all of this happened within just 7 years of the cult starting. So I don't know about world domination, but it seems like he actually had a chance of taking over Japan, as crazy as that sounds. And okay, even if he didn't take it over, he still could have done some serious damage to that country. And that's exactly what he did in 1995. But upon carrying out that Tokyo subway attack, Asahara was quickly captured and thrown into prison, along with many of his followers. It was then discovered that Shinrikyo had operations in Russia, Australia, Germany, Yugoslavia, Taiwan, and Sri Lanka. Along with this, the group was discovered to be developing high-grade weapons in the United States, and they had their target set on a large-scale attack in New York City. Based off of all the weapons that authorities were able to find, it was discovered that they actually had the capability to do so. It was also found that the cult had a 500,000-acre plot of land with a high-tech lab for creating their weapons, as well as a helicopter that was purchased in order to drop sarin gas on entire cities. With a mountain of evidence against Asahara, he would never be released.
Shoko Asahara, the leader of the doomsday cult behind the deadly 1995 nerve gas attack on the Tokyo subway system, was executed by hanging on Friday.
In July of 2018, Asahara was finally hanged for his crimes, effectively putting the nail in the coffin of his cult.
オウム真理教の目標はこのように煩悩を破壊した下脱者。
So now you may be wondering, what's the deal with the video game? How does that all come into play here? Well, as I said earlier, Asahara wanted to rule the world, and to do so, he was planning on using force and terrorist attacks. But he also had another tactic: propaganda. Shinrikyo made an assortment of songs, comics, books, and even anime for their cult. This was all done to bring in new members to their group and to paint Asahara as a Jesus-like figure. But Asahara wasn't just interested in your conventional propaganda. He wanted mind control. He hired experts to help him create media that could manipulate and control the minds of the public, And this is when the video game comes into play. Just mere months after the Tokyo subway attack, a game was released by this title, which translated to English means The Story of Kamakushiki Village. And the game is highly disturbing. In the game, you play as Shoko Asahara, and you are tasked with running and leading the Aum Shinrikyo cult and managing its day-to-day operations. With this job, you have to build your resources in order to save up to carry out a final sarin gas attack, and you must do this without getting caught. You are also tasked with recruiting new members to the group. During the gameplay, random clips and pictures interject that features media directly from the cult. This includes bits of that anime series, random pictures, and strange videos. One of these videos is of a man trying to levitate, which is something that Asahara actually claimed that he could do. But as we see here, the man is clearly struggling to do so. Other images also depict Asahara bottling his bathwater and his blood, which is something that he often did. And upon doing so, he would then sell these bottles to his followers. And people would actually buy it because they really viewed him as a god. The game itself is made a lot creepier by these random cutscene interjections. And that's even without context. But context makes them even darker. Some scenes depict the murders and the assassination that the cult actually carried out in real life, including the actual perpetrator's photos on the right side of the screen. The frustrating part of this game is how much of it I can't understand. Unfortunately, the text is all in Japanese, so I'm not able to get all the little details of this game. And surprisingly, there isn't a lot of information about it out there, despite it gaining a good amount of popularity in recent years. But perhaps the most disturbing part of the game is its ending. There are two possible outcomes for the game. If you beat the game, then you get the happy ending. This is when you build up enough resources to carry out a sarin gas attack on the Tokyo subway, just like they did in real life. And once those people are killed, then the world comes together in peace and harmony, and you win the game. If you lose, however, then you get the bad ending. With this, Asahara gets thrown into prison, which leads to nuclear fallout and the end of the world as we know it. And at a glance, it truly seems that this game is yet another piece of propaganda put out by Aum Shinrikyo. It's basically saying that if Asahara gets caught and goes to prison, then the world will inevitably end. And it paints the sarin gas attacks in a way that are actually beneficial and good for society. It's obviously very twisted and disturbing to us, but if a young kid were to have played this game back then, it may have warped their view and made them actually believe what they were seeing. And with Asahara's interest in propaganda that acts as a mind control, one has to wonder if this game was produced to do just that, control the minds of those who played it. It's honestly terrifying, and with what we've discussed, it would clearly make it the darkest video game that I've ever heard of. Now, it is worth noting that there are some who claim this game actually wasn't created by the cult, and in fact, the very purpose of it was to make fun of the group. In 2019, a Vice article was posted about its origin that claimed that it was actually created by members of the company who made Hong Kong 97. Which apparently is like the worst video game ever made. I'm not too sure about that, but it looks pretty trash. And according to Wikipedia, a common misconception is that the game was produced by the cult as propaganda, whereas the story of Kamakushiki Village actually portrays Aum and the sarin gas attacks negatively. mocking its members and showing footage of humiliating media coverage. So perhaps this game isn't as dark as we initially had thought. But after looking into it, these all seem to be just allegations at this point, and no one has actually come forward and explicitly said that they created the game. So whether the video game is propaganda or parody remains to be seen, and there's still a large pocket on the internet who believe that the story of Kamakushiki Village was created as a form of cult mind control. But the story of the Aum Shinrikyo cult is dark and disturbing either way, and it remains one of the most terrifying cults in recent memory. A defector by the name of Lim Ji-hwan would manage to escape its boundaries, fleeing the country she had claimed to be hell on earth to start her new life in South Korea. But how could she have known that this would be where her true nightmare would begin? Before we get too far into this, I want to give a huge thank you to today's sponsor, Blinkist. As many of you know by now, I love stories, and not just telling them, but hearing them too. But I've never been much of a book reader because I really don't have a lot of time throughout my day, and that's where Blinkist comes in. Blinkist takes full-length books and essentially highlights their stories into a 15-minute summary, which you can then read yourself or have it read to you. So when I'm driving or cooking, I can literally hear what would equate to a full book in just a matter of minutes. Recently, I just started listening through Chernobyl, the history of nuclear catastrophe, which was actually written by a Chernobyl survivor who recounted his experience surviving the disaster. But with thousands of titles to choose from, there really is something for everyone. So make sure you visit Blinkist.com/NickCrowley, and the first 100 people to sign up will receive unlimited access to the whole library for 1 week completely free. So make sure to visit that link in the description to sign up today. Lim Ji-hwan was born in April of 1990 during a peak of economic freefall in North Korea. Citizens were left to starve, living their lives in devastating levels of poverty. These conditions made Lim's childhood anything but ideal, as her and her family would often go days on end without eating. But as she would grow older, these experiences would prove to be far from the most traumatic that she would face, with many of her most mentally taxing moments having come from her time in North Korea's military. She would enlist at the age of 17, only to discover the disturbing levels of sexism that female soldiers would be subjected to on a daily basis. Male soldiers would be showered in praise and be given gifts for their loyalty, while the women would receive nothing. In fact, they would typically end up being punished as a result, as these gifts that the men would receive would come in the form of the female soldiers. The men would be allowed to take their pick of women within the military that they could have for the night to do whatever they pleased with the women not being able to say no or resist. And those who would try would be left beaten and sometimes even killed. Having been just a teenager at the time, the effects of this more than toxic work environment would take a toll on Lim's mind, as she would begin to realize that she could no longer continue living under such circumstances, and she knew she had to escape. In mid-April of 2014, Lim would attempt to cross the North Korean border into China by paying a broker the little life savings that she had managed to collect, which back then was a common practice for those attempting to defect, but one that didn't always work. Some wouldn't have enough money to leave, and they would be turned back to North Korean officials, who would then send them to the most brutal labor camps imaginable. Or if they were lucky, they would be given a quick public execution. Either way, it seems that in most cases, their lives would likely be over upon their capture. But as Lim would make her attempt, the stars had seemingly aligned, as she was able to cross the border safely, where days later she would arrive in South Korea, settling down in the country's capital city of Seoul. Now a free woman, her life was far from glamorous in the beginning, as she would work as a bartender to make ends meet, something she was supposedly quite good at, as she was known to have a charming personality and good looks, a combination that typically yields success in the field of bartending. But though it was a rather quiet start to her new life, it was a far cry from the regime she had left behind, and her newfound freedom would give her opportunities that she could only have dreamed of years prior, with one of which being publicly discussing the atrocities of North Korea. While living in the North, those who would criticize the way of life or the decisions made by officials would be viewed as traitors and enemies of the state, leading to incredibly harsh punishments, again involving labor and prison camps. But with Lim now in the South, she could openly share her traumatic experiences that she had been through, something that she would begin to do almost immediately through the use of social media, as she would frequently post to her blogs and other forums. On these accounts, she would expose to the world how disturbed the military system was there, and how the citizens of the country were literally starving to death. Given the constant propaganda and the lack of access to the region, there is many that isn't known about North Korea, so as Lim would share these stories, people would follow out of curiosity as to what life was really like over there. And quickly she would grow a following, to the point where she became a small internet celebrity in Seoul. But as her following grew, one thing would quickly become clear, that it wasn't just fans who had taken an interest in her. Lim's social media accounts were booming, but as soon as she began receiving this attention, she would be thrust into a massive scandal. Multiple articles would be released exposing Lim as a sex worker and a former cam girl, claiming that she had taken part in multiple pornography shoots while in China. A claim that would cause an instant stir, as South Korea is ultra-conservative when it comes to sex, and it's considered very shameful to do any type of work in that industry. And these articles appeared to be far from baseless, as they would even include photographs and videos that seemed to show Lim fully nude, performing these lewd acts. Almost as quickly as Lim would become a star, it would all be in jeopardy, as fans turned their back to her out of shame. But the problem was, none of these articles were true. Instead, the images that were shown would feature a mix of Photoshop, along with other women being used that simply looked like Lim, and the articles would include information that could only be considered as blatant lies, as it was clear that whoever had made them were also behind the Photoshopped pictures. But that begs the question, why? Well, despite making major waves within Chinese and South Korean news outlets, neither of these regions would prove to be responsible for the fake articles, and instead they had come directly from North Korea. The nation is known for its intense propaganda within its borders, but in this case they had orchestrated a smear campaign against Lim in a completely different country. And it's not hard to understand why, as she had been openly exposing their many wrongdoings, and the fake news story would be the perfect way of discrediting her and ruining her public image. The incident would prove to affect Lim's public perception, but many would end up catching on to North Korea's deceitful ways, and Lim would end up continuing to grow her following during the next year. But now she was doing so, knowing that the evil she had left behind was watching her, and that she now had a target on her back. After the scandal would start to blow over, Lim would receive a huge break that came in the form of an appearance on a popular South Korean television show. The show would give Lim a larger platform to share her stories, and would prove to be an incredible opportunity for her at the time. One appearance would quickly turn to 2, and then 3, as Lim became a fan favorite nearly instantly, to the point that she had become a regular on the show, once again using her charm and looks to win people over. It had seemed that Lim had found her purpose, as her love for life couldn't have been more obvious, something she would even mention on her birthday in April of 2017. Having just turned 23, Lim would take to social media to say, "This is possibly the happiest birthday of my life. Thank you to all the fans who love me. You give me the courage to keep speaking out." Lim was on top of the world, and her life was at an all-time high, but this is something that wouldn't last long, as this post would prove to be one of the last that she would ever make. In the days following her birthday, Lim Ji-hwan would inexplicably vanish, leaving her once active social media accounts completely silent. Authorities would visit her home only to find everything left as it was. Lim had not taken her valuables, and her savings of over $20,000 were left untouched in her bank account, with there having been no activity since the last day she was seen. Wherever Lim had gone, she had left in a hurry, without taking so much as a change of clothes. Lim would not be heard from for days, which would roll over into weeks as speculation grew like wildfire. Some believe that Lim had been the victim of an attack or a kidnapping, likely at the hands of someone who had heard the vile news reports about her, unaware of the fact that they were actually fake. While others believed that somehow, some way, North Korea had managed to take her back, as it was already apparent that they were watching her and actively trying to silence her. But this all seemed just too far-fetched, as Seoul was a safe haven for defectors, and North Korea had no reach in the region, making this kidnapping practically impossible to pull off without detection. There was no easy answer to how or why she had vanished, but as the weeks became months, it was safe to assume the worst. That was until July of 2017, when the missing celebrity would suddenly reappear out of the blue, being shown on a place that many were used to seeing her: their screens. Lim would appear on a television interview that would be posted to YouTube, letting the world know that she was safe and that there was no need to worry about her. Only, there was something very wrong with the clip, as it didn't come from the regular show that people were used to seeing her on. In fact, in the clip, she wasn't even shown in South Korea at all, or even China for that matter. And instead, the interview was taking place in North Korea. In the video, Lim would explain that she had made the choice to go back to North Korea, a decision she made as a result of hating her life in South Korea. She claimed to have been lured into escaping her homeland at the promise of money and food. But when she got there, she described life as being hell, further stating that, "I wept every day missing my fatherland and my parents," also adding that South Korea had coerced her into saying all of those negative things about the North. She would continue by saying, "I committed a terrible crime. I am worthless. I do not deserve to live," before begging Kim Jong-un for forgiveness, as well as calling herself human trash. It was a shocking twist. Lim had been seemingly so happy, and in her short time in Seoul, she had managed to amass a good amount of money, along with thousands of adoring fans and supporters, as well as a good home. Yet here she was, back in North Korea, telling the world how horrible her time was in South Korea. The interview was certainly strange, as nothing seemed to be adding up about her story, and along with this, fans would notice that her face appeared to have been swollen, her hair was cut short, and her eyes looked as if she had been crying. The bubbly and cheerful Lim had seemingly been reduced to a shell of herself. Plus, the idea of Lim returning to the North voluntarily was one that just didn't make any sense. As mentioned previously, those caught fleeing North Korea were subjected to brutal punishments, typically equating to a death sentence. Yet here we have Lim, who not only escaped, but also publicly put the whole country on blast for the whole world to see on numerous occasions. And we're supposed to believe that she had just went back on her own and didn't face any punishment. In reality, returning to North Korea was going to be a death sentence for Lim, and would likely mean years of the worst torture imaginable, and this is something that she would have known for certain going in. So realistically, it is more than unlikely that she would have returned voluntarily, and instead, it seemed that somehow, North Korea had managed to take her back. But how? Maybe Lim had gone to China in an attempt to smuggle her family members out of the country, and was subsequently captured upon doing so, where she would have been returned to North Korea, something that China does quite regularly as the nations are allies. Or maybe Lim had been told that officials in North Korea were going to slaughter and torture her family as a result of her fleeing, and in order to stop them, she would sacrifice her life and return to the nation. Whatever case was true, the only certainty seemed to be that Lim's return to the North was forced. Upon her return, Lim would be used as a propaganda tool, spreading misinformation to citizens about the supposed horrors of living in South Korea, while also stating that she had not been kidnapped or coerced into returning. She'd also claimed that she was treated well, and that defectors can always safely return home. A note that is far from the truth, as those returning would almost certainly be killed. But just the idea of anyone falling for this and actually returning is honestly terrifying. Lim would be shown in 3 separate North Korean propaganda videos, and her deterioration throughout them is obvious, as she looks frail and withered by her final appearance. And from that moment on, she has not been heard from or seen again, leading many to believe that she was only kept alive as a means of spreading propaganda. And what they did with her from there is anyone's guess. How much torture did they put her through? How brutal was her death? And though we don't know for sure, I can only imagine how horrible it really was, as the way she had spoke against North Korea would have likely left her to face the most extreme punishments imaginable. Lim's story is one that is heartbreaking, but sadly it's not unique. In recent years it's been discovered that North Korea actually has a secret police force, whose sole purpose is kidnapping and returning defectors. And in just the month prior to Lim's disappearance, Kim Jong-un had actually ordered the group to ramp up their efforts, with Lim likely having been their first target. To this day, defectors will vanish without a trace now and then, with many never being heard from again, making it a constant reminder to those who escape the clutches of North Korea that you are never truly safe. Lim Ji-hwan's life was filled with both pain and triumph, and it's the latter that she should be remembered by. The courage that it took to escape her country, and then to subsequently share her experiences with the world, knowing that it would put a target on her back, is unfathomable. And whatever it was that happened to her once she returned to North Korea, I just hope that it was quick, and that she's in a much better place now. I want to give a
all going on for her. She was a nursing student at the University of Massachusetts, and it was there that she was on the track team, the cross-country team, and she even made the dean's list. Who can relate? Also, she had a long-term boyfriend with whom she planned to marry. Couple all this with the fact that she was surrounded by a solid group of friends and a family that clearly loved her. Her life appeared to be one that a lot of people would love to have. Good grades, good relationship, good friends, and a good family. She seemed to have it all going for her. But as is always the case, there's more to a person than what meets the eye. And in Mora's case, this was especially true. Now, I hate to bring up old dirt on her. It feels inappropriate because I don't want to paint her out to be the villain in this scenario, because she obviously wasn't. But all this information you're about to hear is relevant to figuring out what actually happened to Mora, so for that case, I had to include it. Before Mora's enrollment at UMass, she was actually a student at West Point, a prominent military school. And it was there that she actually met her boyfriend. And it was also there that she was expelled. Mora had gotten caught stealing $5 worth of makeup. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but that was enough to get her kicked out of that school. But this situation exposed a side of her that seemingly no one knew about and no one understood. A side of her that neglected laws and would eventually wind up getting her in a lot more trouble. Mora's next run-in with the law came when she was busted for credit card fraud. She was caught using a stolen credit card. But throughout this all, it was strange because Mora's family and Mora's friends never really saw this dark side of her. They all seemed to view her as perfect, which is going to come into play later. Now, this credit card fraud was not her last run-in with the law. Her last run-in with the law actually took place 2 days before her disappearance. On the 7th of February of 2004, Mora drove her car off the road and smashed it into a guardrail. And there are two key takeaways from this situation. The first of which being the car actually belonged to her father. And it was said that this accident reportedly cost him between $8,000 and $10,000, which is a ton of money. And the second thing is that though she wasn't arrested, the officer allegedly believed that she had been under the influence. And when later asked about it, the officer apparently said that he could have and should have arrested her, but for whatever reason he didn't. Which kind of makes no sense, but yeah, I have no idea. And it was this accident where things really started to take a turn for the worst for Mora. The day after the accident, Mora emailed all her teachers and told them that she would not be attending school for the week, with her reason being that there was a death in the family. Then she cleaned out her entire dorm room, packed her stuff in the car, and drove off into the night, without telling anyone where she was going. Now, it was later revealed, thanks to her search history, that Mora was actually headed for New Hampshire, and more specifically the White Mountain National Forest. Now, the fact that she had inexplicably taken off and headed towards the mountains may sound very sketchy, and in a lot of ways it is, but the truth is that Mora was someone who really enjoyed hiking. So maybe she just wanted to get away for a little bit, go hiking in the wilderness, and be alone. But what makes it sketchy is that there hadn't actually been a death in her family, so she had lied about that. And also, if she was really going for a hike, why would she take her entire amount of belongings with her? I mean, it just makes no sense. Now, this situation only got stranger when Mora was caught on a security camera depositing basically all the money she had from an ATM. From there, she had apparently gone into a liquor store and purchased $40 worth of alcohol. And it was just hours after that purchase that Maura again crashed her car, but this time into a snowbank. Now, supposedly, the crash had happened at about 7:25 p.m. And just minutes later, a neighbor who had witnessed the crash called it into the police. Now, a second call was made to the police as well, but this one being at 7:43 p.m. And the call was placed by a bus driver who had actually pulled up alongside Maura's vehicle, got out, and asked her if she needed any help. But instead of asking for help, Maura asked for the exact opposite. She begged the man not to call the police and begged the man to just leave her alone. However, the man ended up ignoring her plea and called the police as soon as he got home. And police arrived on the scene just 3 minutes after he placed this phone call. But when they got up to the car, they realized that no one was in there. Maura was gone. Now, despite countless searches of the woods nearby and hundreds of volunteers searching for Maura, she was never found. It seemed like Maura had disappeared off the face of the earth. And to this day, we have no explanation as to what happened. And because of this lack of explanation, there has been endless speculation, which has led to a countless number of theories. And most of them are really dark. Now, I want to add a disclaimer here that we are about to be talking about suicide, and it's going to be a talking point for basically the rest of the video, but I would recommend clicking off if that's something that makes you uncomfortable. Now, our first theory is that Maura Murray had committed suicide. Now, I want you all to think about this. This girl is in an extremely difficult nursing program. She's juggling 2 jobs and a long-distance relationship. She had been expelled from military school, and she had had multiple run-ins with the law, and at this point she was still in legal hot water. Also, she had just crashed her dad's car and cost him 10 grand, and now she had just crashed her own car. I mean, that is some serious stress. That type of stress is unimaginable. I mean, she clearly wasn't a perfect person, but her parents seemed to think that she was, and her parents seemed to expect perfection out of her, which just adds more stress onto her. I mean, maybe she snapped. Maybe she decided that she's leaving school and she's going off into the woods to commit suicide. Or maybe she was just going off into the woods to get away from everything, and then once she crashed her car again, she decided to commit suicide. It was also reported that Maura's sleeping pills were missing from her car when police searched it. And you know what else was missing? Some of the alcohol she had bought. I mean, that combination could potentially be deadly and could be certainly used as a way of suicide. Now, also, while we're on the topic of alcohol, it was said that there were multiple stains in the car that could have been wine stains, which could point to the fact that perhaps Maura was intoxicated at the time of the crash, something that she allegedly had a history of. And this could explain why she didn't want the police involved, and this could have led her to run out of her car, run into the woods, and commit suicide. There are so many things that could have just made her snap that day, which is why I personally like this theory. I hope it's not true, but it just seems so believable. And because of this, it's certainly become one of the most popular theories involving this case. But it does have its issues. For starters, police had arrived just minutes after Maura had been seen in her car. So how could she have disappeared into the woods so quickly without leaving a single trace? And when police went looking for her, how could she have avoided them? And also, if she had committed suicide, how could they have never found her body? I mean, that area was probably searched so heavily that there's no way they would have missed a body. So because of that, yes, this theory is still possible, and there's clearly a motive for it. But at the same time, where could her body have gone? I mean, because they had never found a body? I can't get on board fully with this theory. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, Maura seemed to be in a very happy and healthy relationship. Well, even though it may have seemed that way, it turns out it may not have been so healthy after all. So apparently her relationship was a lot rockier than a lot of people thought. And this was a belief that was confirmed by a draft in her emails that she was supposedly going to send to her boyfriend, which detailed some of the problems they were having in their relationship. Also, there were rumors out there that people believed Maura's boyfriend was abusive and controlling. And not only this, but a man attending UMass actually claimed that he was in a relationship with Maura as well. So apparently she was in 2 different relationships. And this man also claimed that she was quite the flirt on the track team and that she had actually slept with a number of different people whilst in this relationship. So I understand that a lot of this is probably speculative, and hopefully this wasn't really the case, but if it was, how could it have related to her disappearance? Well, think about this. Assuming all these claims are true, then what would happen if she would have gotten pregnant? What if her secret boyfriend had gotten her pregnant? I mean, that would be a bad look for her, and then she would have to tell her boyfriend, who would obviously know that it wasn't his kid because it was a long-distance relationship. I mean, geez, that would be a horrible thing to have to explain to him. And as mentioned before, there were claims that this long-distance boyfriend was actually abusive and controlling, so who knows what he would have done to her after he found this out. And not only this, but what if one of the random guys she supposedly slept with, what if they had gotten her pregnant? Then she had to explain to both her boyfriends that she had gotten pregnant from another man. I mean, what a terrible and stressful situation. And no matter who would have gotten her pregnant in this story, the baby would be brought up in a horrible situation. And there's probably going to be all sorts of custody issues, because her father is either her secret boyfriend, her abusive boyfriend, or some random guy. So if you're Maura in this situation, what would be the best thing you could do? Well, maybe it could be to disappear. Now, I saw this theory online, and at first I loved it. I mean, what a powerful motive for her to disappear and start a new life. The motive to protect her child and to keep that child safe no matter what. I mean, obviously a mother will go to the ends of the earth to protect her child, but then this theory came crashing down. And that's because of one simple fact. A fact that had totally slipped my mind up until now. The alcohol. If she had really disappeared to start a new life for her unborn child, then the last thing she would be doing is buying alcohol and drinking alcohol. I mean, everybody knows you're not supposed to drink when you're pregnant, so because of this, I have to say this theory doesn't make sense. But the pregnancy still is a possibility, and maybe the stress of this pregnancy could have caused her to commit suicide, but the theory that she had disappeared to protect her child is no longer one that I can even consider. So before we get into our last theory, I want to make this claim right here, right now. I want to talk about what I personally think happened and what I'm still unsure of. To me, I believe that once Maura had crashed her car, she ran off into the woods. She was stressed and she was in a horrible situation, so I really believe that she just snapped and she got out of the car and she ran off. I mean, if even half the stuff we've talked about today was true, then I would have done the same. I mean, her life was seemingly closing in on her. But it's after she leaves that car, which is where I really have no idea what happened. Could it have been suicide? Could she have started a new life? Or could it be our next theory? Our third theory is that Maura was abducted and most likely murdered. I mean, it would explain why she was never found and how she had disappeared from the area seemingly right after someone had just seen her. And maybe some helpful driver had pulled up alongside her right after the bus driver and offered to help her out and comforted her and lured her into their car and then did God knows what to her. I mean, no matter what she told the bus driver, she was in need of help. And also, if she had gotten out of her car and started running away, this theory would still make sense. I mean, she still could have been stopped by a car or by a hiker or by somebody who offered her some help, but in turn ended up kidnapping her. I mean, there are so many different scenarios where this could have happened. But if this really was the case, then where are all the suspects? Well, admittedly at first there weren't many, but after 8 years, the internet became convinced that they had found her killer. And that was thanks to this video. Okay, so what does this creepy video have to do with her disappearance? Well, first let's take a look at the name of this account, which by the way, this account has long since been deleted, but here was the initial name of this account. 112 Dirtbag. Now, Maura had disappeared off of Route 112, and Maura's father had gone on record and called whoever had abducted her or whoever had killed her a dirtbag. So that alone is pretty weird, but there's much more. So the video ends with the title screen, Happy Anniversary. And interestingly enough, this video was posted on February 9th, 2012, exactly 8 years after Maura's disappearance, or in other words, the 8th year anniversary of her disappearance. So couple this with the fact that he is laughing at the camera and winking at the camera, it seemed clear what this video could be. I mean, it seemed like it was Maura's killer kind of mocking everyone and laughing at everyone because he had gotten away with this crime. I mean, the username and the happy anniversary thing, I mean, that is just way too convenient, and that was 100% a reference to this case, clearly. Now, the identity of this person in this video was actually later discovered, and his real name is Alden Olson, and he lives in Massachusetts, where Maura had attended college. So case closed, right? Well, all these years later, and he still hasn't been arrested. And as of now, he's not even considered to be a suspect. And to make things even crazier, this was all later shockingly disproved, and it was revealed that Olsen really had nothing to do with it. And weirdly enough, this guy actually has a blog, and he kind of talks about the case, and it seems like he's actually trying to solve the case at the same time. So I guess Olsen's motive for posting this video was to push this case back into the public eye, which I guess is a good motive. I mean, you couldn't have found a better way to do it. So with Olsen out as a suspect, there was one other suspect who hasn't been named as far as I know, but despite the lack of a name, there are a lot of people out there who believe this person actually did commit this crime, and that's because a random man had come forward and said that he was suspicious that his brother might have something to do with Maura's disappearance. And this mysterious man even turned over a knife that he believed Maura was murdered with. Now this information was given to Maura's father, who then sent the knife off to the police, explained to them the situation, and wanted to get the knife tested. However, the knife was never seen again, which is very weird. Now Maura's father did not give up on this lead despite this knife miraculously disappearing. So he actually hired a team of private investigators to search this person's house, which had recently become vacant. And apparently inside this house, a cadaver dog had sensed that there was at one point a body in the closet. And these cadaver dogs are typically very accurate. Now, small traces of blood were also found inside of this closet, but they were unable to confirm if it was even human blood. So though this mysterious suspect seemed like a promising lead, without a body and without a confession or more information coming forward, it kind of seems like a dead end. Now, there was one more recent development on where Maura's body could have ended up. Just off of Route 112 was a house that Maura's father was initially suspicious of, and that was because it was in such close proximity to where she disappeared. However, the homeowner never even answered the door for police when they went to go investigate. And because they had no evidence linking this house to the disappearance, police really couldn't do anything. That was until that house also became vacant some years later. Now, just recently, this house took on a new owner, and this new owner actually allowed police to go search the house. Now, more cadaver dogs were brought in, and 2 different cadaver dogs actually sensed that there was a body that had been buried in the basement. And they both alerted on the same exact spot. So investigators used some sonar technology and discovered that some of the ground below there was actually disturbed in years prior. And Maura's father was convinced that this was their big break. I mean, the man was confident that if it wasn't his daughter, then it was somebody else who was buried down in that location.
To dig up whoever is there. There's a human body, a dead person there. The odds are, I think that it's my daughter, but it's somebody's.
And for months, people thought this until finally they were able to excavate the area. And here's what they found.
David, now at 5, a new search for a missing college student turns up no evidence. The disappearance of Maura Murray remains a mystery.
Now, this is just such a devastating blow to this case. I can't even begin to explain it. Once again, lured by the hope of closure, Maura's family was let down once more. But if there's one thing that I am sure of, it's that people don't just disappear. And as long as this case stays in the...
Now, in 1995, a video was released that allegedly showed the US military performing an autopsy on an alien. Now, it was said that this footage was actually from 1947, and that the alien in the video was actually recovered from the Roswell crash site. And the footage was instantly viewed as one of the most compelling pieces of evidence to support the theory that aliens do in fact exist. And just from watching it once, this is an extremely realistic video. I mean, just look how detailed that leg is, and even the whole body of the alien. It just all looks so real. But keep in mind, this was released all the way back in 1995. So by today's standards, it's really good. By standards back then, I mean, it is as realistic as it gets. And it's left me wondering, how would it have been possible for them to create such a realistic looking alien back then, and how much would that have cost them? I mean, to create something like this would have cost a fortune, and whoever created the video probably didn't profit all that much out of it. Now, those that believe that this is a fake would often point to the microphone and the telephone shown in the video, and they would say that these products weren't even available at the time. And for a while, this was the strongest piece of evidence against this video. But then that was later debunked, and it was determined that, well, yes, they actually were available back then. And other than that, there really wasn't too much that pointed to this video being a fake. But that was until the creator of this video came forward and admitted that the whole thing was in fact faked. But even despite him saying this, it was never proven that it was actually a fake, and he never came forward and said why he would have faked this. So this has of course led people to believe that the government made him say this, or maybe the men in black made him say this. But either way, it is still just crazy how they were able to pull this off if it was a fake. And there are still people who really don't believe that it would have even been possible back then. And because of this, to this day, this video still remains one of the greatest mysteries surrounding alien life.
A lot of people are talking about a bright light that streaked across Florida this week.
Alright, so this next one is a very recent case that has just taken the media by storm the past few days. Now, a couple days ago, a bright light was seen shooting across the skies of Tallahassee, Florida. It was so large and so bright that it was basically impossible to miss for anyone in the area. And lucky for us, a lot of people were actually able to record and capture this strange anomaly on camera. Here's just one of those videos. Okay, so that's pretty crazy, but is it a UFO? Also, yes, I do know that UFO doesn't inherently mean alien, but for the sake of this video, I'm just going to use UFO in that context, just to clear the air. So was this a UFO? Well, a lot of people think so. And when I saw the original video on Twitter, I was like, oh yeah, that's a UFO. And I'm not really a big believer in this kind of stuff. And it wasn't just what was seen on the video. People in the area also allegedly claim that a loud boom could be heard as it shot across the sky, and that their houses and their cars rattled as it flew overhead. But it wouldn't take long for NASA to officially put out a response regarding this strange light. And their response simply said that this wasn't a UFO, it was a meteoroid. And it is worth noting that this has not been the first meteoroid that was mistaken for a UFO. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's actually happened a lot recently. And I think the most recent one was the meteoroid that flew overhead of Russia, which that was crazy. And it definitely depicts a similar scene to what we're seeing from these videos out of Florida. And despite there being a reasonable explanation for these strange lights, there are still those that aren't believing that these are actually meteoroids. And here's why. Why didn't NASA give any heads up that a meteoroid was about to enter our atmosphere and fly overhead? I mean, it's hard to believe that they wouldn't know that this thing would be coming. At least I would hope they would. I mean, it's literally hurtling towards our Earth, entering our atmosphere. You think they would have noticed. It just seems like something that they would tell us about, even if it posed no risk to our safety. It's a cool thing to look at, and it gets people interested in science. So I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't put out a heads up about this. Granted, I know nothing about this field, I will be totally honest, so I could be wrong in that assumption. But maybe NASA is just covering something up. Maybe they were covering up the fact that this strange light was actually a UFO. It is extremely unlikely, but not impossible. So while I was doing my research for this video, I watched a ton of news reports about UFOs, and I read a ton of articles regarding alien life, and I noticed something a little bit strange. I noticed that at least when it came to the mainstream media, they never seemed to take things like UFO sightings or alien abductions seriously at all. They always try and make the story seem like a joke, even when it's actually kind of serious. And this is extremely evident in the clip I'm about to show you. Now, this clip is in reference to the US government admitting that it had spent $22 million in researching UFOs. $22 million for UFO research. That's a ton of money being spent on something that apparently is such a crazy oddball thing. And one would believe that if they're actually investigating this kind of stuff, then there's gotta be something to it. And after this news broke, this is how one mainstream news outlet decided to cover this serious story.
Cue the music. What looks to be a case of real-life X-Files.
They're unidentified, they're flying, and they're objects. And the fact that a secret department in the Pentagon thought they were worth millions of dollars of investigation has many wondering if the truth is out there.
It's like, it's so weird, right? It's like they're trying so hard to discredit this and make this seem like a one big giant joke. They're trying so hard. Why? And it's not just this one news station. I can't tell you how many articles I read from mainstream news outlets that started with, "Get your tinfoil hats ready, you conspiracy dumbasses." Okay, well, They didn't actually say that, but they basically said that. They would just discredit the whole article with the first sentence and make it just seem like one big joke. Why are they doing this? It just seems so obvious to me now that the media is trying to make everything involving aliens and everything involving UFOs out to be a big joke. They're pushing that narrative on all of us. And I realized that they've been doing that my whole life. And I think them pushing this narrative has led the majority of the public to just kind of laugh off alien stories, which I get. Some of them are just totally out there and crazy, but there's got to be some truth to at least some of these, right? But the media has just turned the topic of aliens into one big punchline. But why? You know what? Screw it. Let's go off the deep end here. Many people believe that the mainstream media here in the United States is controlled by the government. The government pushes its narratives through the media. That's what some people believe. It's a conspiracy theory in and of itself. So could it be that the government is telling these news outlets to downplay anything involving aliens and extraterrestrial life so that the public doesn't take it too seriously? I mean, that motive does kind of make sense, because if the majority of people were really taking this seriously, then it would push government to release their secrets regarding aliens. I don't know, guys, it's crazy, and I know I sound like a bit of a conspiracy dumbass, but it had to be said. So when it comes to the topic of aliens, there's one thing that scares me maybe more than anything ever in the world, or out of this world. And that is alien abductions. I mean, seriously, that sounds like the most traumatic event you could ever go through as a person. Now, to introduce the idea of alien abductions, I want to first start by reading you some alleged first-hand accounts of those who claim to have been abducted themselves. Alright, let's see what people who actually claim to have been abducted have to say about the whole process of alien abduction. When I woke up, I was in a pitch black room. At first it was silent, and then I heard speaking. A soft and kind voice spoke. "That's very good," the voice said. "Sit down. Stand up. Stay in line. No more rules." Those words are still engraved in my mind to this day, but do not haunt like the words that he spoke after. This sounds so freaking weird. I swear this is an alien abduction story, I swear. His kind and soft voice turned loud and angry. "You can't understand. You just can't." The room was still black, but my eyes were starting to adjust to the dark. I couldn't move from the table I was laying on, but I wasn't strapped to anything. I turned my head to the right and saw a white glowing circle. When I looked to the left, I saw a face. No body, no arms, no hair, just a face. He spoke one final time. This time, I'm sure that it was directly to me. "I am the creator. You, the creation. Don't be afraid. Be aware." He spoke all of this without moving his mouth, and the lights came back on and I passed out. When I woke up, I was laying in an open field. The sun was just coming up. What the fuck? That's terrifying. First of all, the encounter itself. Second of all, waking up in an empty field. I don't know what I would do. At about 4 a.m., I drove up to a security gate to go home when a flash of light blinded me. In a split second, I found myself in another place. I was on a mountain, and there was a lake at its foot. Suddenly, a huge spaceship appeared in the sky, while an even brighter light began to emanate from the ground. That's all I remember. Okay, so that's pretty spooky, but what happens next is even spookier. He doesn't think he saw any aliens, but he did end up with weird marks on his right hand. There were 3 of them, and they made a circle. Oh, sorry, triangles. I was like, how do you make a circle with that? And they made a triangle. He said they felt like a burn that wouldn't heal. And ever since this experience, he feels like he's being watched at all times. Now, maybe they put something in him because they were running experiments and these aliens were, are tracking him and watching him some way. But what's crazy about this story is he regained consciousness in his car, driving up to the security gate, and it turns out he had been gone for 3 days. Oh my god, I got the shivers. Alright, here's another one. A young girl was in her room at night about to go to bed when she turned around and instantly it was morning. And that's just that. So she had no idea what happened. All of a sudden it was just instantly morning. What could account for a loss of time? Alien abduction. Not gonna lie, these kind of suck. Why can't I find any really, really good ones? Come on. Okay, here's one. This one might be good. A Brazilian farmer was working at night because it was too hot to work during the day when he saw a red star in the sky. And the light grew larger and larger, started moving towards him, and he tried to run. But as he was doing so, he was tackled and captured by 3 humanoid figures. Now we're getting somewhere. They strapped him, covered him in a weird gel, and then took blood samples. This is where things get weird. A female humanoid creature appeared. And they had sex. I don't know if this is necessarily appropriate, but that doesn't sound too bad. Okay, I'm just messing. So I wasn't really getting anywhere looking for these stories, but I did find a little article that kind of sums up what happens to the majority of people when they get abducted. And it basically says memories of the abduction include being unable to move, hearing buzzing sounds, electrical sensations, and difficulty breathing due to a pressure on the chest. Now, aboard the UFO and still immobilized, abductees are subjected to experiments of violent and sexual nature. Abductees might also be told they're special, selected to save the human species by virtue of their experiments, and hybridization by propelling humanity's evolution. Big words, but basically some messed up stuff happens. And I don't know about you, but if I all of a sudden just woke up in some creepy little things with big black eyes were just doing God knows what to my areas, or area in specific, if you catch my drift, I would not be okay with that. Alright, well, I am never sleeping again. Ever. So let's talk about why aliens would abduct humans. Well, the answer seems to be that they are studying us, and that when they abduct us, they do all these tests so that they can better understand human life. And it's also not just humans that they allegedly abduct, it's also livestock and other living animals. So maybe they're testing them too. I mean, they're just testing everything. It's like my professors. Now, one theory out there is that the US government knows of these alien abductions, and they actually have a peace treaty with aliens. And maybe this treaty allows them to abduct a certain amount of humans each year and run their tests on them in exchange for not destroying our entire civilization. Seems like a fair deal, right? Okay, so let me step out of this darkness for a minute here. There might actually be some real scientific reasons why people believe that they have been abducted, and it has nothing to do with aliens. The reason might actually be sleep paralysis. It's said that those who believe that they have been abducted by aliens really may have just been suffering from a bad case of sleep paralysis. And if you guys have ever had sleep paralysis, you know some messed up stuff happens. I mean, you literally can't move. You see things that aren't actually there. You hear things that aren't actually there. Could we be onto something here? I mean, I'm sure that sleep paralysis can probably account for at least some of the alien abduction stories that I've heard before. But in my opinion, it doesn't account for all of them. Some just sound too traumatic and realistic to ever be dreamed of. I mean, just think about how horrible it would be to actually be abducted by an alien. To make matters worse, you would come back with this traumatic story only to be faced with constant ridicule by the public if you were to tell anyone. I mean, there's a teacher at my high school that claimed she was abducted by aliens, and everybody laughed at her. Everybody thought she was a nut job. What if she was actually abducted? Think about how horrible what she went through and is going through now must be. And I think that goes back to the perception created by the media or the government. But if you actually have been abducted or have seen a UFO, then public scrutiny is going to be the least of your troubles. And it's not even close.
I can't see how this works. How does this work?
Oh, you got shit. No.
There's no stories that really show what the Men in Black are capable. Unable to scream. But the thing is, the things that people see aren't actually there. And in fact, you're not even really awake while it's happening. You're only half awake. Let me explain. Now, sleep paralysis basically happens when you're falling in and out of REM sleep, which is basically the part of sleep where your brain paralyzes your muscles so you don't move and act out your dreams. And so during sleep paralysis, you're actually partially awake, just awake enough to know that you can't move, but you're still asleep and in a dream. And it's interesting because a lot of researchers will actually point to sleep paralysis as a reason for people who think that they were actually abducted by aliens. So it's entirely possible that these people think they were abducted by aliens but really it could just be them experiencing sleep paralysis. That's crazy. That is wow. I never even considered that. And this also kind of points to a key difference between sleep paralysis and night terrors. Night terrors are probably equally as scary, but the thing is we don't remember them when we wake up. With sleep paralysis, you remember everything. Now, it's said that sleep paralysis can actually be caused by a few different factors in your life, one of which being stress, another being a messed up sleep schedule, and also even social anxiety is linked to an increased risk of having sleep paralysis. No wonder I get it so much. Now, as someone who gets sleep paralysis fairly often, and by often I would say probably once a month, it's something that still absolutely terrifies me when it happens. You don't get used to it. It's equally as terrifying every single time. Now, just this morning I actually had sleep paralysis, and that was the whole inspiration behind this video. So here's what happened. I was laying in my bed, on my side, facing my door, and I saw someone standing there. It was just a dark figure, and I couldn't make out who it was, but they were just pacing back and forth at the end of my bed. So I just watched it for a minute as it was just continuously walking back and forth, like somebody who's extremely frustrated, you know? Then the figure noticed me and looked in my direction. And it stared directly at me. And there were no facial features. It was all just dark. It was basically like a shadow person. It just stood there and stared. And all in the meantime, I was trying so hard internally to get myself to wake up, but I just couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. And that's when I felt the corner of my bed sink down. And I realized that the figure was crawling onto my bed. And that is when I lost it. I literally forced myself so hard. You guys have no idea how hard I pushed to wake myself up. And finally I did. And I woke up, I was out of breath. I was sweating a little bit, and then I fell asleep a couple of seconds after. Now, honestly, that experience was terrible and terrifying at the same time. It was horrible, but it's actually, that was pretty light compared to some that I've had in the past. So for me, sleep paralysis started around the age of 13, and I started getting it on a regular basis once I tried lucid dreaming for the first time. Now, I'm not saying that there's any correlation there, but I just find it interesting that as soon as I tried lucid dreaming, I started getting sleep paralysis on a regular basis. Like I said, maybe no correlation, but I just think it's worth noting. And when this first started happening, I feel like the dreams that I was having were a lot scarier. And maybe it was because I was a kid and I was more easily scared and I didn't really know what was happening. They were intense. So the first time that I ever had sleep paralysis, I woke up laying on my side and noticed that everything in the room was off. Now, this is when I was a lot younger, so the setup of my room was significantly different than how it is now. But basically, I had a small box TV that would always stay on my dresser, and I had it there from the ages of probably like 8 to 15. Well, when I woke up, I noticed that that TV was laying on the ground. So I was like really confused for a second. I didn't know that I was having a dream. I didn't know what was going on. And then the TV turned on, and the TV played static, just loud and bright static coming out of the TV. And then I heard a knock at my door, and the TV shut off. Now, through the reflection of that TV, I could see someone walk in my room and stand at the foot of my bed. Now, the way my bed was positioned, I couldn't physically look at this person, and I couldn't move my body to look at them, obviously, because I was paralyzed for a minute. But I could notice this thing from the reflection of the TV. And I watched as it stepped forward out of the reflection of the TV and closer to my bed. Now, at this point, I couldn't see it. It was out of the reflection, like I said, so I was laying there helplessly knowing that there was a figure literally standing over me at the foot of my bed. And that's when, from the side of my body, I felt breathing. Heavy, just disgusting, like almost animal-like breathing. And it was also at that same moment that I realized that I could hardly breathe. And it was like there was a pressure pushing on me from the side, from something that I couldn't see and I couldn't move and I couldn't scream. I couldn't even look. And I woke up from that experience and that dream actually like verbally screaming. Like, I woke up screaming. And honestly, it shook me for life. Like, that is still to this day what I consider probably the scariest dream I've ever had. Well, guys, there are my scary sleep paralysis stories. Definitely let me know in the comments if you guys have ever had something similar like this happen to you. I actually did a little more research and found out that over 50% of Americans hearing, let me remind you, I've heard people say that they are dust. That's what they simply are. They're just dust. They're little insects, or they're simply just light reflecting from the flash. And that's the reason why you can't see these orbs with regular pictures. And obviously all that makes sense. But lately I've been wondering, well, if it was really that simple, then why are they still using these as evidence on these ghost shows and on YouTube channels? So I decided to do a little more research to see if maybe the internet could turn me into a believer of orbs. So the first site that I looked at actually described orbs not as ghosts, but simply as energy, as spirits. And rather than fearing these orbs, they actually say that orbs can be a welcome sign and could actually be a loved one that is just simply hanging around your home or hanging around family gatherings, and that's why sometimes they show up in pictures. So when I hear that, I'm like, okay, you know, orbs don't sound that creepy. They actually, wouldn't they be a good thing? That's a loved one that you love.
Bro, what are you talking about?
It's been a rough night. With that being said, there are apparently many more types of orbs. Some orbs actually being slightly dangerous, and they're actually labeled by color. You know, seems a little racist. But you know what, I'm not going to judge tonight. It's not a judging night for me. So I actually thought that orbs were like demons, like in the form of little balls. I know I'm a bit of an idiot, and especially as a child, I had no idea what I was doing, and I still don't. I mean, look at me. I'm filming a video about orbs, for God's sakes. But yeah, it just shows, like, I guess there was a misconception that I heard from when I was younger, and now I'm actually learning what they actually are. So out of these different types of orbs, like I said, they're classified by color, and here's what some of these colors mean. So clear orbs are apparently orbs that are trying to communicate with you. They represent a spirit that wants to communicate with you. There's also silver and white orbs, which represents a spirit that's trapped on this plane, so they don't necessarily want to be here. Black or brown orbs can often represent a evil spirit, although I've heard there's some exceptions to this. I'm not going to judge, but I mean, again, with the racism, okay. Now, red actually represents a guardian spirit who may be watching over the place where you're taking the picture, which I think that's actually kind of cool. I would assume if I saw like a red orb on one of my pictures, I would probably cry. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I thought that probably would represent evil, but no, I'm totally wrong. That actually represents a guardian spirit. Green represents a human spirit. That's all I could find on that. Now, gray is a depressed spirit. Me, okay, yes, that is yas. Yeah, okay, that's me. I know my orb type now, I guess. Blue represents spiritual guidance, so if you see one of these, I guess it's a good thing, so I don't know. And I guess those are just the main ones. I'm sure there are others out there, but these are just the core few, the elite few that I'm going to be focusing on. And all this talk about orbs kind of reminds me of a story that actually it happened to me when I was a young kid, and it was actually the first time that I ever went ghost hunting. So what me and my friend used to do is we would set up my mom's old camcorder down in my basement, and we were too afraid to stay down there, so we just left it there, and we would review the footage like 20 minutes later. So the first time we ever did this, we set the camera up down in my basement of this house, and we reviewed the footage about 20 minutes later, and we saw an orb, and it was a gray orb, so a depressed orb, apparently. So what the orb did is it floated in from the top left of the screen, like right around here. And it just kind of floated on easily like that, like just minding its own business. And then all of a sudden it got to about here, right in the middle of the screen. And it's like it recognized it was on camera or something. And it just shot off. And that was it. Now, we were going crazy. I mean, I just thought we hit gold. Like, oh my God, I'm going to be famous. But I told my parents, showed my parents, and they simply said, it's just dust. And I guess over the years, I kind of believe them, you know? Like, as you grow up, you kind of try and rationalize things at the very least. But I don't know, all this talk about orbs makes me think maybe that was an actual orb. Like, I don't know, maybe my basement still has these orbs in it. And I guess that's the question that I have now is, are these orbs still flying around in my basement? You know what, I guess there's only one way to find out. Alright, so here's how this is gonna go. I have this photography camera, it's pretty decent quality camera. I'm going to take this down there with the flash on and probably take about 20 or 30 pictures, and then afterwards we'll review them on the laptop and we'll see if we can't find an orb or two. Honestly, I'm not sure if we're gonna find any, I'm not sure if we're gonna get any orbs, but you know what, we're going to try anyway, so let's get down there. Okay, so this is the basement, in case you haven't watched some of my previous videos where I went down there. I will link to them up there. Check those out if you want, but all I'm going to do, I'm going to stand exactly where I set the camera up back when I was a kid and caught that orb, that video I told you guys about. I'm going to stand right where I took that video and I don't know, we'll see if we can recreate this. I'm going to shut the lights off. This has a really strong flash, holy crap. I'm just hossing these pictures out, just not even looking. I'm gonna save it all for after in the review process. Okay. Let's see if we caught any orbs. Oh, there's one. There's one. Winston, what do you think about orbs? Oh my lord. What do you think about orbs? Oh my god. Why are you scared of me? Why are you running? Just the word orbs freaked him out. Winston, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm back at home base, aka the bedroom of my parents' house, because I still live at home. And we're gonna take a look at some of the pictures that I just took that are on this memory card. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is set the camera down and really get a super close look at all of these, and I will let you guys know if I find anything, or if I see any orbs. Okay. Alright guys, so I reviewed all the pictures and I really went in depth, like I zoomed in on all of them and like literally looked at probably every square inch of all 30 plus pictures that I took, and surprisingly I did not find a single orb. So I guess in terms of the video it's a little disappointing that I don't have anything to show you guys, but at the same time I feel like I can sleep a little more soundly tonight, I guess. But this whole video does make me a little more interested in the concept of orbs and I guess the belief in them. So I wouldn't be opposed to going someplace a lot creepier, someplace really creepy like a cemetery. I feel like I could take that picture and probably catch a lot more orbs if that's how it works. I don't know. But let me know if you guys would be interested in seeing something like that, because I would totally do it. If you guys want to see more orb stuff, then yeah.
Iconic episodes, with by far the most memorable moment coming at the very end, when things seem to deviate from the script.
Constantly like a child in my
People
own
in
house.
love, they yell at each other all the time.
Oh, that's true. Ask him, he's been married for how long?
Over 27 years.
Over 27
Look at him though,
years.
he look mad. You don't look happy, brother. You don't look happy.
Here, we see the comedian take aim at Christina's bailiff, a man named Renard Spivey, who was an integral part of the show, being the judge's sidekick for years and years. Though it wasn't often that he found himself at the end of a joke like this, as Sean suggests that Renard looked unhappy when it was revealed that he had been married for over 27 years.
He's very happy. Okay, all right, let's get back to the queen.
All in all, it made for a rather charming moment, with viewers adoring the lighthearted jab aimed at one of the show's most beloved characters. Though no one could have known at the time just how true that joke about his happy marriage would turn out to be.
Still developing tonight, a Harris County Sheriff's deputy facing serious charges. 63-year-old Renard Spivey accused of killing his wife, 52-year-old Patricia Spivey, after an argument that turned deadly. KPRC Channel 2's Bill Barajas.
On July 28, 2019, over a decade after the aforementioned program aired, Renard Spivey was confronted by his wife Patricia about what she believed to be steroid use or perhaps even infidelity. And in the midst of this heated argument, Spivey would draw his gun and shoot his wife once in the arm and then in the chest. Shortly after, police would find her lifeless body crumpled in their bedroom closet. Now, after years and years of taking part in this once famed legal show, Spivey can be found alone in his prison cell, where he'll likely remain for the next 14 years of his life, for murdering the woman that he was so happily married to, turning what was once one of Christina's court's most iconic moments into one of the darkest examples of irony in all of television history.
When you find a good woman, you got to hang on for dear life, because then it's hard to find another. So my advice as a happy woman, married woman.
Before we get any further, I want to thank Scentbird for sponsoring this video and in turn making this dark content financially viable for myself. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service that allows you to select and try new designer fragrances every month without having to go to that dreaded perfume section where the smells are already so strong that you don't ever really get the full sense of the fragrance you're testing. Plus, you don't have to deal with pushy salespeople, which is perfect for someone like me who honestly lacks basic communication skills. Each fragrance you receive from Scentbird comes in a 30-day supply tester, allowing you to fully experience the scent before you commit to buying a massive expensive bottle, and it allows you to try a wide variety of products as their inventory is seemingly endless, with all the top names like Gucci, Versace, and Prada, along with a bunch of other brands that you may have never heard of but are equally as amazing. This month, I received a product called Royal Forest by English Laundry, which has scents of citrus and apple, along with some hints of honey and cedar, along with my personal favorite, Magnetic Wood EDP by The Harmonist, which is going to be perfect for more fancy occasions. Scentbird is now available in the US and Canada, and if you're interested in trying them out, you can use my coupon code CROWLEY55 for 55% off your order, making it just a little over $7 for your first month. The world of television is an interesting one. Despite the highly controlled and well-polished products that we're typically used to seeing on our screens, there have been a surprisingly high number of deeply disturbing moments that have happened when on air, and this potentially new series aims to highlight some of the most disturbing. And what better way to start than with a relatively unknown case that has haunted me for years.
では忙しいですが、続いてまたまた高千穂のドロリンピック会場を呼んでみましょう。
Saturday, June 14th, 2008, a Japanese TV station called Television Miyazaki is running its standard live programming, which on this day was set to feature a game show-like segment in the remote rice fields of Takachi Hocho. The game itself was simple. Competitors stood back-to-back on a small wooden stand above the shallow muddy water below, and when given the cue, they would attempt to shove their opponent into the water without turning their bodies around. In the end, the one left standing on the platform would be declared the winner, with the loser being left humiliated in the mud. Round 1 goes off without a hitch, resulting in the losing contestant being covered head to toe in a thick brown sludge, with the whole atmosphere perfectly encapsulating the craziness and high energy charm that you would expect from a Japanese game show made at the time. And so far, everything was all in good fun, with this excitement only escalating as the contestants convinced one of the show's hosts, a man named Tatsuchi Yanagita, to join in on the competition. It took some convincing, but eventually Tatsuchi agrees to compete, much to the enjoyment of everyone spectating. And from there, the comedy writes itself, as immediately after the round starts, it's apparent that he stood little to no chance. And upon instantly losing his balance, Tatsuki reacts in a split second and dives off the platform, landing headfirst into the muddy water below, which causes his body to fall limp. The water that he had just dove into was merely 6 inches deep, with the rest consisting of a thick layer of mud, which his head would strike directly, instantly causing his neck to break. And in that very moment, Tatsuchi would be irreversibly paralyzed, leaving him unable to move from the neck down. It was a tragic accident. However, the accident itself is far from the most awful part of this live broadcast, with that coming immediately after. Unaware of Tatsuchi's severe injury, the crew believed that he was merely playing a prank on them and just joking around, and so they left him there, face first in the water, and proceeded to shove his face even deeper and deeper into the mud, splashing even more on top of his head to rub in the fact that he had lost. They had no idea that during their antics, Tatsuchi was in a desperate fight for survival, as in those 6 inches of water, he was slowly drowning, and completely unable to pick up his head to breathe. This lasts for an excruciatingly long 15 seconds before they begin to bob his head up and down, and eventually pull Tatsuchi's face out of the water. But this reprieve was short-lived, as the contestants proceed to drop him back into the mud face first. It is so incredibly painful to watch, and made all the more disturbing with the over-the-top hysterical laughter coming from everyone around him, who are completely oblivious to the situation in front of them. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, Tatsuchi is hoisted above the water, and the camera switched back to the main broadcast, ending both Tatsuchi's and the viewer's pain. By some stroke of good fortune, Tatsuchi would survive the ordeal, but just barely, as it's estimated that even just a few more seconds in that mud would have likely led to his death. But thankfully, this wasn't the case, and according to his Facebook page, Tatsuchi has learned to live with his body-wide paralysis, and even went on to rejoin the show years later in some capacity, ending this entry off on somewhat of a bright spot, despite this otherwise being one of the more unsettling and appalling broadcast accidents that I've ever seen.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up with
Donald Herbert had been in a coma for the previous...
On the topic of broadcasts that have left an impression on my life, I would say none have had more of an emotional impact than a story run by 60 Minutes about a man named Donald Herbert. The story starts back in 1995, just 4 days after Christmas, when a fire broke out in a home in Buffalo, New York. In an attempt to put out the blaze, firefighter Donald Herbert was standing on the roof of the building when suddenly, it gave way. As a result, Herbert would fall into the attic where he would be trapped in the smoke, unable to breathe. He would lay there without oxygen for 6 whole minutes before they finally were able to pull his body to safety, with the whole ordeal being filmed and shown on local news. Somehow, Herbert managed to survive this accident, but being without air for that long caused him to lose most of his brain function, leading to him spending the following years in a minimally conscious state, unable to eat, unable to breathe, and seemingly unable to understand the world around him. Eventually, his condition led to him being placed in a nursing home, where a feeding tube was the only thing keeping him alive. For all intents and purposes, the man was gone. But then, something happened. On April 20th, 2005, a staggering 9.5 years after his accident, Donald Herbert woke up. In the nursing home where he had spent most of the years unresponsive, he would suddenly turn to a nurse and ask for his wife Linda, while displaying signs of being fully lucid, which prompted the staff to immediately call his family, who rushed to see him. And sure enough, despite Herbert being completely blind, he was not only fully responsive, but recognized almost all of his family members. The moments following were all captured by cameras and later shown on an episode of 60 Minutes, with the footage being some of the hardest hitting and emotional that I've personally ever seen.
How long have I been gone?
Quite a while, pal. Quite a while. 10 years.
The pain in discovering that he had been gone for 10 years, all that time missed, robbed from a man who was just doing his job, is indescribably gut-wrenching, but it's what happens after this footage that proves to be the most upsetting part. For nearly 16 hours, the newly awakened man spoke with his family, catching up on every little detail that he had missed. And though from that point on he had moments going in and out of his lucidity, his long-term prognosis actually seemed hopeful. Throughout the next few weeks, Donald was surrounded by family members at all times, not only to take advantage of every single second that Herbert was awake, but also for his own safety as well, as since his awakening, he would thrash violently in his sleep, as if he still believed he was trapped in that blaze. And so to ensure his safety, at least one family member would be stationed with the man while he slept. Though on one night, one of the family members on duty had grown too exhausted to stay any longer, and from the first time since he became lucid, Donald Herbert was left alone. And during that night, he would again start to thrash violently, with Herbert flailing so hard that he would fall out of his bed and strike his head against the floor, causing his brain to start bleeding. From that moment on, Donald Herbert would never become lucid again, and as a result of his injuries, he would pass away 1 year later from pneumonia.
If anyone had ever thought that such a horrendous thing could happen, obviously we would have stopped.
The Twilight Zone. Throughout its lengthy run, this television series provided some of the most entertaining and memorable moments in all of television. But for this section, I'm going to be cheating a little bit, as rather than looking at an event surrounding the show itself, I'll be highlighting the far less memorable movie version of the series. Simply named Twilight Zone the Movie, the film was broken up into multiple sections serving as sort of an anthology work with 3 separate storylines. And for the sake of this story, only one section and really only one scene bears discussion. The scene was intended to simulate a battle in the Vietnam War, in which the protagonist, a character played by actor Vic Morrow, is attempting to outrun an attack helicopter and escape the area. The footage was intended to serve as the section's dramatic conclusion, with it being described as the following. In the scene that served as the original ending, Bill, the character portrayed by Morrow, stumbles into a deserted Vietnamese village, where he finds 2 young Vietnamese children left behind when a US Army helicopter appears and begins shooting at them. Morrow was to take both children under his arm and escape out of the village, as the hovering helicopter destroyed the village with multiple explosions. Based on that description alone, shooting the scene was going to be tricky and likely a very intense process on the set, as all the effects used were set to be done practically, meaning that they would require an actual helicopter and real pyrotechnics. Not only this, but the director, a man named John Landis, wanted to use actual child actors for the scene, which, given that it was planned to take place at night and near explosions, was technically illegal in the state of California. Despite the laws in place, however, Landis decided to shoot the scene regardless, enlisting 7-year-olds Mika Din Lee and 6-year-olds Renee Shin Yi Chen to play the roles of the Vietnamese children. And with all the pieces now in place, the cameras began to roll on what was set to be the stunning conclusion to this particular section. As the scene starts, the spectacle of it all can't be understated, as the lighting, setting, and the pyrotechnics truly set a haunting tone. However, unbeknownst to the production team, there was a major problem developing. As stated prior, all the effects you see here are real, and during the scene there was an actual helicopter flying just above the actors, which by itself was already very dangerous, and made even more so due to the pyrotechnics. For the pilots, the explosions launched in the air created fireballs in the sky, making things much more difficult to navigate, but those on the ground were never made aware of this. And being pressed to make things look even more and more intense, the crew decided to double down on their explosions, launching 2 massive charges back to back. A decision that proved to be a costly one, as the second blast was so strong that it dislodged the helicopter's tail prop, causing the craft to spin uncontrollably. And within mere seconds, as the cameras roll on the 3 actors trudging their way through the water, the craft crashes directly on top of them. Somehow, everyone on board the helicopter survived the wreck, though those on the ground weren't so lucky, as in one split second, the blade of the helicopter slashed into Vic Morrow and Mika Din Lee, instantly decapitating them. And as the craft slammed to the ground, Renee Shin Yi Chen would be crushed beneath its massive weight. In one frame, there were 3 living actors, and in the next, there were none. In retrospect, it's not hard to see the red flags and the dangerous practices being used by the production team. However, following several long legal battles, no one would be found liable in the deaths of the 3 actors, and Landis himself would go on to enjoy an incredibly successful career. The Twilight Zone film would eventually be released years later, only with a different ending.
Oh, they're not gonna demolish it. There's nobody'll come in here. I'll fight force with force.
Our final story takes us to the quaint countryside of Buttsfield, England, where a man named Albert Dryden had been living a fairly solitary life. Following his retirement from steelworking, Albert dedicated his life to building up a plot of land which he had purchased in the area. His main goal was to construct a bungalow for his elderly mother where she could live during the summers, while also planning to build some sort of fallout bunker on the same plot. But right from the start, he ran into issues, as his permit request to build these structures on his land was promptly denied. This did not stop Dryden, however, as despite the ruling, he began his construction anyway, believing he had found a workaround with the law, as rather than building the house in a standard manner, he instead dug a deep hole into the ground and began to construct his home there, labeling it as the home in a hole. Due to this, the home only stood about 8 feet or so above the ground, which Dryden believed made the construction legal. However, he was wrong in his assumption, and the building swiftly caused a disagreement between the man and the Derwentshire District Council, with this rift growing more and more amplified as time went on. In the midst of this ordeal, a man named Harry Collinson was appointed as chief of the council and assigned to handle the case as his first order of business, and he did so by initially sending Dryden a letter demanding that he stop construction and also tear down what he had already built. Dryden, however, decided to counter with a court appeal, which was swiftly denied, leading to the court's final order that the building be demolished within 3 months. It was around the same time that the local news began to document the ongoing feud between Dryden and the government, and despite the numerous rulings against him, Dryden still refused to give in to the government's demands, and eventually, the council decided to take matters into their own hands, and decided to demolish the structure themselves. So on June 20th, 1991, Harry Collinson, a demolition team, and a group of police constables traveled to Dryden's property to demolish the structure. Before this group arrived, the decision was made that should Dryden attempt to escalate the situation, they were to immediately back off and come up with another plan to avoid any sort of physical altercation. At the scene, numerous reporters had already began gathering at the property line, including a cameraman for the BBC, who was there to document the feud in real time. And right from the start, it was clear that Dryden was not going to be going down without a fight. The gate to his property was chain-locked, with Dryden standing behind it, pointing to 2 letters that he believed proved that he should be able to keep his structure intact, at least for the time being.
Read that, that's an official letter, and there's an appeal in. There's an inspector coming out on this site in 5 weeks' time.
Well, it doesn't say that. Where does it say
Well,
that?
I have another letter confirming that.
Can you show me the other
I'm
letter?
not going to show you the other letter, but this chap's coming out in 5 weeks' time. Well, all as I'm asking is to wait 5 weeks for the outcome, maybe 6 weeks. It'll take a week after he's been out.
I'm satisfied, Albert, that there's nothing in these documents that affects the legality of the enforcement notice that the inspector has confirmed.
Well, yes, Harry.
However, Dryden's request for more time was clearly falling on deaf ears, and realizing this, Dryden began to grow more and more agitated, with his tone quickly turning far more menacing.
If you don't open the gate, now we'll obviously have to take the fence down with the machine. So, if you want, you can have some time to remove the fence yourself to minimize the damage. Do you want to do that? Any damage that's subsequently caused as a result of you preventing us doing that will be your liability.
Well, you might not be around to see the outcome of this disaster. Now, you've been warned.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I'm not going to explain, but if you had any sense, you would go away now and wait 5 weeks for the outcome of that. Right? That's my last word on it.
If you show me the letter referring to the 5 weeks delay,
I can't show you the letter. I've told you where the letter is.
At this point, based on their initial plan, the crew should have certainly turned back. as it was now getting to the point that Dryden was outright threatening Collinson, warning him that if he were to step on his property, that something awful was going to happen. And though this did cause Collinson to take a few steps back, he still remained steadfast in carrying out the task and remained on the edge of the property line, standing his ground even when Dryden escalates the situation even further.
What the Lord don't know? Go up there.
Can you get a shot of this gun?
As the two stand face to face, Dryden brandishes his pistol and points it directly at Collinson. And wanting to ensure the man's combative behavior was being documented, Collinson asks the cameraman to get a shot of his gun, which subsequently leads to this moment.
Can you get a shot of this gun?
Out of it.
In an instant, with cameras rolling, Dryden fires a shot directly into the chest of Harry Collinson, and then fires another at the crowd standing before him, leading to things devolving into a chaotic scene of running and screaming.
As more shots were fired from a pistol, the camera crew and Look North reporter Tony Belmont ran for cover.
We were standing watching what was going on, and then a shot rang out. The chief kind of fell to the ground, and I felt a shot in the arm, and I've clearly been shot here in the arm.
As the camera crew finally gets to a safe distance and catches their breath, it's revealed that one of the journalists for the BBC had been struck in the arm, along with one of the officers. Though in the midst of all this carnage, we see no sign of Harry Collinson, as by this point, he was likely still on the ground where he had originally fallen, dead from his gunshot wound, with his final words being,
"Can you get a shot of this gun?"
Out of it.
Following the incident, police would engage in a standoff with Dryden, who claimed that he had set up booby traps and landmines, along with other explosives on the property, though this would turn out to be a bluff, and eventually he would be grabbed by officers and taken into custody, where he would subsequently be tried and sentenced to life in prison. And despite his actions on that day, Albert Dryden would go on to become somewhat of a national hero, growing a legitimate fan base for the way he stood up against the government. Dryden would live out his time in prison until 2017 when he suffered a massive stroke, to which he was let out on a compassionate release, with the man eventually passing away just 1 year later. Though his actions that day will forever be immortalized as one of the most notorious and darkest moments in television history. I want to give a big thank you to Scentbird for sponsoring this video. Make sure to check out those links below, as well as my God tier patrons, Alexander Duran, America's Grumpy Uncle, Bazoo42, Biznacker, Bray, Karen S., Charles Roble, Daniel Binge, Dark GJ, Desiree Livingston, Ahmed Johnson is back in town, Donovan Aaron, Dooms Eternal, surrounding the land. And it's a belief that people still believe to this day, and honestly, rightfully so. I mean, throughout its history, there's been so many unexplainable, mysterious things that have happened. Now, these strange occurrences include, obviously, the disappearances, but also other things like UFO sightings, Bigfoot sightings, navigational failures, and even recently, a plane crash. I mean, already this area is sounding like the little brother to the Bermuda Triangle, and I'm loving it in a weird way. Is that bad to say? That's probably bad to say. On November 12th, 1945, a hunting guide by the name of Middle Rivers had taken a group of 4 hunters out into the Bennington area. Hey guys, just realized that his name is actually Mitty Rivers. I didn't have my contacts in when I was filming this, so my bad. Now, the 74-year-old Rivers had reportedly gotten ahead of the group of men on a trail called Long Trail. First of all, I love the name. Do you think when they named it, they were like, man, this trail is tough. This is a really, oh boy, it's a long one. And the other guy was like, say that again. Also, pretty crazy that a 74-year-old man is a hunting guide. I mean, like, yes, part of me stands, but the other part of me is like, maybe it's time to take it easy. Now, as Rivers pulled ahead of the group, that's when he seemingly, out of nowhere, disappeared. So the hunting guide kind of breaks off from the group, trails ahead, maybe to see if there's some game.
I do not know if that is proper hunting terminology. I think it is. Now, at first, not too many people were too worried about Rivers due to the fact that he had extensive knowledge of this area and the fact that he was a hunting guide, like he knew his way around the wilderness. But these feelings soon changed as the days turned into weeks. There was still no sign of Rivers. Now, a thorough search of the area was conducted, and the only thing that turned up was one of Rivers' rifle cartridges that had been found in a stream nearby. Now, it's widely believed that this rifle cartridge had just fallen out of his pocket as he was going to get some water from the stream. And other than that, nothing else suspicious was found anywhere near the area. Rivers had seemingly vanished into thin air. I wonder if they questioned those 4 hunters. Like, those are your 4 suspects right there, in my opinion. And due to the fact that they needed a guide, maybe they weren't the most experienced hunters, or maybe even the most experienced with guns for that matter. Mistakes happen, but nothing must have come out of this, assuming that none of the men were ever charged. Now, just over a year later, on December 1st, 1946, a freshman by the name of Paula Jean Weldon had ventured out into the woods by herself. Not a good idea, but although she was not with anyone, there were still others in the area, including one man who had actually given Paula directions to the trail that she was looking for. That trail being Long Trail. So already there's our first kind of correlation between the two. I'm still upset about the name though. Is there a short trail? Freaking got him. While on the trail, an elderly couple was walking roughly 100 feet behind Paula Jean Weldon. What is with elderly people in the woods? At one point, the couple watched Paula turn a corner and go just out of sight. When they turned that same corner, Paula was gone. She was never seen again, and despite multiple searches, neither Paula or any of her belongings were ever found. Paula was the second person in a year to vanish without a trace. I got a theory. Grandma did it. Those elders, I don't trust them. Now, several theories have been offered as to what happened to Paula, one of which being that she moved into the mountains to become a recluse, and another being that she actually ran away to Canada to be with her boyfriend. And although these theories are interesting, there would still be some trace of her. I mean, you can't just disappear off the face of the earth. Even back then, it just seems so unlikely. And due to the history of this whole area, I think we're dealing with something much darker than a recluse here. Exactly 3 years after Paula had vanished, an old man named James E. Tedford was on a public bus heading towards Bennington. He was seen sleeping on the bus at the last stop before Bennington. As soon as the bus neared the Bennington stop, something went very wrong. During this bus ride, Tedford disappeared. 1 minute he was there and the next he wasn't. His luggage was left on the rack and his bus program laid open on his seat. And what makes this so interesting is that from the time he was last seen to when the bus stopped at Bennington, the bus hadn't stopped once. So how could Tedford have disappeared off a moving bus? And it's also worth adding that there were 14 other passengers on the bus at this time, and every single one of them came forward and testified that they had seen him on the bus at that last stop heading towards Bennington, and nobody reported seeing him once the bus stopped. Another key detail is that on the bus's route that Tedford disappeared on, the bus had passed through the Green Mountain Forest, the same forest that's included in the Bennington Triangle. And no trace of Tedford was ever found after this day. And out of all the disappearances that I'm going to be talking about today, this is the only one that didn't happen in the woods. Like, they were passing through the woods, but it wasn't in the woods, you know? So this leads me to believe that this situation could be a total outlier in all this, but it really just adds to the mystery of the Bennington Triangle. The fourth disappearance occurred on October 12, 1950. An 8-year-old boy named Paul Jeffson was left unattended by his mother while she went to feed their pigs. So essentially, in a way, this mother chose pigs over her son. In a way, take the kid with you. Paul was left by his mother's truck in a wooded area close to the spot that Paula Jean Weldon, the second victim, was last seen. When his mother returned roughly an hour later, Paul was nowhere to be seen, and no trace of him has ever been found. You left for an hour? Kids wander. Kids do stupid stuff. You know what kids don't do? They don't stand still. They don't stay in one place. And they sure as hell don't listen to directions. Due to the suspicious nature of Paul being left in the woods by his mother, many believe his mother was the one responsible for killing him. And the reason his body was never found was because his mother had fed him to the pigs. But despite this theory, no arrest
was ever made. I will say this, the mother is responsible in this situation. Whatever actually happened, even if she didn't kill him, even if she didn't feed him to the pigs, she is responsible for this happening. I mean, you don't leave. Now, another theory is that he ran off and maybe he fell, got injured, and was eaten by something. I mean, we're talking about the wilderness here, so there are scary animals out there. And others believe that Paul was actually kidnapped, which is corroborated by the fact that bloodhounds tracked his scent but stopped abruptly at the edge of the highway. You got this little boy wandering around, gets to the edge of the highway, gets in a sketchy van, and F in the chat. Wow, that was extremely disrespectful, and I'm sorry. Now, just 2 weeks after Paul's disappearance, a 53-year-old avid survivalist named Frida Langer had fallen into a stream on the Long Trail. Here we go with the Long Trail again. Did I mention that I don't like the name? Oh, I did? Frida was hiking with her cousin at the time, while her husband was back at the campsite, just half a mile away. Frida decided to turn back and change her now-soaked clothes before she and her cousin continued their hike. On her way back to the campsite, she disappeared. A huge search effort was made, which included the Coast Guard and the Army, and yet nothing was ever found of her. That was until 6 months later, when her body turned up in an open area, an area that was searched multiple times before. Now, this case, in my opinion, is one of the most important because it is the only disappearance so far that an actual body was found, but it was found in extremely unnatural circumstances. Now, I find it very hard to believe that a search team would have missed a body in an open area like this. It doesn't really make sense unless the body was put there afterwards. Unfortunately, the body was decayed so badly that no cause of death was ever determined. And to this day, her death remains a mystery. So I've already said, I think somebody planted that body there, which points clearly to this being a murder, which leads us to our first theory, and that is that the victims were killed by a serial killer. Maybe there was some person who would wait in the woods and stalk, abduct, and kill people. Though this may sound unlikely due to the fact that only one body had ever turned up, that doesn't totally rule this theory out. Perhaps someone would abduct these people and take them somewhere else and dispose of their body in a completely unrelated place, thus explaining why more bodies were never found. There was even a drunken confession from a man at a local bar who claimed that he knew where Paula's body was. However, due to the fact that Vermont didn't even have a police station, the investigation was a mess and the man was never charged. Perhaps he was the serial killer responsible for all these tragedies. So they didn't even really have a police force. They had to bring in other police investigators from other states just to handle this case. And by the time those guys got there, it was already a mess, as was the case with all of these disappearances. Now, however, there are flaws with this theory, like the fact that there was no correlation between the age and the gender of each one of the victims, which is normally a telltale sign of a serial killer. And the fact that there weren't any correlations basically rules out any clear motives. So if someone was killing these people, it would seemingly be for the sport of it. Now, the lack of motives and the lack of bodies found does kind of point to this theory being somewhat unlikely. Nobody can commit 5 murders perfectly and leave no shred of evidence at all. I mean, that just doesn't happen, does it? And so with all the evidence against this theory, it has led people to point to something more supernatural. Which brings us to theory 2, alien abduction. Okay, quite a jump, I know. Alien abductions would explain how these people seemingly disappeared without a trace, and it might be the only explanation for the disappearance of James E. Tedford. Also, it's important to know that this particular area has had an incredibly high number of UFO sightings, so perhaps it's some kind of hotbed for extraterrestrial life. And along with this, some locals even believe that there are wormholes in the area, which could be responsible for the disappearances. Now, every logical bone in my body is telling me that this theory is not true, but the truth to it is that I can't fully disprove that theory, and nobody can. What I will say though is, wouldn't you think somebody would have seen a UFO swoop down and abduct somebody? Like that elderly couple who was walking behind the second victim. They probably would have noticed a spaceship. But you know what? If this theory isn't crazy enough, the next one is. The third theory is Bigfoot. Please don't unsubscribe. Many people believe that the legendary Bigfoot calls the Bennington Triangle its home, including one story from the 19th century when an 8-foot-tall, hairy creature emerged from the woods near a stagecoach. The creature charged the stagecoach, shoving it on its side, and fleeing into the woods immediately after. This creature was originally called the Bennington Monster, but it fits the supposed profile of a modern-day Sasquatch.
Oh, God. Believing in Sasquatch is one thing. I will not judge for that, because it's one of those things. You can't disprove it. That doesn't mean it's responsible for these disappearances. The hunters would have heard Rivers scream. The elderly couple would have heard screaming. The people on the bus would have seen Sasquatch. They would have seen the damn thing, right? Now, this next theory is one that I believe, and it also happens to be the most boring one, but here it goes.
The theory is that none of these disappearances had anything to do with each other.
Now, I believe that the Bennington Triangle has some bad juju to it. However, I don't necessarily fully believe that these cases are connected.
Literally, the only correlation between these cases is the fact that they all, at first, disappeared without a trace.
Which, yes, is kind of a big correlation, but it doesn't prove anything.
You can go down the list, and there are theories that can be offered for each case. Middle Rivers was accidentally killed by the 4 hunters, and they covered it up. Paula Jean Weldon ran off to Canada with her boyfriend. James E. Tedford was mistaken for another man on the bus. Paul Jeffson was kidnapped on the highway or killed by his mom. And Frida Langer was lost or killed by her cousin or some animal in the woods.
And I think maybe the reason that these disappearances were never solved was because of this horrible police force they had, or lack thereof, which led to every investigation being totally botched. Now, this is a theory that I want to believe, but this is a case where the most logical reasons end up sounding the craziest. The Bennington Triangle is a mysterious place, and to this day there are still disappearances and strange occurrences.
He decided to accept the dare, approaching his mother and asking to take a bath in his clothes, to which his mother responds with a sharp no. As inconsequential as it may seem, this one comment is merely our first encounter with one of the more unusual internet mysteries in recent memory, as the account behind it has quietly become one of TikTok's strangest, by leaving a trail of concerning videos and comments in its wake. And just as I began to scratch its surface, I quickly realized that this was a rabbit hole far deeper than I'd ever planned on diving down. This is the disturbing story of Howard the Duck 4.
He has shoes, socks, shorts, underwear, hoodie, shirt. And he is going to get in the shower.
Before we dive down this rabbit hole, I want to first thank today's sponsor, Current. For me, banking has always been an overly complicated and stressful thing to deal with, but Current has come along and basically streamlined everything in a way that has brought banking into the future. Upon signing up, you are mailed your very own Visa card to use, and from there, everything is managed directly through your mobile device, which makes it incredibly easy to deposit checks and add funds to your accounts with just a few clicks. Current also allows you to overdraft up to $100 without receiving any type of fee. Along with this, there are also 40,000 ATMs across the US, which you can use your Current card at completely free of charge. But my all-time favorite feature and Current's claim to fame is the fact that it allows you to get paid up to 2 days faster with direct deposit. So if this is something that you would be interested in trying out, then head over to current.com/CrowleyNick to sign up for free today.
TikTok is the new social video app making some serious waves.
Hello there. How are you? Hope you're all well. And hope you're all keeping fine.
It started back in the summer of 2020 with this video, an inconspicuous upload by an older user named Howard the Duck 4. His real identity wasn't known for the main reason that no one really cared enough to find out. He never had any significance on the site, with most of his uploads going by without so much as a second glance, or even a first glance for that matter. And given the quality of his videos, it's not hard to understand why, as the man, who I'll now be referring to simply as Howard, just comes across as a clueless grandpa, unsure of how TikTok actually works. However, as lackluster as this inaugural video seems, there is one unusual moment at the end, when Howard, out of the blue, mentions,
I love to do things, like swimming fully clothed.
To a fleeting viewer, the mention of him liking to swim fully clothed would likely be seen as some kind of bizarre joke. But if you stuck around his page any longer, you'd soon notice a pattern to his posting.
Hello everybody. If I get 50 likes, then I will get a bath fully clothed. Hello. I'm about to get in the bath fully clothed.
Across Howard's page that features just a select few uploads, over and over again we see the mention of swimming, bathing, and showering in clothing, and we even get to see Howard actually do it for himself, as he's seen here soaking in the tub with a big smile on his face. For whatever reason, Howard appeared to love being in that bathtub with his clothes on, and he seemed completely infatuated with the idea of wet clothing, which to some might have been interpreted as a joke or a bit. But for me and others across the web, it stands out as something potentially a bit more perverse, a fetish known as wet look. In simple terms, wet look is the sexual fetishization of wet clothing, whether it be the feeling of it on you or the look of it on someone else. And this is surprisingly a really common thing, as a simple search on YouTube will yield countless results, with viewership often in the tens of thousands, with many of these uploads being very reminiscent to the videos you would see across Howard's page. And just based off of the small sample size we have through Howard's channel, it seems possible that this could be something he might also partake in, as after all, why else would he be doing this and discussing it so often, while clearly enjoying the actual process of soaking in his clothes? With the information provided thus far, it's impossible to prove one way or another whether this is actually something sexual for Howard, but it at least seems like a possibility. And even if this was some kind of fetish for him, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? Well, this is where things start to take an odd turn, as around the same time that Howard had been making these videos, an obscure clip would emerge from a similarly unknown creator.
Don't mind me. I don't want to do anything, but we're gonna try something. Do you want to do an activity? Sure. Okay, get on shoes, socks, pants. Let me know when you're ready.
Why do I need my shoes on?
Do you want to get in?
I guess.
Okay, get in. Get in, get in, get in, get in.
The video shows a mother excitedly taking part in a challenge where her son enters the bath with all of his clothes on. And what transpires next seems to be a goofy video done in good fun, but it gets a bit stranger when it's revealed that the one proposing this dare was Howard, with his comment reading, "I've got an idea for you to do where your son is concerned if you're willing to take part in an experiment with him," before going on to explain that this dare was for the young boy to get into the bath fully clothed. It's an odd video, and to make it all the more concerning, it wasn't the only one.
So Brody was dared to take a shower fully clothed. You can see he has shoes, socks, shorts, underwear, hoodie, shirt, and he is going to get in the shower. Is it cold?
Oh, that feels weird.
I bet it does, fully clothed.
That very same day, another clip would go live showing a young boy entering the shower with all of his clothes on. And again, this was done in response to a challenge issued by Howard. And these videos were just the tip of the iceberg, as in the days, months, and now year following these videos, other users across the site would report seeing hundreds and hundreds of Howard's comments littered all across TikTok, daring people to participate in his new game. It was all just so bizarre, and it became even more so as time went on, as Howard's comments began to grow increasingly demanding and manipulative, which leads us all the way back to the scenario mentioned at the opening of this video, where a young child had received a similar comment from Howard. This was in fact a real encounter, which led to the child recording himself asking his mother to participate, before she eventually told him no.
Can I take a bath with my clothes on, with my shoes and my socks?
But the most damning part of their interaction came within the comments of this video, where Howard actually responded by saying, "Love it, what did she say?" The kid then comments back with, "No, lol." Twice now, Howard had gotten his answer, first from the video, and now from this comment straight from the child himself. However, Howard didn't leave it at that, as he then pushes back by saying, "Does that mean yes or no?" Again, this already answered question went without a reply, prompting yet another response by Howard, where this time he says, "If she had said yes, what would you have done? Would you have gotten in the bath fully clothed, in your shoes and socks?" The whole exchange comes across as almost desperate on Howard's part, as he seems incredibly pushy with a child who is no more than 12 years old, and his last comment makes it seem as if he's fantasizing about this, and the idea of the kid following through with his dare. Plus, even after receiving a firm answer on multiple occasions, he never gave it a rest. In fact, a full month later, Howard came back to the young boy's page once again and asked him to participate, only this time, Howard asked him to do it without his mother's permission. It all felt very manipulative, and this was a theme throughout most of the comments he left, as he never took no for an answer, and he seemed almost obsessed with having people do this challenge of his. And that wasn't the only concerning similarity across his many replies. If you haven't noticed already, Howard seemed to have a targeted demographic for his challenge, with that being children, as out of all the comments he would leave, they were exclusively left on accounts run by or featuring minors. He never asked a single adult to do it, as he always zeroed in on children specifically and children only. And to get even more specific, he only ever asked little boys. Which brings us to one burning question. Why?
Oh, he's all wet. Mr. Mueller gave his clothes a bath.
Howard's TikTok activity is something truly peculiar, as it certainly raises a number of red flags, as across his page we see him posting videos that seem to indicate a wet look fetish. And now he just so happens to have started this challenge that is basically providing him with wet look content. And to make it all stranger, he's supposedly trying to start this new challenge, this new trend, yet he only ever asks underage boys to take part in this. And when he does ask, he comes across as desperate to receive these videos, going as far as to use means of manipulation. Piecing it all together, it becomes more and more clear that something truly sinister is happening here, as it appears as though Howard has made up this fake challenge to take advantage of kids and to provide him with erotic content coming from minors, all while doing so in a discreet way, with the challenge proving to be the perfect cover-up, as it makes it so inconspicuous that even the parents of these kids are willingly allowing it to happen and filming it themselves.
This was just for there.
Completely unaware that these videos just so happen to line up with Howard's likely fetish. And the fact that he only ever seeks this content from little boys hints at a clear preference, and almost single-handedly discredits the idea that this is really just some innocent challenge. As remember, there are said to be hundreds and hundreds of these comments out there, as he obsessively comments day in and day out, and not a single one has been found on an adult's page, or even a young girl's page. And if you think the idea of predators creating fake challenges to obtain fetish content sounds far-fetched, well, this would actually be far from the first time something like this has happened. Back in the older days of YouTube, there were countless cases where predators would do the same thing. They would find unknown channels run by kids and proceed to ask them to do sexual things, all under the guise of these fake challenges, which were oftentimes far more graphic than Howard's dares. But at the end of the day, they all serve the same purpose: to create fetish material for those promoting the challenge. It's the perfect cover-up and the perfect incentivizer to make kids take part in this, as you would be hard-pressed to find a child who would recognize this as a fetish, or even an adult for that matter. And with all this being said, I'm left to firmly believe that Howard does in fact have malicious intent with these comments, and this challenge of his seems to be strictly done for his own sexual gain. The red flags are just too glaring. But identifying this man's predatory behavior is only half the battle. We still don't have undisputed proof that this is a fetish for him. Plus, we still don't even know who this man even is. And to make matters more difficult, this is where his trail left behind on TikTok essentially ends, as the Howard the Duck 4 page is practically void of any personal information that could be used to track him down, leading us straight to a dead end. Or so I thought.
Hi everyone, today I'm jumping in the shower with my clothes on.
Faced with a lack of answers coming from TikTok, I decided to see what more I could find on this wet clothes fetish here on YouTube. And although many results were totally fine and happening between consenting adults, I was shocked to see that Howard wasn't the only one who had his sights set on minors. My first search revealed hundreds and even thousands of videos of young kids bathing, swimming, and showering in their clothes, many of which were placed in playlists that were clearly meant to be viewed for sexual pleasure, as they had names like hot and And disturbingly, most if not all of these videos seem to have come from challenges, and challenges that I had never heard of, and that don't seem to actually be real. For example, the cold shower challenge and the jumping into shower fully clothed challenge.
We'll be doing the cold shower challenge.
And essentially every single one of these videos had been created due to dares left within their comments, the same way that Howard has been doing on TikTok, making it clear to me that Howard is not the only one with this specific predatory fetish. And he's not the only one trying to exploit children across the web into making this content. The scope of it all is honestly surreal, as some of these videos have tens and thousands of views, and they just seem to go on for forever, with hundreds of thousands of results, the majority of which are currently being viewed sexually. This whole rabbit hole of fake challenges across YouTube is something that I'm going to cover more in depth in an upcoming video, but it's important to note that in recent years, YouTube has removed comments on all videos made by children, which thankfully has drastically reduced the spread of these fake challenges on YouTube, meaning that most of these results are thankfully from many years ago. But not all of them, as there was one somewhat recent clip that I just so happened to stumble upon that made me stop dead in my tracks.
Hey Mom, take a bath with my clothes on, with my shoes and my socks.
It was the video provoked by Howard, the very start of this whole rabbit hole. Only this time, rather than being on TikTok, the clip had been re-uploaded to a YouTube channel called Kids Swimming Fully Clothed. And this wasn't the only upload, as the channel has several others, all of which can easily be traced back to Howard, as in each of the videos you can see Howard's comments plastered at the top, proposing his now infamous dare. Out of these 7 uploads to be featured on this channel, every single one has been made in response to Howard's comments, and all of these re-uploads came very soon after the actual videos were posted, which, given the obscurity of these videos and Howard in general, he was most likely the only one who would have been monitoring them, which leads me to believe that this is in fact his channel, and he's using it to store and share his fetish videos. Or in other words, he's essentially created his own fetish page right here on YouTube by using content solely produced by minors. Howard isn't just soliciting these videos for himself. These comments and these dares were clearly part of a larger plan to distribute this material across the web for the many others who share his sick obsession. And despite the fake challenge problem having been seemingly solved on YouTube, thanks to the removal of comments, Howard has actually found a way around it, as he's using TikTok to do his dirty work and YouTube to share his prizes, which shows us that Howard's reach extends far past that of just TikTok. But how far past was something that I never could have seen coming. Armed with the knowledge that Howard wasn't solely on one platform, I began searching to see where else I could find him across the web, and as a shot in the dark, I decided to search up things like swimming fully clothed, and swimming with clothes on and shoes and socks, which eventually led me to a Twitter account started all the way back in 2012 that had been discussing this very fetish, with the username being HowardTheDuck6. There, this user would tweet things like, "I love to go swimming fully clothed, especially during summer months. Dare you to tell your kids to get a bath or shower fully clothed in their shoes and socks tonight. See what happens." And money-saving idea for the washing if you have kids. Once a week, get them to have a bath fully clothed. It washes them and their clothes. And the tweets go on from there in a similar vein, which, given the username and the obvious interest in kids swimming with their clothes on, it's apparent that this page is also run by Howard. But this was nowhere near the end of his trail, as I soon started discovering more and more accounts run by Howard from every single direction I looked, many of which going by similar usernames, and all of which discussing wet clothes on children. 8 years ago on Answers.com, an account belonging to Howard asked, "Would you ever teach your kids to swim fully clothed with their shoes and socks on? Or have you ever learned your kids to swim fully clothed with their shoes and socks on?" In another instance, he turned up on a website called swimmingforum.com, again asking if anyone would let their kids swim fully clothed. And it went on from there, as he had posted about the topic on Quora, as well as made numerous polls on MrPoll.com, where he posed questions relating to young kids and, of course, swimming with their clothes on. I even found numerous of Howard's banned accounts on a few separate sites, like Hub Pages for example, where he had been permanently banned for incessantly posting about swimming children. The magnitude of his online footprint is unlike anything I have ever seen, as his postings date back well before 2010 and reach all the way up until present day, and he's on virtually every single website I could ever think to check, and on others that I have never even heard of before. And through all of his years of posting online and through all of his different accounts, he only ever posted about kids swimming in their clothes. It's almost as if the thought of it consumes his life, and every spare moment he has is spent fantasizing about it. He's even started multiple Facebook groups to share his interest in the topic, with one being called People Who Bathe Fully Clothed Weekly Meeting, and Kids Who Would Like to or Who Can Swim Fully Clothed. Howard is quite literally in every corner of the internet talking about this and seeking this content out, as it seems that as time has gone on, he's grown smarter and smarter about how to solicit these videos for himself, as what once started as random posting across the web has now turned into the targeted exploitation of children in a practically foolproof way. But luckily for us, with an online trail this massive, Howard was bound to slip up at one point.
I dare you to get a bath fully clothed.
As it turns out, it seems that Howard wasn't even trying that hard to keep his identity a secret, as on his Twitter page discussed previously, he links to a GoFundMe site where he was trying to raise money for a cause that he so dearly believed in. The page read, "I am doing a swim fully clothed for Martin House Hospice for children and young people, because to help in the running of the hospice, please do give as much as you can. Every penny really does help. Thank you." What this event was supposed to be and how this money would actually help in any way was never specified, though it seemed pretty obvious that this was a failed attempt by Howard to try and witness his fetish up close and personal by holding an event encouraging kids to come and swim fully clothed. But within this listing lies one key mistake. as Howard had used his real name, likely something that would have been required if he wanted to receive any of the funds. And surprisingly, his name actually did turn out to be Howard Newton to be exact. And after a few quick searches and matching his photos and videos, it's clear that Howard the Duck 4 is in fact Howard Newton, a middle-aged man living in West Yorkshire, England. And the discovery of Howard's true identity managed to prove even more important than I ever could have imagined, as throughout this video, though it seemed obvious that Howard did in fact have a wet look fetish, I couldn't find any undeniable proof of it until I found his personal Facebook page. There, I discovered that he was following accounts like Wet Look, Vicky's Mud Paradise, and Zenny's Wet Look, among many others, which, if you haven't guessed, are all clear-cut wet look fetish pages, all of which were heavily sexualized and followed closely by Howard, which confirms without a shadow of a doubt that this was always something sexual for Howard. Along with this, discovering Howard's identity also showed me that the Howard the Duck 4 account wasn't even his only page on TikTok, as he has actively been posting, as well as continuing his spree of comments on another account called Newton Howard 1.
Please do follow me on this account. This is the backup account in case videos get banned on my other account.
On this page, Howard explains that he is using it as a backup account should his main channel get banned, which that alone shows us that Howard is aware that his predatory behavior at the very least goes against terms of service, and it heavily implies that he is well aware what he's doing is wrong. And though his behavior under Howard the Duck 4 seemed somewhat calculated and clearly thought through, in this other page he is far more unhinged, as he has ramped up his obsessive commenting even more, and he's now started making videos in response to those in his replies, where he verbally asks these young boys to participate in his challenges.
I dare you to get a bath full of clothes and do a shuffle with your wet clothes on. I dare you to get a bath full of clothes and then do a shuffle in your wet clothes.
And even when he's getting called out by some of these kids, he just continues to ask shamelessly. But by far the most troubling discovery to come from his new TikTok account takes us yet again to the opening of this video, and that same child who Howard had approached all the way back in April of 2021. It was noted earlier that Howard had returned to the young boy's page a whole month later after his initial offer was declined. But as it turns out, he didn't even stop there, as he actually returned to the young boy's page yet again, this time a whole 6 months later, where he continued begging for this kid's participation, this time doing so under the more recent Newton Howard account, which just further showcases his disturbing persistence and how deep his predatory obsession truly is. And by this point, I had thought I'd seen it all, or at least the worst that this rabbit hole had to offer. But just as I had finished this video up, I made yet another disturbing discovery, and one that brings this whole case full circle. While scrolling through Howard's Facebook page one final time, I realized that he had been following another suspicious group, and upon sifting through its contents, I found that Howard was the only one to have posted on it, and was its original creator, with the group's name being Dare to Do for YouTube Video. There, Howard would follow a similar formula to his TikTok page by daring users to do his challenge, with the only difference being that he would ask them to upload the footage directly to YouTube, and when they would do so, he would link the videos back within the group as a way of archiving them and encouraging others to participate, with these postings going all the way back to 2014. And it didn't stop there, as I found another page that was also run by Howard, called Bath Challenge Facebook Group, where he did the same exact thing, only there he was and is far more active, as the group has hundreds of posts, all showing kids participating in these dares, with the most recent posts being the TikTok videos that he had obtained earlier this year. Between these two groups were countless proposed dares and even more videos, with the most concerning part being that Howard seems to have taken credit for them. And though I haven't found a way to prove it yet for sure, it seems likely that many, if not all of these hundreds of YouTube videos were solicited by Howard himself. This didn't start for him on TikTok. He was one of the ones running these fake challenge operations on YouTube way back in the early days. And when the comment sections got disabled and it became much harder to solicit these videos through YouTube, Howard simply switched platforms to continue his predatory ways. It's just such a disturbing revelation, as it's very likely that many of the videos I had scrolled through when exploring the YouTube side of this, simply to understand the history of fake internet challenges, may have actually been solicited by the very predator I was hunting. This is truly one of the most bizarre cases that I've ever worked on, and it all leads us to a rather uncertain ending, as it's unclear what will happen to Howard from this point on. Taking everything we know about him into consideration, I have suspicions that there is some sort of mental illness involved here. However, given how calculated his approach was on TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube, and the fact that he's used this content to start a fetish page on YouTube leads me to believe that he is aware enough to understand what he's doing. Plus, not to mention his clear understanding that what he's doing is wrong and would likely lead to him getting banned. And because of this, I forwarded all of this information and more to law enforcement in his area. Though I honestly have my doubts that they will actually do anything. I mean, this whole thing is just so obscure. And though Howard is clearly a predator, he's being predatory in an unconventional way. And given the way the laws are written, I'm not sure if he's actually done anything illegal. So I'd imagine that this would be a hard case for law enforcement to pursue, which is a huge problem, as this is the case with practically all of these fake challenges across the web. Given the fact that they are typically centered around an obscure fetish, plus the lack of any real laws being broken, it's basically made this style of solicitation practically risk-free for the predators out there, as these people never wind up facing any sort of repercussions. So I think it's important that we bring these cases to light every so often, so that these predators know that there are consequences to their actions, because as of now there is practically no one holding them accountable, which has made these predators, like Howard, run rampant across the web. I just want to briefly mention that I have some new merch for those who are interested, and I also want to shout out my God tier patrons, Barry Winstanley, Bazoo40.
Now, at 20 years old, to put it mildly, Frederick wasn't the best pilot. Sure, he did have 150 hours of in-flight training, and he also had a Class 4 instrument rating, which I think is impressive. I don't really know, though. But he did have his pilot's license, so he was able to fly freely during the day and under certain conditions at night. So all that might make him seem like a good pilot, but he really wasn't. And I know it sounds like I'm coming at him, but I'm just telling the truth here. And though he was determined to make a living off of his passion for aviation, it really wasn't coming easy for him. With hopes of becoming a commercial pilot, Frederick ended up failing his commercial license examination on 5 separate occasions, with his most recent coming not even a month before his disappearance. But not only this, in the short amount of time that he had been flying, he had already received 3 separate citations. Once for straying into a controlled off-limits area, and the other 2 times for flying blindly into a cloud. Which, how the hell could they have caught him doing that? Like, that is what I want to know. But the most recent of these citations actually ended up landing him in legal hot water, and there was actually a good chance that he was going to be prosecuted for it. And I'm sure the punishment wouldn't have been too terrible, but it definitely would have hindered his already struggling aviation career. But despite his flying struggles, he still had his license and he was still able to fly. And at 6:19 p.m. on October 21st, 1978, he took off for Victoria's Morburn Airport. I am sorry if I mispronounced that. Now on this flight, he was flying a single-engine plane directly over the Bass Strait on his way to King Island.
And at first, things appeared to be going well. He was making good time, he was on pace, the weather was cooperating, and things just seemed to be going okay. But things were about to change. As the sun began to go down, something strange emerged near Frederick's plane. Confused, he radioed into Melbourne's air flight service. Now, this conversation was recorded and transcribed, and the transcription alone is one of the most chilling things I have ever read. But strangely enough, the recording itself seems to have been completely wiped from the internet. And this might be because it was just that terrifying. But despite this, the recording was once available online many years ago, and those who have heard it can attest to how terrifying it really was. So obviously, since this thing has been wiped from the internet, we can't really listen to it, which kind of sucks. But we do have the transcriptions, which tell us exactly what was said whilst Frederick was up there, right before he disappeared. And just reading this alone here, it's become clear to me that Frederick may have really seen something otherworldly that day. And lucky for us, people have actually acted out these transcriptions. Not saying they're the best, but it is better than me trying to read it, so I am just going to play that for you now.
This is Delta Sierra Juliet. Is there any known traffic below 5,000 feet? No known traffic. Seems to be a large aircraft below 5,000 feet. What type of aircraft is it? I cannot confirm. It's four bright, seems to me like landing lights. The aircraft has just passed over me at least 1,000 feet above. Is there any Air Force aircraft in the vicinity? No known aircraft in the vicinity. Seems to be playing some sort of game. He's flying over me. Delta Sierra Juliet, it's not an aircraft, it's... Can you describe the aircraft? As it's flying past, it's a long shape. Cannot identify it, it has such speed. It's before me right now, Melbourne. How large would the object be? Seems like it's stationary. What it's doing right now is orbiting. The thing is just orbiting on top of me. It's also got a green light and a sort of metallic, like, it's shiny on the outside. It's just vanished. That strange aircraft's hovering on top of me again. It's hovering and it's not an aircraft.
Now, immediately after Frederick said, "and it's not an aircraft," a disturbing sound was heard for roughly 17 seconds before the entire transmission cut off. And the sound is best described as some sort of metallic scraping noise. But to this day, nobody is sure of what exactly it was. Now, like I said, I couldn't find the actual tape of this conversation, but this last part with the metallic scraping noises has apparently been clipped and recorded and is still out there online. And actually, a YouTuber by the name of Lily Harper supposedly was able to find the clip itself and upload it to her YouTube channel. So obviously full credit goes out to her for this next part, but this is supposedly that strange noise captured at the end of the recording. Now, this transmission was the last that anyone heard of Frederick, as he disappeared immediately after. He never reached Kings Island, and a full rescue team was sent out in the assumption that he had crashed his plane somewhere in the water.
So I'm sitting here editing, like I do, and I realized I've been saying Kings Island, but it's actually King Island. So basically what I'm saying is, I'm sorry.
But oddly enough, nothing was ever found of his plane. It seemed to disappear along with Frederick, with no confirmed parts having turned up to this day. Although some people believe that parts were actually found, none of them were ever confirmed 100%. And after just a short while of searching, Frederick Valentich was presumed dead, and the search was halted. So what caused this disappearance, and what was that mysterious object that Frederick saw 5,000 feet in the air? Was that the reason for Frederick's disappearance? Or was his disappearance a case of obsession gone too far?
Now, whenever we look at a disappearance of this caliber, we have to at least consider the possibility of suicide. And in this case, it actually kind of makes sense. I mean, Frederick had this dream of becoming a commercial pilot, but he kept failing over and over again. And he would no doubt have been struggling with these failures, and he must have been feeling pretty disappointed at the very least. So could this have set him over the edge? It's possible, and further backing this story is the fact that he had no motive for going to King Island that night. I mean, when providing reasonings for his trip there, he apparently gave conflicting responses. One of them was that he was going to visit some friends, and the other one was that he was going to pick up some crayfish. And this disparity of reasoning may have actually meant that he had no reason to go there. And even further backing this is the fact that Frederick never contacted the King Island airport, which is like common procedure if you're going to fly somewhere. Like, they wouldn't have been expecting him, and he probably wouldn't have been able to land. So this might mean he wasn't even planning on making it there. Now, though this theory is really intriguing to me, there are still some flaws that kind of cast doubt on this. Like the fact that by all accounts from friends and family, Frederick seemed to enjoy his life. And to them, he seemed genuinely happy, and the idea of him taking his own life wasn't even in the equation for them. And all this might show us that maybe his aviational failures really didn't bother him that much. I mean, after all, he was young and he still had time to learn and kind of bounce back. But if this suicide theory really is to be believed, then what did he see in the sky that night? Did he truly see a UFO, or was he just trying to go out with a bang? Now, digging through Frederick Valentich's past shows that he had other passions besides aviation, and one of these passions was aliens. It turns out that Frederick had some sort of obsession with UFOs. And quick disclaimer, I know that UFOs don't inherently mean aliens, but for the sake of this video, they are going hand in hand. He would gather newspaper clippings of different UFO sightings, and he would constantly be watching television programs on aliens. And this passion all stemmed from the fact that he really believed that UFOs and aliens were out there. And he believed in them because apparently he saw one. According to his dad, Frederick claimed to have seen a UFO on one occasion. And this sighting caused him to become paranoid that what if one day they attacked him. So it's clear that he had a real connection to the topic of UFOs, and some would even call it an obsession. So could this obsession have led him to pull off this kind of elaborate hoax before he took his own life? Maybe, but it's also possible that Frederick never even intended on taking his own life that day, and that he fully intended on returning home with a harrowing story of his UFO encounter. I mean, he was obsessed with UFOs, and a hoax like this would make people really believe in UFOs along with him. And that's actually exactly what ended up happening. While that recording was still available, it was viewed as one of the greatest pieces of evidence to support the existence of aliens ever found. So maybe this was his plan all along. And out of all the theories that we're going to be talking about here, I think this is probably my favorite one, because the motivation is there. I mean, this hoax would have made him a world-famous pilot, and he could have cashed in on that story. I mean, think of the books and the TV programs that he could have made money off of by coming home with this story. Also, it would have pushed his narrative forward that aliens really do exist. But if this is truly the case, then where is he now? Well, the sad truth may be that things went wrong while he was trying to pull off this hoax, and that disturbing sound heard at the end of the recording was actually him crashing to his death. I mean, this really could have been a case of obsession that went too far. Because let's be real, if he really did survive, there was no way that he or his plane would have never turned up. I mean, chances are they're probably both at the bottom of the ocean, in a very deep, dark spot. And that sounds morbid, but it's just the truth. Like, he would have turned up by now. But there still remains one theory that can't be ignored. What if Frederick truly encountered a UFO that day? I mean, maybe he was actually abducted by aliens. And interestingly enough, the area that Frederick had disappeared over had experienced a large number of UFO sightings that night, including a now infamous photo of a supposed UFO hovering in the air right where Frederick would have disappeared. And it was taken on that very night. Don't really see it, but it had to be mentioned. And some onlookers who actually saw Frederick's plane that night
claimed that there was a green light following it. And though there's no way to really tell for sure if these are real, I think it's definitely worth mentioning them anyway. And also, not to mention that those who have actually heard the real recording all say the same thing, that it was very disturbing and very real. The panic in his voice was supposedly so chilling that it would have been almost impossible to have faked. And if we're being real, that strange noise heard at the end of the transmission really doesn't sound like a plane crashing into water. It just sounds weird and way more disturbing than that. I mean, maybe this was the sound of Frederick literally getting abducted. Now, also going along with this theory, some people believe that Frederick had actually gone out searching for a UFO that night. And this would explain the lack of motive that he had to go to Kings Island, and the fact that he was never going to land there in the first place. And believers of this theory claim that while he was searching for a UFO, he found one, and obviously it didn't take too kindly to him. So in a way, this theory kind of explains everything, despite the fact that it's obviously a little outlandish. Now, this is a fairly popular theory nowadays, but I'll admit it, I'm not really feeling it. The theory is that the UFO that Frederick thought he saw that night was actually just an optical illusion. And some people believe that he was actually just looking at his own plane's reflection, because he was flying upside down and he didn't notice. Like, I get it, it would have been dark then, but really? I mean, my thing is, how would you not notice that you're upside down for 10 minutes? I'm no pilot, but come on. And another theory is that the UFO was actually just the stars. He was looking at the stars and he thought it was a UFO. And maybe because he was such a hardcore believer in UFOs, it kind of caused his mind to fill in the blanks about it. I mean, like, I get it. Actually, no, I really don't. I do not understand this theory, but plenty of smart people have pointed to this being the reason, so I figured I would bring it up, and maybe if you guys are interested, you can do more research on your own, but it's not really one that I was following along with. And to me, this actually sounds like kind of a reach, but I'm also kind of on board with the UFO theory, so take that for what it's worth. The case of what happened to Frederick Valentich is one that leaves us with more questions than answers. Whether it was a prank gone wrong or an actual case of alien abduction is yet... Alright guys, so I did buy something. Before I show you, let's get home. Alright, so I'm sure you guys are so anxious to find out which item that I ended up picking at the thrift store. So without further ado, here's the creepy object that I picked up. Introducing the newest member of the family here. Whatever this thing is. Yeah, so I haven't named her yet, but I don't know. A name will come to me. Pretty creepy. Also, not to mention, limited edition. No biggie, but I'm basically a collector now. She's bedazzled. She's a little bit grimy. Like, and by grimy, I mean she kind of like smells like, what is the word? Like actual human. I'm kind of hesitant to touch her. Okay guys, so before we find out if this creepy doll from the thrift store is really haunted, there's someone that has to meet her first. This is gonna be stupid. If you are gonna be a part of this family, you have to meet someone that I know and love and is very dear to my heart. Meet Katie.
I will kill you and your family.
I think they like each other.
You are next.
Alright, I'm ready to run some tests. The first test we're going to run is an EVP session, and we are about to start that right now. So I'm going to shut the lights off and just start recording. Okay, I look homeless. Alright, we are officially recording. What is your name? How did you die? Is there a spirit inside this doll that wants to communicate? Do you like the name Nikki? Because, you know, I really love it. I mean, it's nothing like, it's not like a bias or anything. I just really love it. Where did you come from? What's your favorite color? If she answers that one, I'll lose my mind. Do you have anything that you want to say to me?
Okay, I'm gonna turn the camera off now and review what we have. So kind of what I expected, I guess, which is absolutely nothing. It's a little bit upsetting, a little bit frustrating, but that just means we have to do more tests. But as of right now, I'm not totally convinced that this doll is haunted. It said that just by touching a haunted object, you'll be able to feel a difference in its energy. Like you'll be able to kind of instinctually know that the object itself is haunted. Okay, so we have Nikki here, a non-haunted stuffed animal doll, whatever, and of course we have Katie here. So I am going to be basically just picking each of these up, seeing if I can feel the energy. I don't know, like I'm so skeptical about this test, but I don't know, I feel like I should at the very least try it. After all, I mean, Google told me that this works, so that means absolutely nothing. All right, we're gonna start with this guy. All right, here we go. I'm not really feeling much there. And then Katie. All right, I'm gonna run it one more time. Okay, that's weird. That is really weird. I don't know about energy, but when I just picked Nikki up, I had this pain shoot right down here. Basically like a cramp. But other than that, I don't feel the difference in energy or anything, so this test was pretty dumb, I guess. But we got more on the way. Okay, for the third and final test, we are going to be doing something that is so terrifying to me, and it's extra terrifying because I'm the only one here. It's just gonna be me doing that. And this third test is using a Ouija board. Okay, so I'm gonna have Nikki sitting there, and then I'm gonna have a camera facing down at the actual Ouija board, and another camera just facing right on me. And if I don't get anything here, then I can safely say that Nikki is not haunted. Okay, we have both cameras rolling now. Sorry for this horrible lighting, it's really dark in here. All right, I'm starting the session. If there's a spirit within this doll that would like to communicate with me, you may do so through this board. I'm terrified. I'm such an asshole. What the hell is wrong with me? Okay, wait, I think that's just me moving it. I don't know. Do you not want to communicate with me? Okay, there's no way. I feel like it's probably just me that's moving it, just subconsciously, like I don't even realize that I'm moving it. I'm gonna try again. I'm trying to make this as honest as possible. What is your name? Okay, oh my god, okay. Well, now it can't move. Sorry, I'm like breaking all the rules of this board right now, but I don't know. If there is any spirit here that wants to communicate, this is your last chance. Alright, well, goodbye. Thank you for your time. I really don't know about that. Alright, well, I'm getting this thing out of my room. Not because it's haunted, just because it's creepy. So, do I think that the doll is haunted? I don't think so. You know what? We didn't really get anything in test 1 and 2. And in test 3, I don't know. I don't think that I moved it myself, but I feel like I probably did subconsciously, like it's a psychological thing. The little bit of evidence that we actually had can be easily dismissed, you know? So I do not believe that this doll is haunted. Now the question is, what do I do with her? I guess there's only one thing to really do. We gotta destroy her. Oh, I am gonna get possessed tonight. I heard you're talking some shit, Nikki. I heard you're talking some noise. Well, not anymore. It ends today. What am I even talking about? It's been nice knowing you, Nikki. Do you have any last words? Gretzky. Oh My God. I didn't realize the dog was glass. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. There's the arm. Oh, no. Come on. It's not looking too good over here. Now I'm feeling kind of bad. Crosby.
There have been quite a few noteworthy developments with these channels in specific, which I'll begin with. But the main reason I'm making this video is because I stumbled upon something in the past week of researching. It's somewhat of a rabbit hole in the fake animal rescue genre, which has not only shown me just how widespread the problem really is, but also the fact that the Rescue Journey TV might not be the only channel run by this man. To start off, I'll address the obvious. Despite many of us flagging these animal abuse channels, they are still in fact up and fully monetizable. I even reached out to Team YouTube on Twitter, who said that they were looking into it. However, I've heard nothing back and it's been over a week, so I'm assuming nothing will come of it. And so to address this, I figured I would quickly go over some things to make it more clear to Team YouTube on the wrongdoings of these channels. On the Happy Dog channel, we know for sure that they have used the same cat in multiple videos just days apart. Now, this is significant because somehow, just 3 days later, the same exact kitten wound up stuck inside of a fence for them to rescue. And you can tell for sure that it's the same kitten by the pattern on its back. And it's also been brought to my attention that they have used the same dog at least 3 times in these fake rescues, putting this animal in harmful and abusive situations, where in 2 of them the puppy is literally attacked by snakes. What would the chances of them stumbling upon the same cats and dogs over and over again be, especially finding them in these harmful situations where they need rescuing? Happy Dog is a scam, and it's painfully obvious too. Now, continuing with this disgusting channel, after my video released, I was expecting some kind of response, maybe an explanation or a defense against what they did, but no. Their response was to delete every single negative comment on their channel. And that wasn't all. They also deleted the video of the cat stuck in a fence that proved they had used the same kitten on multiple occasions, which I exposed in my last video. Innocent people just don't do this. And similar things are happening over at the Rescue Journey TV. Much like Happy Dog, we were also able to expose them for using the same animals in multiple videos. And if you pause the video and look a little closer, the cat has the same exact markings on its back. It's the same kitten, again disproving the legitimacy of these rescues. And their response was also to delete comments and now just remove them altogether. If I had any doubt before, which I didn't, I think their actions all but confirm their guilt. Now, if anyone from Team YouTube happens to be watching, I wanted to remind you of the violent or graphic content policies in place on your platform. In it, you say don't post content on YouTube if it fits any of the descriptions noted below. Number 1, content where there is infliction of unnecessary suffering or harm, deliberately causing an animal distress. We already know this is happening, as confirmed by the fact that they are using the same animal over and over again. Continuing, don't post content where animals are encouraged or coerced into fighting by humans. This is literally the crux of Happy Dog, pitting cats, dogs, birds, and even rabbits against snakes, as they've posted 13 separate videos of this in the past 2 months, an unnatural amount in nature. And finally, don't post dramatized or fictional footage of anything listed above where the viewer is not provided with enough context to determine that the footage is dramatized or fictional. This is Happy Dog and the Rescue Journey TV. This is dramatized footage that is disguised as being real, with the only real part of these videos being the catastrophic injuries caused to these animals. These channels are in such clear violation of the rules that they should have been banned long ago. So please, Team YouTube, if you are watching, there is more than enough evidence here to remove these channels off of the platform. Okay guys, I have a disturbing update here. I had the script all done and I was going to take this video in a different direction, but something just happened. Honestly, I've spent the last hour trying to fight back tears, trying to make sense of this. But on August 28th, the Rescue Journey TV posted a video of a dog who had its head stuck in a fence. Now we've seen this before, we know this channel is fake, so obviously I knew that this was another bullshit video. But today I went to see if there were any new uploads and I saw this. It's a video called Pets Rescue, a poor puppy runs on a highway being run over by car, goodbye. And in it, it shows a dog dead on the side of the road that had supposedly been hit by a car, and the video ends with this asshole burying it. Guys, this is the same dog. The same one with its head stuck in the fence that they had to rescue the video before. You can tell by the spot and the markings on its face. They used the same dog over and over again, like I said they were doing, and this time they took it so far that they literally killed it. They killed this dog for content, and I can't see any other way of looking at this, and I don't see how anyone could deny this. Now, to YouTube, I brought this to your attention well over a week ago. These two videos happened in the last 3 days of writing this, because you continued to allow them to post on your platform. I said it would get worse, and now they are downright killing dogs and being monetized on your platform. This was preventable. You told me you were looking into it, and you chose to do nothing, and now this puppy is dead. So let's talk about this channel run by a dog killer, because this is the beginning of our rabbit hole, and it's time to expose the whole thing. When exploring this vile channel, I noticed something in their community tab. The Rescue Journey TV uses this feature a lot to link to the majority of their uploads. But the more I looked, the more I noticed that it wasn't just this channel's videos that it was promoting. It also linked to a few other animal rescue channels, with the first channel being Yorkie, spelled Y-O-R-Q-U-I. Let's take a look at some of their content. Right off the bat, you can tell that this is another obvious fake. As you can see, they are using the same dogs and cats in multiple rescue videos. Which this is disturbing enough, but it gets more interesting. Because immediately I was drawn to this video, rescue the cat, hook the chain clamp to the drainage system, waiting for help. With the reason for this being that the cat looked awfully familiar. In fact, it looks just like the kitten that the Rescue Journey TV had used in their fake videos multiple times. Same pattern on the back and everything. So I clicked on another video, and honestly, I couldn't believe my eyes. It's the same guy from the Rescue Journey TV, the dog killer himself. He's not just running one animal abuse channel, he's running two. And that's not all. I went back to the community tab to see the other channels that had been linked, and I found Pablo Zito 17, yet another fake animal rescue channel. And wouldn't you know, it's the same guy. 3 channels, all abusing animals, run by a killer. This situation is far worse than I ever could have imagined, and honestly I don't think that it can get any more disturbing. Or at least I didn't, but boy was I wrong. Because there's one more channel linked in the community tab, a channel called Love Rescue Animals. Now this one never shows the man's face, and at first I believed that it probably wasn't connected. But then I noticed something in the video Rescue Dog's Puppy, Rescue Puppy Trapped in the Door. In it we see yet another dog stuck in a fence, but again there's something about this scene that looked familiar. The fence. It's the same exact fence used on the Rescue Journey TV, the fence where the spotted puppy was caught in, and 3 days later was found dead by the side of the road. This man, the man behind the Rescue Journey TV, is running 4 separate fake animal rescue channels. The Rescue Journey TV, Love Rescue Animals, Pablo Zito, and Yorkie. These channels are all posting fake animal rescues, all by the same person, a confirmed animal killer. Okay guys, there's actually been another update and everything in my research has just kind of come full circle, so bear with me here because this rabbit hole goes much, much deeper. When looking into the Yorkie channel, I noticed something in the description of one of these videos. It was this big essay about the person behind the channel that reads, "Hello everyone, I'm a farmer who lives in a small village in South Asia. The weather is warm and wet here most of the year, so street cats and dogs breed a lot and they cannot protect their kittens or puppies." And it continues from there. Now this stood out to me because it's a very long, lengthy description, but I'd also remembered seeing this same paragraph before, but I wasn't sure where. So I copied it and searched it on YouTube, and I found this. In the description of another YouTube animal rescue channel was the same exact paragraph, line for line. The channel is called Animal Safeguard, and it has the same description as Yorkie, word for word, and so it makes me wonder if there's some kind of connection here. I mean, after all, there's no way they'd have the same life story. Now just to be clear, Animal Safeguard is in fact another obvious fake, with him using the same tactics as the channels mentioned before, most notably using the same puppies throughout multiple uploads. I can't figure out for the life of me why the same exact description is being used in the Animal Safeguard channel, and so it makes sense to me to assume that these channels may be working together or even run by the same person, given the similar settings, the similar deceitful practice and thumbnails, as well as video style, and of course the same exact supposed life story. And to further elaborate on these two screenshots, after each channel features a rescue, they sometimes bring the animal back to this outdoor area where they both seem to be holding animals that they are using for their videos. And if you look, they appear to be the same exact place, given the tiles and the garden in the background, so it seems pretty obvious that the two are somehow connected. But when you look at their videos and compare them, it's obvious that the men in the clips are not the same person. But I have a theory for that, and that is that the Rescue Journey TV and all of its connected channels are not a one-man operation. How do I know? Well, this man is always on camera in each of the channels in every video. But who's behind it? Who is filming for these abusive channels? Well, maybe it's the man behind Animal Safeguard, which would explain all of the similarities. And perhaps they swapped roles for this channel to make it appear different so they can increase their revenue. Which means that this man's reach is now up to as many as 5 channels across the platform. But it doesn't stop there, because I found this guy, the man from the Animal Safeguard channel, who is likely connected to the Rescue Journey TV, on 4 separate channels. This man is on camera in 4 animal rescue channels, all of which are completely fake. These channels are, of course, Animal Safeguard, as well as Animal Lighthouse, Little Furry Friend, and finally the Rescue Journey, which in my opinion is the worst of them all, because for starters, it's not just monetized, it's verified. And you won't even believe this, but they literally admit it's fake in the description of their own videos, saying that the animals they use are actors. Meanwhile, the channel shows dogs literally drowning, terrified for their lives, and they admit right there that it's fake. Honestly, YouTube, I don't know how you let this one slip by you, because the fact that it's verified proves that you have reviewed this channel and deemed it worthy of verification. The reach of this all is insane. It's like when you find one fake channel, you find a bunch more, all run by the same person. And it makes it feel like so many of these channels in this genre are connected in some sort of animal abuse ring. We know that at least these 4 are being run by this person. And these 4 are being run by this person. with both groups of channels abusing animals and staging these rescues. And there's already a solid link between both of these groups. Same location, same story, same language, same thumbnail, same tags. And just look at the name, The Rescue Journey. It seems pretty similar to the channel we started with. And even if these groups aren't working together, they are still abusing animals on 4 separate channels, so it's messed up either way. But now it leaves us with the question, what can we do? And that's something that I'm struggling with. Removing the Happy Dog channel, as well as the Rescue Journey TV and the other 7 channels in its supposed ring, would definitely be a start. But it's likely that these people will just come back and make more and more accounts. I've had a lot of people suggest that we get the police involved, which is something that I would love to do. However, there's a major issue. It's since been all but confirmed by road signs and license plates that these channels are operating out of Vietnam, which is notable because in the research I've done, it doesn't appear that they have any sort of laws against animal abuse, making it unlikely that there is any legal action that we can take. It's a horrible situation, and in my opinion, it's very disheartening, because all of this means that this issue pretty much falls onto YouTube's shoulders. They are likely our best chance at stopping these people. And it starts with taking down the channels. But I feel like there's more we can do. Some things I noticed throughout the process is that YouTube doesn't have a clear option for reporting animal abuse on the site. When reporting a channel, it asks what the issue is and then gives you these options. And not one of them is animal abuse. In my opinion, this platform would benefit greatly if that was added as an option, so long as YouTube would actually look into it. YouTube removing the current fake channels on the platform would send a message to these abusers and likely scare many of them off. But allowing us to effectively flag and report these channels will help to stop them from making their way back on the platform. With this option, we can report and remove their new channels before they become monetizable. And removing the monetary incentive for them means they really have no reason to be making these videos, considering it seems that they're mainly doing this for money. And if they don't have incentive to make these videos, then in turn they don't have a reason to abuse these animals. It's not a perfect fix, but anything would be better than the current system on the platform. Well guys, I want to thank you so much for the support on the latest video and helping to fight against these abusers. I hope talking 30 or 40 miles. At some point we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told very emphatically that I should never go near any of them. I sort of just ignore them now when I run into them, because it happens so frequently. So after reading that, I'm not surprised that it has captured the attention of so many people. It's intriguing, it's different, and it's scary as hell if we're being honest. But at first, not many people believed it. And that's because this story was actually posted on the No Sleep forum on Reddit, which in case you don't know is a fictional thread. However, other SAR officers, as well as those who frequently spend time in the woods, have come forward since reading this to share their own stories of seeing these stairways in the woods. And amongst these stories, there is no clear correlation between the size, the look, the style of any of these stairways. They're all just randomly in the woods, and they seemingly lead to nowhere, but they also all seem to exude some type of dark energy, which makes those in the area feel a sort of paranoid feeling. And I should also mention that out of all the stories I read, I never actually read one from someone who walked up the stairs, which could be a dark indicator as to what these things can really do. Now admittedly, I am skeptical of this whole thing, which I will get into later, but I will say that there has been actual photo evidence that all but proves that there are actually some stairs in the woods. So they are in fact out there. Now the real question is, are they just some rotting staircases, or are they actually something paranormal? So for such a mysterious topic, there are surprisingly few theories offered as to what these things could really be. The first of which being extremely simple. Theory 1 is that these stairs are just left over from previous buildings. Though the original poster stated that they would see these stairs
over 40 miles into the woods. Most of the photo evidence we have today has come from within 10 miles or even less into the woods. This could be an ideal distance for a cabin. So potentially these stairs are all that remain of a rotted away cabin. After all, most of these stairs are often made of brick or iron, which would likely last longer than the typical wooden build of a cabin. Plus, I've read that these stairs could also be left over from old mining houses or even sketchy businesses who may have burned their buildings to the ground to cover up them ever being there. And all that would remain from those would be the stairs. So we are driving to the woods. Not necessarily a national forest like it's supposed to be, but you know, there will be trees there.
There are trees right here.
Shut up. So I think in like a shallow surface level kind of way, the first theory makes sense. I mean, they were just stairs left over from a rotted away home. That's where my brain initially went. But also, it just doesn't seem to explain everything. Like, I take a look at some of the pictures, and I don't know if there was necessarily room for houses to have been there in the first place. And also, that doesn't really explain the feeling of dread. Intriguing, but I don't think that's necessarily it. I mean, would it make sense for a whole cabin to just rot away without a trace and the stairs be perfectly preserved? And that's another thing. In a lot of these cases, the stairs have been just that, perfectly preserved, almost as if nothing had ever touched it before. So I can see where this theory was going, but at the same time, I can't see it accounting for all of these stories. Theory 2 is short, but very terrifying. And that is that the stairs were made for cult rituals. Oh, God. So the idea that they would build a staircase in the woods to maybe do some sort of sacrifice or some weird initiation thing, it really doesn't sound that far-fetched. So I'm not going to pretend to know what cults do in their spare time and in their free time and what these rituals entail. So this theory is definitely possible. However, are they really walking 40 miles out into the woods? I don't know. What do you think about the cult theory?
I think it makes sense in a way, but I also don't think that, you know, your average cult member is going to be able to find a random spot in the woods 40 miles in every single time.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're unmarked and very hard to find. So you're right. These places are very obscure. Again, surface level makes sense, but there's really quite literally no evidence to back this up. The third and most debated theory is that these stairs are something paranormal. For starters, those who encounter them all claim to have felt the urge to flee the area due to its dark presence. So one of the big things for those who kind of explore the world of the paranormal is that gut feeling. That sort of dark energy that you can't help but feel that tells your brain that we gotta get out of here, something isn't right. And I felt that in extremely haunted places. So for me, the fact that everyone who sees these stairs all claim to have this exact feeling, it actually adds some validity to this theory for me. Also, some people claim that these stairs are not permanent structures and that they only appear every so often in certain locations, including one person who claims that she sees a specific set of stairs in an exact location only about 1 in every 5 of her hikes. The other time she's in that area, there's nothing there. Now, when being near these stairs, people will also report time slippage. 1 minute it's noon, and the next it's almost sunset. So I'm not opposed to the idea that this could be something paranormal, but I'm left wondering, what is their purpose then? What about these stairs is so paranormal? Some believe that these stairs are actually used by aliens and UFOs in order to abduct people. Hell no. No. Okay, I'm not going back into aliens on this channel. Hell no. I've had too much of that for the time being. I mean, from what I know about UFOs and stuff like that, they can shoot down that little beam that sucks people up. What do they need these stairs for? Get a couple more feet off the ground? Are their beams not that powerful? Do they have weak beams? But perhaps the most popular belief is that these stairs serve as some form of portal. To where? Well, no one knows. Maybe another dimension, another world, or maybe even hell itself. Although in that case, wouldn't the stairs be going down? I'm thinking about this too literally, aren't I? This might potentially be the reason why the stairs are typically seen by SAR officers looking for missing people. This is also interesting given the extremely high number of people who disappear without a trace in national forests. Maybe these missing people were intrigued by the stairs and climbed up them and slipped into some sort of other dimension. Here's why this makes sense to me. When you hear about these stories of people who go missing in the woods, most of the time, it's children. And children are kind of dumb. So obviously a young kid would be intrigued if he saw a stairway in the woods, and he would go run up it and slip away before his parents could even see, and he would be gone without a trace. Maybe far-fetched in some instances, but these disappearances are never explained, and they really do just disappear without a trace. Maybe we're onto something. But despite that, I still feel like this theory, along with the other two, they're kind of soft. And I say that because I haven't had an experience with these stairs. In order for me to really believe in them or not, I feel like I have to go into the woods and search for myself. So let's go into the woods, kids. I'll bring candy. Alright, we made it. Let's look for these stairs. Alright, so we're starting our trek into the woods now. Well, I'll be honest, we're running out of daylight already, which is always a bad sign when you're starting off a hike. Thoughts on us potentially dying today?
I'm ready for death.
Jesus Christ. Same. Well, we're about 2 feet into our hike, and there's just a kind of a lake going on here. If I saw a set of stairs out here, just hearing that third theory, let's just say I would not go up there. I don't even think I would get close to it.
I'd poke it with the stick.
You would poke it?
With a stick.
With a stick. What if you were transferred into another dimension? Or possibly hell itself?
It would get me away from you, so...
Jesus Christ. Well, I'm already living in hell, so... Look at our shadows. Oh my god, goals. I kind of look like Slenderman. What the hell? Do I really look like that? Oh shit, yo, I thought these were stairs. These are most certainly not stairs. This may be the closest we get to stairs today. This is a very extreme hike so far. Lots of puddles. Wait, do you see this? These are not stairs, but these are looking sketchy. It's like a tarp. What do you normally associate tarps in the woods with? Bodies. If this is a dead body, or rich. Oh my god, no, it really looks like something's in there. Well, I need a stick to poke it with. Do you have a stick? That's the stick?
Your stick for you.
It's hay.
Your hay.
Oh my god. Jump scare. Nope, it's just a tarp. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Listen, there was one fleeting second there that I thought there might be like a little child's body in there.
Jesus.
I don't know what it was. Fear took over. Tim Hortons cup. That could be a sign of the occult.
People that like coffee.
Do you see the claws on that thing?
Yeah, that's a bear.
That is at the very least a mountain lion. This does look cult-like. I'm scared. Oh, it's garbage. And a seat cushion. It was weird. The wind just kind of stopped all of a sudden. We got a little deeper out into the woods. This is the first time I felt kind of creeped out. Okay, no. Okay, yeah, you're right. Second time. Forgot about the body bag. Oh, I'm not going in that way. Okay, no, I'm not even trolling now. Don't these tracks look fresh? And there's no human tracks. That's how you know it's not a dog. Admit that, right?
Yeah.
We're fucked. So this is about as deep as we're going today. Not trying to lose my life. The sun is setting. It is getting colder. Hypothermia is not a joke. So we're gonna head back. We will investigate this further some other time when we're actually in like a legit forest. But for now, between the theories, I can't confirm any of them. I just didn't see enough today. After our search turned up empty, I couldn't help but think of one last theory, and that being that this whole phenomenon was made up. I mean, the original story was posted on that non-fiction forum, and it's possible that people read the story and were really interested in it and made up their own to kind of build up this legend. In the very few places where there actually are stairs in the woods, this could just be a total coincidence. And also, this legend has really grown so much that I feel like a ton of people know about it now. So that being said, if you know about this theory and then you see these stairs in the woods, you're probably gonna feel that gut feeling of like it will ever stop, as new cases seemingly appear every week or so. But on YouTube, there's a similar issue happening right now, only it features a slight variation. It seems that on the platform, there are a variety of channels that are abusing animals, such as cats and dogs, just not in the way that we are used to. Instead, the videos paint these abusers to be heroes. It's a difficult phenomenon to explain, so let me just show you.
To start our investigation, we're going to be taking a look at an account called KM Animal, a channel with just 2 posts, but that's all they needed to make a lasting impact. A video entitled "Boy Rescues Baby Puppy Was Bitten by Big Dog" was posted to YouTube on April 3rd, 2018. The caption is filled with broken English, but basically what they're saying is that they found this puppy who had a bite from a bigger dog that they couldn't find, and they rescued the puppy by giving it medicine. Now, I'm gonna censor most of this video because there is nothing more triggering to me than seeing a puppy in pain, but it basically shows a dog with what appears to be a bleeding cut near its neck. The dog is clearly in pain and totally terrified. But luckily, these kids stumbled upon it and were able to bring it out to safety. They rubbed some medicine on the dog, and just like that, it was back on its feet. There was even a follow-up video posted to the channel that showed the puppy being completely fine, without so much as a scar or even any sign of a wound for that matter. Honestly, this is some wholesome content. They saved this poor, adorable, helpless puppy. These kids are heroes. Is exactly what they wanted you to think. In the first video I showed you, people noticed that something was off with the puppy's supposed bite marks. The story was that a big dog had bit the young puppy, causing a severe injury. But there's something about this injury. Something isn't quite right. On the puppy, there is only one mark that looks more like a cut than anything. If he had truly been bitten, then wouldn't there have been injuries all over his body, given the fact that grown dogs typically have 42 teeth? So if a grown dog had really bitten this puppy with that much strength, then those other teeth surely would have caused damage too. So the possibility of this actually being a bite mark is all but impossible, unless the dog literally only had one tooth. Plus, the wound very clearly isn't a puncture, and again it looks more like a slice, which is inconsistent with a bite mark as well. And something else wasn't adding up either. When looking at the update video, the young puppy was still a puppy, and it looked to be the same exact size. Yet the wound had healed over so much that it was unrecognizable. Large wounds on dogs like that would typically take as long as 6 weeks to heal if left open, and that's not including the months that it would take to fully scar over, and then the years it would take for that scar to become this unnoticeable. So all in all, the recovery time for the dog to look that good could have been years. And yet, that dog was still a puppy. Now going a little further, this looks to be a Labrador, meaning that by just 3 months old, it would already be nearing 25 pounds, and by 6 months, it would be as high as 50. But this dog is just as small as it was before, making this update video all but impossible to be true. So what does this all mean? It means that everything here is clearly staged. Everything but the dog's wound. And since we already know that it couldn't have come from a dog like they said, it appears that these kids did the unthinkable. They took a perfectly healthy puppy, filmed it as footage to use for their update video, and then they took a sharp object, likely a knife, and cut the puppy on its chest. After the dog was injured, they placed it under a deck and pretended to rescue it, so that they could look like the heroes. That explains why the wound looked more like a cut, and it explains why they never found the actual dog who bit the puppy, because it didn't exist. Stabbing an innocent puppy to look cool on YouTube and acting like you're a hero, it's one of the most disgusting things that I've seen on the platform. Honestly, this makes me just lose so much faith in humanity. But I was at least happy to see that people were smart enough to see through this channel's lies. Only, this wasn't actually the case. See, there's some information that I haven't shared with you yet. This channel actually wasn't the original KM Animals. In fact, both of these videos were just re-uploads. Instead, the original KM Animals channel had amassed nearly 1 million subscribers by doing this very same practice, and it was universally loved. Every video was fake and put these animals' lives at risk. Yet even for the videos we just analyzed, the support was overwhelmingly positive, with it garnering millions of views, and nobody caught on for a very long time. Until it was eventually exposed by YouTubers Pay Money Wubby and Everyday Stray. Once the truth had been revealed, the channel was shut down, with YouTube vowing to put an end to fake animal rescue content. But it is worth noting that KM Animals still has a YouTube channel that is functioning to this day called KM Daily, whose videos also deal with animals. Now, it doesn't appear that they're abusing them anymore, but it does rub me the wrong way that they're still able to post content and rack up hundreds of thousands of subscribers who likely have no idea about the horrible things they've done in the past. But I'll let you be the judge of that. The exposing of KM Animals was a huge deal in 2019, and with YouTube's response, one would imagine that it would be much harder to get away with on the platform today. But this doesn't seem to be the case, as in the past week I've been able to find a few channels that are concerning. Let's begin with Happy Dog. This channel was brought to my attention by a Reddit post made by Movie Expert 786, who questioned how legitimate the channel really was. In looking into it, I see what they mean. Happy Dog has been actively posting on YouTube for just 10 months, but in that span they've been able to amass 170,000 subscribers and 48 million views, with most of their videos receiving a high amount of praise. In the majority of their uploads, the people behind the camera will find a trapped or injured animal in seemingly an impossible situation. Situations that clearly wouldn't happen often in nature. And yet they find a new one every single day, it seems like, as they've recently began uploading practically daily. Now, this alone could just be a coincidence, so let's take a look at some specific examples of these impossible situations. Starting with the video, Rescue the Puppy Trapped in Fishing Net.
The net is around him so that he cannot run.
In this video, we see a dog tangled desperately in a red net, making it impossible for the puppy to move. That's when the camera cuts to a scene that shows us where the puppy was found. Just looking at this fort of chairs, it clearly seems staged, and something about it just doesn't sit right with me. See how tangled up this dog is? Every limb is wrapped, even its neck is caught around it. And we know this puppy is completely immobilized, meaning that it couldn't have walked into this fort after it was already tangled. So that means that this net must have been inside of that little den, and the puppy would have had to climb in and get caught up in it inside of there. But in my opinion, that's not even possible. For any animal to get this hopelessly trapped, it would have had to have rolled around, tried to escape, and moved all over the place. It's a situation where the more you move, the more you trap yourself. You don't get this caught just by standing on the net or laying on it. It requires movement, and most importantly, space to get this stuck. Yet that den barely had enough room for the puppy to fit in. There is nowhere near enough room for this dog to have gotten this tangled in that small little space. And we already know he couldn't have crawled in afterwards. And there's more. When I watched the video back, I noticed that the thumbnail seemed strange, because at no point of this video was the puppy ever in this position. Not once, and they supposedly showed the rescue from the moment they found the dog to the moment it was freed. So this shows us that this thumbnail was clearly staged, meaning that they had this dog tangled up off camera in the net, completely discrediting the idea that they had found it and immediately freed it. Now, with all this considered, I believe that this video is definitely a fake, and they put this puppy in a horrible situation just for views. And the content only gets more dangerous from here. In the video, Rescue Poor Puppy with his mouth tied up, they claim to have stumbled upon a dog who had a rock fallen on him, and who also had his mouth tied up. Now, a few concerns here. If the dog was covered by a rock, you wouldn't be able to see it, and if its mouth was tied up, you wouldn't be able to hear it from far away. So how again did they notice it? Also, you see them pulling the rock off of the dog, yet the camera shows the ditch that the puppy was found in earlier in the video, which made me realize, where did the rock fall from? The dog was in the middle of a wide ditch. Now, by the end of the video, they are clearly pretending that they have never seen this dog before by acting afraid of it, and so to try and help, they start smacking it? It's very disturbing and very dumb at the same time, because after all, the dog's mouth is literally tied. So with all of this, I feel like this is another fake video where they actually put the rock on top of that dog and tied its mouth just for content. Now, one of the most obvious signs that this is all being fake is an upload from June 10th called Rescue Puppy from Snake Attack, Crying for Help. This video is very graphic, so I'll blur it, but it shows a puppy being attacked by a snake. In the beginning, the people behind the camera take 30 seconds to film the situation, with one questioning, what are we gonna do?
Oh my god, so what we do now?
All the while, you can clearly see that the other person has a snake pole and could have easily helped the situation 30 seconds before, instead of just filming the dog literally being killed. So they prioritized getting a good shot and setting a good story to saving the dog's life, which shows us that at the very least, they valued their production quality over the dog's life in this situation. And I also want to briefly mention that this dog looks an awful lot like one of the puppies they had rescued a month previously. But this video is important for one specific reason. Out of the first 5 months of this channel, this was the first snake attack rescue that was uploaded, which leads me to believe that this is a fairly rare thing, as if they had had these rescues before, we would have seen them. Now, this video gained a staggering 4 million views, which is the first time that the channel had gotten close to this kind of viewership since its first month of existence. So in other words, this video kind of broke a dry spell on the channel, which tells us something, that these snake videos are good for views. And so interestingly enough, after that video went viral, all of a sudden they started rescuing more animals from these snakes. Clearly this was something that wasn't common, as it had never happened in the channel's first 5 months. Yet since that video went viral, they've posted 13 other snake rescue videos in just 2 months. It's clear to me that they saw how well the first one did and continued staging these attacks so they could keep pulling views. And some of these videos are so clearly fake. Like this one, for example. The video shows a puppy being attacked by what they say is a king cobra. In it, the dog is dirty and has been bitten by the snake on its leg. Now, a king cobra bite can have enough venom to kill a full-grown elephant, so this puppy should not have survived long after this. Yet Happy Dog takes the puppy directly to the vet, gives it a shot, and miraculously it survives. So that alone is unlikely, as the dog wouldn't have survived for more than a few minutes. But also, I noticed something else. When the dog is being attacked, it is dirty and bleeding from its leg. Yet, by the time they reach the hospital, the dog is perfectly clean, and the injury is nowhere to be found. So much like KM Animal, it appears that this was filmed before the attack, and that the entire thing was staged. And if it truly was a king cobra, then it's likely that the puppy was killed while they were filming this video. And there are inconsistencies with all of these snake videos, leading me to believe that most of these dogs are dying or being severely injured during these staged scenes. Now, I'm sure you guys get the point already, but if you're still on the fence, here's this. On August 13th, the channel posted a video of a cat being attacked by a snake in a tree. It's very graphic, so I won't show it all, but at one point we see this random kitten standing on the tree. Now, this is significant because somehow, just 3 days later, the same exact kitten wound up stuck inside of a fence for them to rescue. And you can tell for sure that it's the same kitten by the pattern on its back. What are the chances of that? Randomly seeing a cat at an animal rescue and then having to rescue that same kitten just a few days later. Again, this shows us that this channel seems to be fake, which makes these videos so concerning. Because I failed to mention that this channel also shows videos of dogs with broken legs thanks to supposed car accidents, and puppies caught in mouse traps whose legs wound up mangled. Assuming that this channel is faking these videos, then this would mean that they are intentionally mangling these puppies for their content. And the fact that we've seen some of these dogs get bit by actual king cobras, then we already know that they are likely killing these dogs for content as well. Now, when I was investigating this channel, I happened to find a comment on one of their videos from an account named The Rescue Journey TV. And what I found on that channel was virtually a mirror image of the two that we've discussed so far, except this one might be even more shameless. This channel has very similar red flags to Happy Dog, with one of the biggest being their obvious attempt to follow views. A year ago, one of their videos showed a kitten trapped in between the wheels of a truck, with the video gaining a staggering 11 million views. Now, just a few months after that, a similar video was posted that showed another kitten rescued from the tires, with a similar thumbnail, and this one got 31 million views. And much like the snakes on the Happy Dog channel, the people at Rescue Journey TV likely saw how well these rescues were doing and started doing them more to gain views. As in the following week, 2 more videos would be posted of the same exact type of rescue. It's pretty ridiculous to believe that this could happen 3 times in the span of 1 week, because in a lot of ways, it doesn't even make sense how these kittens would get stuck there in the first place. Also, I just want to quickly mention that the last 2 videos they did on this specific type of rescue severely underperformed, and interestingly enough, after those videos did so poorly, there hasn't been a similar rescue since. So it happened so often that they had 3 of the same rescue in 1 week. Yet since the views ran dry, there hasn't been another one in the past 7 months. Again, I feel like this all hints to the idea that this is staged in an attempt to chase views. I also want to add that each of the thumbnails that they used for these types of rescues were photoshopped, with them adding blood to make the video more clickable, further exploiting these situations for their own gain. But it gets worse, because when I said it was shameless, I meant it. Because this channel seems to be quote-unquote saving the same cats and dogs over and over again. For example, in one video, they find a kitten trapped in rubble. And then a week later, he finds another cat stuck in a tree. And if you pause the video and look a little closer, the cat has the same exact markings on its back. It's the same kitten, much like the tactic that Happy Dogs used, except they do it over and over again. They use the same animals as props for their videos to act like they're saving them. And knowing these are staged is terrifying, as this channel features videos of dogs and kittens drowning and being crushed by rubble, meaning that they're likely putting these animals through all of that. And if you had any doubts that this channel is faked, here's the kicker. Many of his videos start with this guy just casually farming, minding his own business. And miraculously, every single time, after just a few seconds, he happens to hear an animal in distress in the nearby area. Like, how dumb do they think we are? And what are the odds that as soon as the camera turns on, an animal randomly starts crying out for help? Which also just so happens to be what your entire channel is centered around. Now, I go a little more in depth on this channel, but it seems like a lot of their commenters have already caught on to the scam, so I'll just leave it at that. Both Happy Dog and The Rescue Journey TV are two of the most sickening channels that I've ever encountered, and somehow they are allowed to continue posting this content on YouTube. All the while, there are ads on virtually every single video. This is quite literally monetized animal abuse. And we've seen their willingness to chase views and put these animals in more and more extreme situations. So who knows what other types of abuse they'll put them through next. It's honestly horrifying to think that this will keep happening and keep getting worse and worse until hopefully they're eventually stopped. And these are far from the only and most importantly, forensic analysts determined that it was not written under any sort of duress, leaving Cheyenne's case rather clean cut. She was a runaway, and had left, at least partially, of her own volition. But why exactly did she leave, and where exactly had she gone? Questions that only grew more pressing as the days turned to weeks, and then months. And before the town knew it, Cheyenne Kircher had been missing for an entire year. And aside from one single note, left in the time period prior to her disappearance, Cheyenne had managed to leave essentially no trail behind. That is, in the physical world at least.
Hi everybody, this is the new profile of Shy Shylin Show.
Despite being described as a fairly socially awkward kid, Cheyenne had found comfort in the world of social media. She frequently posted to her Facebook page and her multiple YouTube channels, which even today sit practically unheard of, with her very first channel hosting just 4 subscribers. But by discovering these accounts, investigators in turn were able to catch a glimpse into what life was like for Cheyenne in the years and months leading to her disappearance, with this trail eventually guiding them to one video in particular, a video that exposed a grim secret within the case that stood before them. Whether they knew it or not, when they first found these YouTube channels, they had simultaneously stumbled across the smoking gun and Cheyenne Kircher's disappearance, and inadvertently, one of the darkest channels across all of YouTube.
Dad, look around. I don't want you getting caught in the camera.
Cheyenne was 14 when she disappeared in October 2011.
Where this horrifying accident happened around 3:30.
I came to a realization of something.
I ran over there. I'm bleeding profusely here at the moment.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Before we get too far into this, I want to thank today's sponsor, PDS Debt, for helping to make this content financially viable, and ironically, for helping to keep me out of debt. With the holiday season now over, those holiday bills have likely already hit, leaving many of us starting this new year off with even more debt than before. But here's a chance to start digging out, as my friends over at PDS Debt can help you make a plan to finally be debt-free. For those of you who are dealing with debt and actively making payments, yet your balance never seems to go down, then PDS is definitely a great option for you. They provide services that can consolidate your debts into one low monthly payment, not only streamlining things for you, but actually making your payments effective in tackling what must feel like an insurmountable amount of debt. And the best part is, everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies automatically, and there's no minimum credit score required. Debt is something that is very easy to fall into and very hard to get out of, which is why it's great to have a professional service to help you navigate your way out, especially one like PDS who will help get you out of debt as quickly as possible, thus saving you even more in interest and fees. And right now, PDS is offering free debt analysis, which only takes 30 seconds. So if you're interested, head over to pdsdebt.com/Crowley to get your free debt assessment today.
Hey everybody, I'm back and I'm ready for action.
To some, it came as little surprise that Cheyenne would want to leave the house where she had grown up. Cheyenne had lived there with her 3 siblings and her mother, Lori Lyons. And though she never met her biological father, Lori had remarried to a man named Terry Abbas, whom Cheyenne referred to as her dad. But making things a bit more confusing was the fact that Terry wasn't the only adult man that happened to be living with them, since Lori also had her boyfriend, Steve Staver, living with the family as well. This isn't inherently a major issue, but it was something that was criticized by locals who knew of their domestic situation, and likely by Cheyenne's classmates as well. But on the topic of said living arrangements, this was far from the most glaring red flag. with that coming in the form of the house itself. When investigators visited the home to interview Cheyenne's family, they were greeted with what one described as the worst smells he had ever experienced. All throughout the house were heaps of trash, dirty laundry, filth, and that unbearable stench. The living conditions were horrendous. Between this, the strange household dynamic, and that note left behind, this seemed to be as straightforward as a runaway case could get. Though it wasn't quite that simple. When police were searching around the home, they realized that Cheyenne had left behind her cell phone, which she was supposedly glued to at all times. But even stranger, she had left her jacket, as well as her shoes, which seemed bizarre considering that winter was quickly approaching and temperatures were hovering around freezing at this point. So the idea of leaving the house without either of these items made little sense at all, hinting to law enforcement that there may be more to the story than what meets the eye, prompting them to begin poking around her history on social media.
Welcome to that shop and what? Okay.
Starting almost exactly a year before she vanished, Cheyenne began posting goofy, nonsensical videos to her very first YouTube channel, Cheyenne 2010.
But that's it. The camera fell on my face.
The clips here show Cheyenne's personality, as she's often seen joking around and doing various skits. And though they seem fairly incoherent all these years later, for a child at her age back in 2011, this was the standard for small personal channels. And you can tell that she clearly just enjoyed creating this content, using the channel as sort of an outlet to get thoughts and emotions out into the world, even if practically no one was watching. But dealing with her disappearance specifically, things became far more noteworthy on February 19th, 2011, when Cheyenne launched another YouTube channel called Shy Love 2011.
But somebody had took my account, but I'm back on air and I'm ready to make shows.
The channel was essentially a continuation of her previous account, but eventually she would introduce a new style of content, one that featured her family members as stars of the show. On numerous occasions, we see her younger siblings and her older brother joining in on the fun, with the group all seeming to have a great dynamic together, acting exactly the way you would expect of siblings their age. But by far her most frequent guest was one who rarely, if ever, appeared willingly, and instead would be caught in the background, working at his desk or coming in and out of the room where Cheyenne was filming, with that being Terry Abbas, her stepfather.
That's my brother, Riley. That's that creepy guy that lives downstairs. My stepdad, Terry.
Due to the crowded living conditions of her home, Cheyenne never really had her own environment to film in, so she made do with Terry sitting in the background, even throwing some jokes his way as the two would frequently bicker about him being caught on the camera.
There's been a lot of things changing over the news. Dad, look around, please. I don't want you getting caught in the camera.
Sorry, why don't you be quiet? I am.
Okay, whatever.
My business.
Okay.
But this never really went past anything other than standard family hostilities. In fact, Cheyenne seemed to love the man that she called Dad, posting about him on numerous occasions across her Facebook page. And as investigators followed the trail across her channel, it seemed that the content on her YouTube page was leading them straight towards a dead end. Until they found the video.
You know, I'm really bored. I wonder if I got anything to do.
A livestream was posted to Cheyenne's channel that spanned just 3 minutes and 35 seconds, with a clip beginning exactly how you'd expect from Cheyenne, before her video is interrupted.
I know what I can do!
As she carried out her introduction to this live video, a man suddenly enters the room with only his lower half in frame. Immediately, Cheyenne turns to him, and her loud, energetic personality does a total 180. She goes quiet, before grabbing the man's arms and whispering, "I'm on a live stream. Be careful."
What? I'm on live stream, be careful.
The man acknowledges this with a simple okay, but then proceeds to grab her by what appears to be the neck. This causes Cheyenne to yell stop before falling onto the bed and snapping back into her comedic personality.
Stop! Did I say you were in this? No, you weren't.
The man then approaches again and begins slap fighting with her, now switching his personality as well, as he starts playing into the joke, very obviously performing for the camera.
See how abusive? No, he's not abusive. No! Stop!
Yes, I am. I'll pull her out.
No!
Alright.
See what I have to go through every day?
The man then leaves after exchanging a few more words, and Cheyenne continues the video as usual.
Man, I don't know what you were going to do today. Can any of my viewers tell me what should I do?
This would be the last video Cheyenne Kircher would ever upload to YouTube, and months later, she would vanish, never to be seen again. The video insinuates so much: the closeness of the man, the secrecy of it, the way he approached her, and the sudden change in energy from Cheyenne. It all spoke so loudly as to what was happening here, and what had been happening to Cheyenne at the hands of her own stepfather, Terry Abbas.
As you will see, hi Dad. Dad, look around please. I don't want you getting caught in the camera.
That's that creepy guy that lives downstairs. Oh, I mean, my stepdad, Terry.
Cheyenne's home life truly was troubled, even more so than detectives could have ever imagined, as they began uncovering stories where Terry had supposedly been spying on Cheyenne in the bathroom, with these accounts eventually growing more and more heinous as it was eventually alleged that Terry had begun, with this moment captured on Cheyenne's livestream likely being the attempted start of another attack. Only this time, Cheyenne was saved by the camera, if only for a moment. So with this, investigators called Terry in to speak with him as to what really led to Cheyenne going missing, already knowing at this point that he had likely been for years now. And as Terry sat down for his interrogation, it would not take long for the truth to reveal itself.
Well, you got your man. Hey, you got Terry Abbas. Cheyenne is not with us, she's gone. Before I knew it, I was standing over a body. Last time I remember, my head was over her neck for some reason.
Just over her neck and doing what?
Squeezing, I guess.
As Cheyenne began to grow older, Terry knew that the things he had been doing to her were at a greater risk than ever of being exposed to the world, and Terry didn't trust her to keep that secret, so he had to take care of things himself. One night, he would go into the woods behind the family's home and begin digging, carving out a large hole multiple feet below the surface, the perfect size for a body. The next morning, he would then lure Cheyenne outside of the house under the guise of playing a game, and once they were sufficiently away from the home and covered by thick brush, he wrapped his hands around her neck and began to squeeze, ending her life right then and there before proceeding to bury her body in that pre-dug grave. But if this was the case, then how do you explain the note? Well, to show just how premeditated this all was, about a month before she had vanished, Cheyenne was told by Terry that they were going to pull a prank on her mother, one where she would pretend to run away, leaving behind only a note. But rather than going through with the prank, Terry decided to instead keep that note for a later date, thus giving him the perfect decoy to take any suspicion off him once he carried through with a murder. Terry Abbas was eventually sentenced to life in prison, where he will rot away for the rest of his days. The context of it all makes the videos across her channel that much more unsettling, with the worst being that final upload. But what's perhaps most disturbing is that this was just one brief moment in what was likely a constant stream of abuse. And it's absolutely heartbreaking to think of all that Cheyenne had to endure when the cameras weren't rolling.
Okay? Bye.
June 3rd, 2009, 15-year-old Roman Perozic Jr. fires up his remote-controlled helicopter at a small Brooklyn, New York park, while his friend stands by closely with a camera trained at the device. For many, RC flying is viewed as nothing more than a recreational activity, but for Roman, this was more than just a hobby. It was his life, and his passion and practice gave him the ability to perform tricks that, to an outside observer, seem utterly impossible. When Roman's helicopter was in the air, it was as if gravity itself failed to exist, performing stunts that seemed to defy physics, turning the craft sideways, zigzagging it backwards, even upside down in a completely unnatural manner, before stopping it on a dime with expert precision. On YouTube, you can find traces of his work all over, with many videos being posted by various amazed observers, along with clips posted to his own 2 YouTube channels, with this initial upload being his first introduction to YouTube. Through his videos and various public showings, Roman was already becoming known as one of the most compelling pilots in the entire community. And despite his youth, this actually isn't as surprising as it may seem. Flying was in his blood. His father, Roman Perozic Sr., was a passionate RC pilot himself, even founding and leading a New York City-based club for fellow RC enthusiasts. Over the years, he would teach his son all there was to know about this unique sport, with the two often traveling and competing in various events across the country, and flying recreationally together nearly every single weekend, documenting many of these outings across the Roman Perozic Jr. channel. But while it's easy to appreciate the talent involved with flying in such a manner, there was an element at play with these tricks that is easy to overlook, especially by simply watching the videos. With that being, the element of danger. Unlike most RC helicopters that you would expect to see in stores that are mainly geared towards children, the device that Roman was flying is much, much bigger, with the craft measuring in at nearly 3 feet long, featuring blades of a similar size that were made entirely out of carbon fiber. These devices were large and, most importantly, powerful, as it's estimated that this specific craft Roman was using could reach speeds of up to 60 miles per hour, while the blades themselves spun at speeds of over 250 miles per hour, rotating 4,000 times in just a single minute. This craft was not a toy, with pilots online likening it to a flying lawnmower. And with that context, it does make these videos a bit more nerve-wracking, as Roman can be seen flying dangerously close to himself and others on numerous occasions. But of all the various stunts he'd perform, there was one that was by far the most daring. For the trick, Roman would flip his helicopter upside down, managing to keep it in the air all the while, before shooting it upwards as high as it could go, and when it was just nearly out of sight, he would then cut the power, causing the craft to free fall to the ground below, only for Roman to fire it back up and catch the device right before it crash landed. Throughout his channel, I could only find a few examples of him performing that trick, likely due to its high level of danger not only for this expensive machine, but also for himself and the others around him. Though on the 6th of September 2003, Roman decided that it was time to give it another try. That day, Roman had been visiting the Calvert Vaux Park, his favorite flying spot in the entire city, where he would fire up his helicopter and begin his usual run of tricks. Beside him was his father and 4 close friends who looked on as Roman executed yet another flawless run, and riding that momentum, he was ready to tackle his toughest stunt. Only there was a slight problem. According to one of the young men watching on, something strange began happening with the device. There was something wrong with the helicopter. I've seen many of Roman's videos. I was looking at the helicopter as it took off and had noticed strange oscillations. There was an imbalance somewhere there. Something was off slightly. It was minute. Whatever was happening with Roman's craft seemed minor, so much so that Roman himself didn't even notice it, or he didn't think that it would cause any issues, as he decided to perform the final trick anyway. And so he flipped the helicopter upside down, raised it up to the bright sky above him, and took his thumb off the controller. The helicopter then fell limp in the sky as it began its rapid plunge below, with Roman, his friends, and his father all watching on as it grew closer and closer to them. Before, he slammed his finger back on the control stick and fired up the rotors to catch the craft. Only he did so just a second too late.
Well, Christine, we are at Calvert Vaux Park, where this horrifying accident happened around 3:30 this afternoon. And it's where Roman Perozic and his friends came on a regular basis. But today, Perozic's flight, it took a horrible turn. Roman Perozic was out in this field on a picture-perfect Thursday, flying his model chopper when it came crashing down, the blades slashing his throat and killing him.
The guy was flying the helicopter and we're not controlling. It decapitated him.
Officials say Perozic was out here with 4 friends. They all witnessed the horrifying crash.
It's not fully understood what exactly happened, if it truly was some sort of mechanical issue, the wind speed, or if it was simply mistimed by Roman. But despite the helicopter turning on and its blades nearly instantly reaching their full speed, the craft was not able to stop in time to avoid a crash landing. And although the weather was clear and sunny that day, a strong breeze had pushed the craft towards Roman as it fell, meaning that instead of crashing on the grass in front of him, the RC helicopter instead would crash directly into him. The blade first struck Roman's face, impacting with such a strong force that it nearly cut his head clean in half, before the blade would then strike his neck, partially decapitating him. All the while, his friends and father watched on in horror. Within a split second, Roman Perozic Jr. was dead, killed by the very sport he loved so dearly. When Roman posted his first video to YouTube, there was no way of knowing where his passion would take him and what it would all lead to. And at this time, it's evident just how dark this channel has become due to the backstory surrounding it. But there's also another perspective here to consider, as through the darkness, there's actually something quite beautiful about his channel, as thanks to it, his incredible work has been forever immortalized. And despite Roman's death, his passion for piloting RC helicopters and his extraordinary skill will live on and continue to leave people amazed for years to come. It started with a simple video.
How's it going, guys? Today, I'm going to be talking about fitness as a whole and the challenges it brings.
Posted by Austin Harriff, an 18-year-old college student living in Juniper, Florida, Fitness Challenges and Overcome was the inaugural upload to his YouTube channel called A. Frost. Having lived his entire life in the area, Austin had developed a reputation locally for being goofy, but also intelligent and driven, finding a deep love for fitness upon taking up football and bodybuilding at a young age. And in his first upload, his passion and personality were on full display as he shared his thoughts on the world of dieting and weightlifting, with the video's sole purpose being to help others who may want to follow in a similar path.
It's pretty tough, man. It's not easy, but nothing in life worth having is easy. Remember that, guys. You remember that? You remember that? I remember. You gotta promise me that you'll remember that.
It seemed apparent that Austin aspired to develop a career online as a fitness coach, and despite this being his first crack at launching a YouTube channel, he does come across as being articulate and likable. And aside from some general awkwardness due to the lack of polished editing, Austin appears entirely normal, a stark contrast to what was soon to come. Despite launching his channel on a concise high note, the next 27 uploads would take on a much different tone, as rather than keying in on health and wellness, Austin immediately shifted his focus onto writing and performing rap music under his new alias Austy Frosty.
Frostbite Beats. I roofie Bill Cosby and Show. Get him to show me his P.E.P.
This music is not for everyone, to the point where it's almost indiscernible from irony. However, the persistence of his uploading hints that this went far past your standard joking, as there were moments in these songs where it genuinely felt like it was coming from a different person entirely.
There's a hobo on the street corner, and he says, real talk, homeboy. Oi, 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 oi.
Someone who seemed somewhat disconnected from reality, as hinted at further when he eventually returned to the camera's forefront.
What's up, guys? Today I'm going to talk about the ketogenic diet.
After his run of consecutive music uploads, Austin began appearing on camera yet again, where his once articulate and well put together self began moving and speaking more sporadically.
And other low starch vegetables like spinach. With my baby, with my baby, yeah. Get hoes, get money, get bitch, get suits, fly planes, run train. I'm a man.
Even his editing began to change, with unusual clips being interjected for no discernible reason.
Ketosis helps your body get into this caloric deficit. Cutting carbohydrates may sound difficult,
Even given the small sample size, it was clear that Austin's behavior was changing. And although traces of this changing persona were starting to be seen on his YouTube channel, this behavioral shift was far more evident for those who knew him personally. Starting around the time that the A Frost channel had launched, Austin's once fun-loving personality became cold and hostile to those around him, which was mainly due to the fact that Austin began to experience what he would later call visions. He would turn off his lights to go to sleep at night, only to be met with the sight of demons and monsters who would approach him from the shadows. And soon these creatures began appearing everywhere he went, especially in the darkness, prompting Austin to stop sleeping, as he grew paranoid of what these things might do to him. As a result, his mental state fluctuated even more, and he soon thought that perhaps he was a divine being himself, a god of sorts, maybe even Jesus Christ. His descent was jarring and extremely concerning, and at the rate he was going, it seemed certain that something was bound to snap. Until a breakthrough.
I came to a realization of something. I no longer want to follow Arnold or any other bodybuilder. I want to follow myself, you know? I want to actually believe in myself.
In his video entitled What I'm About in Bodybuilding, we see a side of Austin that hadn't come through since really his very first upload, as he sits down in front of the camera and just lets loose, speaking candidly about his fitness journey and the path that he was on.
I just know that they're not me, you know? I know what's right for me. I don't need drugs. I know that they can change me. But the thing is, that's not being healthy, you know? Being healthy is what's natural, you know?
He spoke of wanting to do things his way and how he was striving to be the most healthy version of himself, both physically and mentally. It's almost shocking how calm Austin seems here, just based on his prior uploads. But despite appearing like a positive sign on the surface that Austin was perhaps finally getting the help he needed, there was still an air of uncertainty to it all. And there was really no way to know at the time whether his demeanor in this video was a sign of better
Peace out. Peace.
or worse things to come. On the afternoon of August 15th, 2006, Austin had joined his father and his father's girlfriend out for a nice dinner, with the family taking their seats and waiting to place their orders. But Austin wanted no part of it, as he sat there silently, his mind stewing all the while, until he just couldn't take it anymore. For some reason, it was all just too much, and he stood up and left the establishment without saying more than a few words. Outside, he began to walk, then jog, and then run, sprinting in the direction of his mother's house, who lived nearby. He barged into the then empty home and felt the overwhelming urge to chug the nearest liquid he saw, but it wasn't alcohol or anything close. No, it was vegetable oil, as he guzzled down nearly a full bottle of it, before leaving the home and heading back towards the restaurant, this time confronting his father, yelling and even attempting to hit him for no apparent reason whatsoever. Once more, he just couldn't take it, and he fled the restaurant again, as his mind felt as if it was crumbling with each passing second, until he got outside and was met by the sight of something utterly horrific. It looked like some sort of creature, standing there just staring at him. He screamed at the top of his lungs and began sprinting away into the dark night. He ran as fast as he could, desperately calling for help, desperately looking for help, until he saw a bright light in the distance. Salvation, he thought, as he sprinted towards it and then directly into the light.
You need fire, police, or medical. Please, and medical. Don't open that. Don't open that.
Fire rescue, what's your address?
Young man, a woman, across the street.
Okay, are they outside or in a house?
It's in a garage.
Shortly after Austin began hallucinating, a 911 call was made to police in the area, alerting them of an attack in progress. A middle-aged woman was being brutally beaten in her garage as her screams echoed throughout the empty street. Police would arrive within minutes, where they shine their light in that same garage, only to be met with a grisly discovery. Inside, a woman lay motionless, her body hardly recognizable due to the assault that she had endured, while next to her were two men. One was lying limp, his body hacked into pieces scattered about, and the other was wrapped around him, with his face buried in the man's abdomen. Officers approached, guns drawn, where they would finally catch a glimpse of the second man's face. It was Austin Harif, whose body was completely covered in blood, and his mouth filled entirely with flesh, spitting out chunks of the man's torso towards the officers before going back in for more, this time attacking his face. In that moment, Austin was quite literally eating this man, and eating him alive, as despite being cut into pieces and partially eaten, the man continued to scream, which made shooting Austin impossible without the risk of killing him too. The police yelled at him to stop, but nothing. They tased him, but nothing. They kicked him, they beat him, but still nothing. He just kept on eating. They even sent their canine in to subdue and attack him, but Austin somehow fought it off. In that moment, it was as if Austin were truly invincible. It wouldn't be until officers got a handcuff around him and the entire unit pulled together that they were finally able to drag Austin off of the man, ending the ordeal once and for all. When Austin was sprinting into the night, that light that he was running towards was actually an open garage in a residential neighborhood, where inside a woman named Michelle Stevens had been relaxing and watching television, waving to the passing neighbors, until she saw Austin sprinting towards her. There was nothing she could do, as without provocation, he brandished a pocket knife and began attacking her mercilessly, before turning his attention to her husband, John Stevens III, who desperately tried to intervene. At some point in the scuffle, neighbor Jeffrey Fisher would hear the commotion and immediately run over to help, only for Austin to turn to him and warn him that he didn't want any of this, before lunging after him, stabbing him too multiple times. Jeffrey managed to escape by slamming Austin's head into the ground, partially cracking his skull, but somehow the young man got right back up and continued to fight as if nothing had happened. And recognizing the grave danger, Jeffrey fled to his home where he called the police.
He beat her up. I ran over there. I'm bleeding profusely here at the moment.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
All right. Can you tell if she's conscious or is she unconscious?
But my wife's looking at my back and it appears I got punctured.
Just that. In the neck, in the head, three puncture wounds.
Who would arrive soon after and eventually restrain Austin, but not before he had ended the lives of Michelle and John Stevens, both of whom were eventually pronounced dead on the scene.
How's it going, guys? Today, I'm gonna be talking about fitness.
Austin's channel gives us a front row seat to a man's descent into madness, but even watching it back today with all the red flags, the idea that he could be capable of something like this just seems so shocking, which begs the question, why did he do it? Well, the attack itself was entirely unprovoked. He had never even met the couple, and the couple had never even spoke to the man. And given what could only be described as his superhuman strength in that moment, many would assume that this was the case of drug use gone wrong, with it having shades of a similar case that happened not too far away.
People behaving strangely and showing what appears to be superhuman strength. Over the weekend, Rudy Eugene attacked a 65-year-old homeless man, chewing off most of his face.
But contrary to this belief, it was determined that during the attack, Austin was not under the influence of any hard drugs, and instead only had tiny trace amounts of alcohol and THC in his system, but not nearly enough to cause the violence that transpired that day. Rather, experts claim that this was the case of an acute psychotic episode, with court documents shedding more light on Austin's mental health during that moment, where he would account his visions of these creatures and all the other delusions he had been experiencing. And even though he was never given proper help for what was eventually determined to be his schizophrenia, his parents clearly recognized that he could be a danger to himself and to others, with his mother even calling the police after he had ran away from the restaurant that night.
Police department lodge recorded. Is this Chrissy?
Yes, I need to. I don't know how to do this. My son, he's kind of taken off, and I'm concerned about his own safety.
But the only problem was, it was just a bit too late. Due to the results of Austin's drug test, it was determined that he was not of sound mind when the crime was committed, and that he would not have been able to consciously control himself, leading to the court's decision that he would not serve any jail time, and rather he was placed in a mental health facility, where he'll remain until he's deemed safe to assimilate back into society.